keep going. They had to keep running. The night was dark and so icy that the cold penetrated to their bones, but they couldn't stop, not as long as death was at their heels. "Mama, where are we going?" "Quiet, my darling." The woman silenced her daughter and looked around frantically. "But what about Papa?" the little boy whispered. And with "shh," she gripped his hand even tighter and urged the children onward. Neither the boy nor his older sister protested. Both felt their mother's fear, saw the tears that silently streamed down her cheeks, shimmering in the moonlight. And so they fled, without uttering a single word about the people they had to leave behind that night, about what had been taken from them. The woman dared not close her eyes. The fear was too great that she would then see her burning home again, or her husband and youngest daughter being dragged away by the royal guards, while before she could suppress it, she sobbed. Her son was dead. He was dead. The woman bit her tongue and swallowed another lament. She was glad that her two older children had obediently hidden while she had crept back to see what was happening outside. At least they had been spared the sight that would haunt her with nightmares for the rest of her life. The sword blade in his slender child's chest. Her husband pleading for help. Her daughter's screams, desperately trying to reach her brother, to save him. But it had been too late. "Mama, you're hurting me." Her son's soft whimper brought her back to the present. She loosened her grip a little and mumbled an apology. She couldn't say more. Grief choked her. Not for a moment did they allow themselves to slow down as they followed the winding Alden River for hours, constantly looking back for pursuers. There was no sign of the royal guards, yet the woman didn't want to risk arrest until they had reached the first foothills of the Armani Mountains. There, far from any civilization, there was supposedly a house where they could find refuge, a place where they would be protected should the worst ever come to pass. When the dark-clad stranger in the marketplace had extended the invitation, she had only laughed, as if it were all a joke, as if she had no idea why her family should ever be in such danger. Her husband and she were respectable citizens. He helped the sick in the village as a healer, and she was a simple housewife and mother. She didn't know how they had found her. All these years she had kept herself hidden and denied her entire life what blood flowed through her veins. Some claimed it was the blood of traitors, others that of kings, and she herself a queen? The woman had persistently ignored rumors of a growing group of rebels searching for descendants of their lost monarch. She had adopted a new name, a new identity, and wished for nothing more than a quiet life with her beloved family. And tonight, half of that family had been taken from her. Something inside her had broken as she had to watch helplessly. She never wanted to feel so helpless again. She would never feel so helpless again. And so, as she and her two remaining children finally approached their destination, a thatched farmhouse deep in the snowy forest, she made a decision. With knuckles numb from the cold, she knocked 3 short times, and the door opened. Before her stood the man from the marketplace. Inside the hut, illuminated by lumina lanterns, a small group of people sat by the fireplace, eyeing her curiously. "What a surprise," the man said, recognizing the woman and her 2 trembling children. The hood of his cloak was thrown back, revealing his weather-beaten face. The woman looked at him with emerald-green eyes and squeezed her children's hands tighter before answering. "We want to join you." The people by the fire froze, but the man merely tilted his head. "Join?" he repeated. "I know who you are and what goals you pursue," she declared bluntly. "Without me, you have no chance of achieving them." The man raised an eyebrow, while the group behind him seemed to hold their breath. "And what do you expect in return?" The woman thought of all she had endured that night, heard the screams again, saw the blood. Finally, she whispered only one word: revenge. Very slowly, a smile spread across the man's face before he bowed deeply. Then, welcome, Tilda Quarantine. The others rose and followed his example. "Your rebels have long awaited your return." The woman swallowed her doubts and, with the meager remainder of her family, stepped over the threshold. Never again would anyone call her Tilda Meriden. Never again would she and her children deny their lineage of traitors, their royal blood. Tilda was determined to do justice to both. She would cast aside all her principles and finally claim what was rightfully hers. None of this would change what had happened that night. But Tilda would be damned if she didn't do everything to hold those responsible accountable. Whatever it took, whatever the cost, she would exact retribution. 10 years later. The man was dead. Kiva Meriden, known to a few as Kiva Quarantine, stared at the corpse before her, the sunken cheeks, the ashen skin. Judging by his bloated body, the man had passed into the shadow realm about 3 to 4 days ago. The unmistakable smell of decay also suggested this, although no external signs of it were yet visible. Man of middle age, average height and build, recovered from the Sarin River early this morning, said Healer Mattis, her voice clear and every word perfectly articulated. Who would like to venture a guess about the cause of death? Since Kiva was merely a guest in this examination room, she discreetly kept silent. Well, the healer tried to encourage her students, who crowded around the metal table in the center. Novice Walden. A young man with huge glasses blinked like a startled owl. He drowned? Brilliantly deduced, Mattis replied dryly, then turned to the next student. Novice Quinn. The young woman drew her head in and whispered, "A heart attack, perhaps? Or a stroke?" The healer tapped her lips. "Possible, yes. Anyone else?" Kiva shifted her weight from one foot to the other, drawing Mattis's attention. "What about our guest listener?" the healer asked promptly, and all heads turned in Kiva's direction. "Miss Meriden, isn't it?" The undisguised challenge in the older woman's gaze did not escape Kiva, so she pushed aside her uncertainty and stepped closer to the table. She lifted the dead man's hand and pointed to some small dark spots under his fingernails. These discolorations indicate that the man suffered from an immune disorder, probably syphilitis or cretamate, she diagnosed. She had encountered similar cases in the past. Untreated, these conditions can lead to inflammation and swelling of the blood vessels. She looked over at the 2 novices who had gone before her. Novice Walden and Novice Quinn are both correct. The man likely suffered a heart attack due to his pre-existing conditions and subsequently fell into the river and drowned. She released the man's hand. But only a thorough examination can provide certainty. An appreciative smile flitted across the aged healer's dark, wrinkled face. "Well observed," she praised, then launched into a lecture on the most common immune diseases. Kiva, however, only half listened, for she still couldn't quite grasp that she was even here. The Silverthorn Academy was the most renowned healing institute in all of Avalon, perhaps even in all of Wenderall. When Kiva was little, her father had often told her about Silverthorn. Farron, who grew up in the city of Felurian, had, as a young man, seized every opportunity to travel to Valenia and sneak into one of the Academy's lessons. He had always regretted that he had never completed a proper study there, but had instead taken up a position as an apprentice with a local healer, which, of course, was not to be despised, but simply no comparison to a Silverthorn education.
One way or another, he had made it his destiny to help people, and Kiva had followed in his footsteps. Even in the most nightmarish phase of her life so far, she had used the knowledge learned from her father to alleviate the suffering of others. A shadow fell over Kiva as she thought back to that time, to the long decade she had spent behind thick limestone walls and an impenetrable iron gate, in Zalindov prison. For many, imprisonment there was tantamount to a death sentence. But Kiva had survived, and now she was here, living her father's dream, even though she actually had more important things to do. Much more important things. But when the opportunity arose today to visit Silverthorn, she simply couldn't resist. Which was inexcusable, because Kiva knew perfectly well that her own desires should have taken a backseat to everything else. 6 weeks had passed since her escape from Zalindov. 6 weeks since she had learned that it was the Crown Prince himself who had helped her survive the deadly elemental trial. Only thanks to him had she mastered the 4 trials she was supposed to pass to save the life of Tilda Quarantine, the life of the rebel queen, her mother. Kiva's efforts had been in vain, for Tilda had died immediately after the last trial during a bloody prison uprising. But the task of the rebel queen had passed to Kiva and her older siblings after her death. Together, the 3 would avenge the injustice that had befallen their family generations ago. Together, they would help the Quarantine line reclaim the throne of Avalon. Unfortunately, Kiva had no idea how to locate her siblings. Her only clue to their whereabouts was a coded message that had reached her shortly before her escape from Zalindov and contained nothing but a name: Oak Hollow. The village was only about an hour's ride from Valenia, but since Kiva had only been in the city for 2 days, after she and the others had previously had to hide in the Tenestra Mountains and wait for a thaw, she hadn't been able to follow the trail yet. Today, an opportunity had arisen for the first time, and instead of using it to search for her siblings, she had indulged her own inclinations. Tilda Quarantine would have been furious. Farron Meriden would have been overjoyed. Kiva had promptly decided to please her father and postpone her mother's mission for another day. Of course, she had been plagued by a bad conscience since making the decision that morning. But at the same time, it was as if a mud of fear had loosened within her. Actually, there was no reason why she should have feared reuniting with her siblings. Nevertheless, 10 years was a long time. Kiva was no longer the carefree child she once was, and she assumed the same applied to her brother and sister. Too much had happened since then, in all their lives, not to mention what lay ahead of them. The ringing of bells startled Kiva from her thoughts, and she flinched, an after-effect of all the years she had listened for every tiny sound that might announce her death. But she was no longer in Zalindov, and the peaceful sounds echoing from the walls of the sparse examination room merely marked the end of the lesson. The students, all clad in pristine white robes, hastily completed their notes. "And if you plan to participate in the festivities this weekend," Mattis called after the novices as they already moved towards the exit, "remember, even for the particularly fond of drinking among you, there will be no mercy on Monday. Don't say I didn't warn you." However, the sparkle in her gray eyes softened the threat. A grin flickered across the faces of some intrepid students before they left the room. Kiva followed them. "Miss Meriden, may I speak with you for a moment?" Kiva stopped on the threshold. "Of course, Mater Mattis," she replied, using the official title of the Silverthorn Dean, not only out of respect for her age and experience, but also due to her position. "Not many would have noticed these nail-bed discolorations as quickly as you did," Mattis said, pulling a sheet over the deceased. "Especially not without proper training." She looked Kiva directly in the eyes. "You truly impressed me." Kiva lowered her head, embarrassed. "Thank you very much," she murmured. "Farron Meriden also impressed me in his time." Kiva froze. The wrinkles in Mattis's face deepened as a smile spread across her features. "I knew right away, when you walked through the door, whose daughter you are." Kiva wasn't sure whether she should flee or be curious about what the healer would say next. Mattis made the decision for her by asking, "How is your father? Is he still saving the world, one patient at a time?" A million possible answers flooded Kiva's brain, but in the end she simply replied, "He died 9 years ago." Dismay appeared in Mattis's eyes. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Kiva merely nodded, seeing no reason to explain how her father had died, or where. The healer cleared her throat. "Your father was my best student, and that even though he wasn't a novice at the Silverthorn Academy at all. How often did he sneak in and suddenly sit in my class with an innocent expression?" Mattis let out an amused snort. "But he was so talented that I never reported him to the then dean because I knew he would have been banned. A young man with such intuition and talent deserved the chance to perfect his skills. I was firmly convinced of that." She paused. "And I still am today." The look the healer gave her made Kiva's breath catch. "The news of his death saddens me greatly. All the more, I am pleased that he apparently passed on his passion for the healing arts," she continued. "If you wish, you are always welcome as a student at Silverthorn, without having to sneak in." Kiva's mouth opened and closed like a fish's. To be allowed to study at Silverthorn would be incredible. What she could learn here. The mere thought brought tears to her eyes, not least because she knew she had to decline the offer. "Mother is dead. I am on my way to Valenia. Time for us to reclaim our kingdom." Kiva had sent this message to her siblings before she fled Zalindov, and she had to follow through on her words. She had to ignore her own desires and put her family's well-being first. "Think about it," Mattis said, as Kiva still didn't reply. "Take all the time you need. My offer stands." Kiva blinked away a few tears and tried to force out a polite refusal. But when she finally found her voice, she replied, "I will think about it." Kiva already knew that Silverthorn was out of reach for her. As soon as Mattis learned where she had acquired all her medical knowledge, she would withdraw the invitation. For that, Kiva would only have to push up her sleeve and reveal the Z-shaped scar on the back of her hand. But she couldn't. She simply couldn't bear to definitively close off this possibility for herself. Instead, she merely said goodbye quietly and stepped out of the examination room into the hardly less sparse corridor. Kiva's head was buzzing as she walked down the long corridor, past white-clad healers and students, as well as occasional patients in street clothes. Earlier that morning, she had received a tour of the grounds and learned that the academy was divided into 3 large wards, one for mental illnesses, one for rehabilitation and long-term care, and one for the diagnosis and treatment of general physical ailments. There was also a handful of outbuildings scattered across the grounds, housing, among other things, an apothecary workshop, a quarantine area, the morgue, and the healer's quarters. However, only the 3 main wards were publicly accessible, all connected by arcaded walkways. Through the stone arches, one had a view of the park at the heart of the academy, also called the Silverthorn Sanatorium.
Here, patients and healers alike gathered to find peace and recuperation and enjoy the gurgling of the small stream or the scent of wildflowers, all on a hill rising high above the city, at whose foot the Seren River flowed into the Tetran Sea Kiva, now headed straight for this park after leaving the largest of the 3 wards. First, she followed the stone path before letting her sandals sink into the lush grass and allowing the late afternoon sun to drive the chill from her bones. Aimlessly she wandered until she finally reached a narrow bridge that led over a gently babbling brook. She leaned against the wooden railing and tried to gather her thoughts. Well, well, why such a serious face again? At the sound of the familiar voice, Kiva perked up and, at the same time, fought down all the conflicting emotions that rose within her. Only when she was sure she had herself under control did she turn to the young man who had stepped beside her, Jaren Volantis, or Prince Devrick, as most people called him. Her companion on the escape from Zalindov, her former friend, perhaps even more than that, and, not least, her family's arch-enemy. Her arch-enemy. "That's my normal face," Kiva replied, trying not to stare at him too openly. That deep blue shirt with gold embroidery along the collar simply looked forbiddingly good on him, as did the tailored black jacket and trousers. It cost her an excess of self-control to look away. Exactly, and that's far too serious. Jaren brushed a wind-tussled strand of black hair behind her ear. Kiva's stomach did a traitorous somersault, and she sharply reprimanded herself internally. Such small signs of affection were nothing unusual for Jaren. Even in Zalindov, he had been more than just friendly towards her. Although she tried hard to keep him at a distance since their shared escape, her resolve was slowly but surely wavering. It was as if he existed solely to tempt her and make her plan fail. And that absolutely could not happen. "Did you have a good day?" he asked, holding her gaze with his uniquely blue-gold eyes. Kiva smoothed her simple green dress, which she wore under a white wool jacket, and carefully weighed her answer. Her presence at Silverthorn today was thanks to Jaren. He had asked an old acquaintance for a favor. As a result, Kiva had been woken up at dawn and hurried out of the River Palace to seize the unique opportunity to spend a day at the kingdom's best healing academy. Kiva would have had many reasons to hate the Crown Prince. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to conjure up the scorching anger that should have filled her, she simply couldn't succeed. For this, Kiva also blamed Jaren. For, from their first encounter, he had cared for her so lovingly and selflessly that she simply couldn't bring herself to let him die from his injuries in the tunnels deep beneath Zalindov. And that, even though he had hidden his true identity from her from the beginning. In the weeks they had spent in his family's palace in the Tenestra Mountains, as well as during the subsequent long journey to Valania, she had left nothing untried to make her heart immune to his charm. In vain. Jaren was just too very lovable, which made what Kiva planned to do to him and his family infinitely more difficult. But she didn't even admit that to herself. It was, she began, unsure what to answer. The day at Silverthorn had been incredible, indescribable, and had far exceeded her expectations. But since she knew that a different future awaited her, and she would have to decline Mattis's offer, she finally settled on interesting. Jaren raised his golden eyebrows. Oh, if that doesn't sound enthusiastic. Instead of responding to his sarcasm, Kiva asked, "What are you doing here?" Although no one was in the immediate vicinity, she still peered watchfully at the people strolling through the park a good distance from the bridge or moving in small groups through the arcades from one building to another. "I just wanted to pick you up," Jaren explained, winking conspiratorially at her. "It was your first day of school, after all." Kiva shook her head. "You should have stayed in the palace." "Ouch!" Jaren pressed a hand to his heart. "That hurt. Right here." "If someone recognizes you." Jaren actually had the audacity to chuckle. "The people in Valania are used to my family and me moving freely through the city. We only wear our masks on special occasions. The rest of the time, we can be recognized normally. Don't worry, we're not as big an attraction as you apparently think." "I doubt Naari would agree with you," Kiva retorted, looking around searchingly. "Where is she anyway?" Since their escape from Zalindov, Jaren was rarely seen with his devoted bodyguard from the Royal Guard, his golden shield. The fact that Naari Arel wasn't with him now could mean two things. Either she wanted to grant him a little privacy and was therefore observing the events from a distance, or, "Would you be impressed if I told you I slipped away from her?" When Kiva noticed Jaren's self-satisfied grin, she tilted her head with a smile. "I'd only be impressed if you survived her outburst of rage unscathed upon your return." Jaren's grin faded, replaced by an anxious frown. There's something to that." But finally he resolutely straightened his shoulders. "Never mind, I can think about that later." "I'll say something nice about you at your funeral too," Kiva promised. Jaren let out a snorting laugh. "How kind of you." Then he took her hand and led her back towards the arcades. "Come on, we have to hurry, or we'll be late." Kiva tried to free herself from his grip, but his fingers closed even tighter around her, and she finally gave in. Trying to keep pace with him, she tried to ignore the pleasant tingling that his touch aroused in her. "Too late for what?" "For the sunset," Jaren said. When he didn't elaborate on his answer, Kiva said dryly, "This might surprise you, but word has it the sun will set again tomorrow." Jaren squeezed her hand. Smarty pants. The amused expression in his eyes filled her with warmth, which she also ignored. She had a lot to ignore lately, whenever Jaren was near. "But only today at sunset does the river festival begin," he explained. "Like every year. It lasts the whole weekend, but the first evening is always the best. That's why we need to find a spot with a good view." "A good view of what?" "Wait and see," Jaren replied mysteriously. Then Kiva made a decision. She would allow herself one last carefree evening where she would attend the river festival and simply enjoy Jaren's company, knowing full well that their days together were numbered. One last evening before she would set off for Oak Hollow and finally put into action the plan she had conceived during her escape from Zalindov. Without regard for her feelings, without regard for the fact that the Crown Prince had shamelessly crept into her heart, it was time for the reign of the Volantis to end. As Kiva had learned upon her arrival 2 days ago, Valania was also known as the City of Rivers, but none of the numerous meandering waterways was as impressive as the mighty Seren, which wound like a snake through the capital. The path from Silverthorn Academy to the river led gently downhill until Kiva and Jaren finally reached the Riverside Road, one of Valania's main thoroughfares. There, the sidewalks were already filled with onlookers. Anticipation hung in the air. Together they made their way through the crowds. Kiva assumed Jaren's destination was the River Palace. The structure, an architectural masterpiece, was divided into 2 halves by the Seren, connected by a golden bridge. Even Kiva had to admit that the royal residence appeared imposing. This was due in no small part to the luminium-infused outer walls, which created a fascinating shimmering effect. So far, Kiva had only entered the eastern part of the palace.
Jaren occupied an entire wing there, including his own guest area, where she had been assigned an opulent suite. His siblings, Mirren and Ordeal, also lived in the East Palace. His parents, however, were housed on the west side of the river. Kiva had not yet personally met the royal couple, but given her stance towards the monarchs, she was not particularly eager to do so. The closer they got to the palace, the denser the crowd became. However, this gave Kiva a welcome excuse to free her hand from Jaren's. She resolutely pushed away the quiet melancholy that then crept over her. Instead, she focused on the back of Jaren's golden-brown head, and together they turned from the riverside road into a narrow, dingy alley. The dilapidated houses on both sides were so tall there that the setting sun had already disappeared behind them. "You're not hoping to kill me and dump my body in the river, are you?" Kiva joked, glancing into the dim passage. "Nonsense," Jaren retorted. "I have my people for that, after all." Kiva was glad the twilight hit her smile. "True, wouldn't want you to get your royal hands dirty." Jaren snorted. "My royal hands are busy with entirely different things." He led Kiva around a large puddle, walking so close to her that their arms brushed. "All right, we're almost there. It's over there." "What is?" Kiva wanted to know. "I told you, we need a place with a good view." "Of the river? And the palace." Jaren stopped in front of a door so dilapidated that the knob fell off when he turned it. "You can't be serious," Kiva commented after a look inside the house and at the stairs. Or rather, at the ascending row of half-rotted planks, whose upper end disappeared behind a corner. "Oh, come on, where's your sense of adventure?" Jaren countered, pulling her through the door. If a thin ray of light hadn't penetrated from somewhere far above them, Kiva wouldn't have been able to see anything at all. "Thanks, but my adventurous spirit is satisfied for the time being," she replied soberly, while Jaren pushed her towards the stairs. "It's just a few steps," he encouraged her. So Kiva put one foot on the first, then the second, then the third. "See? No problem at all." Hardly had he spoken the sentence when the next plank splintered and broke under Kiva. She let out a startled squeak, but instead of crashing to the ground, something held her foot in the air. With an open mouth, she stared into the void beneath her. When she turned to Jaren, he shook his head with a lenient smile. "How about you just trust me?" Suddenly, Kiva felt weightless, and indeed, she floated a little above the stairs. Jaren's elemental magic carried them both upwards, higher and higher, so that further incidents were ruled out. Kiva waited until she had solid ground under her feet again before asking, "Why didn't you do that right away?" "Magic has its price," Jaren replied, leading her through another door onto the flat roof of the house. "And only a fool would waste it senselessly." "What does it cost you?" Kiva asked curiously. "Depends on how much I use. For something like that just now," he gestured behind him, "not much is needed. But larger undertakings can be quite draining." Kiva tilted her head. "So it works like a kind of energy transfer?" Jaren nodded and led her around a stone chimney. "As far as I understand it, yes. The more energy I have, the stronger my magic is, and vice versa." "Have you ever run out? Your magic, I mean." "A few times when I was younger," Jaren admitted. "Today I make sure not to let it get that far. Otherwise I feel uncomfortable, downright incomplete. My magic is," he thought for a moment, "a part of my body, like an arm or a leg. If I use too much of it too quickly, it's as if I've chopped off one of my limbs and have to wait for it to grow back. I hope that makes sense?" Kiva nodded, because her own magic, the secret healing powers that ran in the Corentin bloodline, behaved quite similarly. What surprised her, however, was Jaren's thoughtful tone, this joy and satisfaction with which he spoke about his magic. Unlike him, Kiva had always had to keep her powers under wraps, and therefore primarily perceived them as a burden, as something she had to hide at all costs to avoid being recognized. In the past 10 years, she had only used her magic once, and that was purely out of desperation, as a last resort. "Kiva, you're here!" Jaren stopped dead in his tracks and cursed softly as a small red-haired boy hopped into their path. Kiva's expression relaxed before she discovered the reason for Jaren's displeasure, and a mischievous giggle escaped her. Nari, Jaren's golden shield, stood a short distance away, arms crossed over her chest and with a disapproving glint in her eyes. But before anyone could say anything, or, judging by Nari's expression, probably scream, Tip rushed to Kiva and hugged her tightly. Brief as the embrace was, Kiva enjoyed it very much. She was still painfully aware that she had almost lost the boy 6 weeks ago. If she hadn't happened to come to the infirmary at the right moment, if she hadn't been able to draw on her long-suppressed powers, then... But Tip hadn't died. He was alive and as lively as ever. In the first few days after the incident, Kiva had been terribly worried. Tip had been confused upon waking, almost panicked. In a hurry, Kiva had had to invent a lie about what had happened. Finally, she had been able to convince him that he had fallen on his head, and therefore shouldn't rely on anything he thought he remembered. And when she had told him that he was not only well, but also free, he had quickly returned to his usual cheerful, life-affirming self. Even the revelation that Jaren was a prince hadn't fazed him in the slightest. Instead, it had made him look forward to the journey to Valenya all the more eagerly. Come on, Tip," urged Now, pulling her to the other end of the roof. A blanket was spread there, next to which stood a basket full of fruit and pastries. Before Kiva could examine the prettily arranged delicacies more closely, Tip stopped abruptly and pointed excitedly over the edge of the roof. "Oh," Kiva breathed at the sight that presented itself to her. It wasn't just the shimmering river palace that silenced her in awe. Like the palace walls, the roofs of many other buildings were also interspersed with luminium, and the entire city seemed to glow under the setting sun's last kiss. "Amazing, isn't it?" Tip bounced from one foot to the other. "Nari said this was one of the best viewpoints in the city." "Seems so," Kiva agreed, turning to the soldier who was now engrossed in a heated discussion with Jaren. The prince was clearly struggling to suppress a grin, which didn't exactly appease Nari. "Do you think he needs help?" Tip whispered, having followed Kiva's gaze. Nari was pretty, angry when she realized he'd shaken her off. "Jaren survived Zalindov," Kiva countered, settling cross-legged on the blanket to enjoy the view, so Nari won't be able to harm him either. "If you run off like that again, I'll personally throw you in the dungeon, understood?" Nari's angry voice reached them at that moment. Kiva grimaced, realizing she might need to revise her previous assessment. "At least, I hope so." Tip giggled, but hastily shoved one of the pastries into his mouth as Nari stomped towards them, adjusting her weapons to sit down with them. She looked sharply at Kiva. "If I find out you had anything to do with it," Kiva raised her hands defensively, "he more or less dragged me here against my will." "Thanks for the support," Jaren murmured, now also dropping onto the blanket next to Kiva, so close that she felt his body heat. She briefly considered moving away from him. However, since she hadn't realized that morning that she would be out until late evening, she was only wearing a thin cardigan, which offered little protection against the evening chill. Just one more evening, she reminded herself.
"It wouldn't hurt anyone if she stayed here. At least we have plenty to eat," Tip remarked, grabbing a grape next. "Well, lucky us," Jaren grumbled. At that moment, Kiva remembered how Jaren had cursed softly at the sight of Tip and Niari, as if he hadn't expected them up here. Apparently, he had prepared all this, the spot with a view, the blanket, the picnic basket, just for her. As she turned to him, a shy smile played on his lips, and he shrugged, as if to say, it was worth a try. Kiva melted internally before she suddenly remembered who she was and what she would do to him, what she had to do to him. She quickly lowered her head and built a protective wall around her heart. "Next time," Niari grumbled, "if you two absolutely want to be alone, at least stay on the palace grounds." Kiva opened her mouth to protest her innocence again, but Jaren beat her to it. "Where's the fun in that?" He tossed the soldier an apple. "Eat something first, Niari. When you're hungry, you're even more unpleasant than usual." The look in Niari's eyes promised nothing good, but then she raised the apple to her mouth and bit into it. "It's about to start," Jaren announced, holding out the pastry plate to Kiva. "Here, help yourself and make yourself comfortable." While Kiva nibbled on a vanilla tart, she couldn't help but marvel at her new life.
Suddenly, she was allowed to feast to her heart's content. For the first time since her childhood, she had a little flesh on her bones again, not to mention certain curves that had been barely discernible until recently. Tip had also blossomed since Zalindov, and its meager rations were behind them. His slender frame had grown stronger, and his face radiated more than ever. Kiva wondered how she had managed to survive all those years on so little food. But that no longer mattered. Zalindov was a thing of the past. One day she would hold Rook, the warden responsible for her father's death and countless other prisoners, accountable for his crimes. But that had to wait. Soon, Jaren repeated, as the last rays of sun vanished behind the horizon. Tip pushed himself up onto his knees, while Niari chewed her apple, vigilantly watching the surrounding roof pops. Kiva blinked against the fading light. She had no idea what she should be looking for, especially as it was now getting dark faster and faster. "Shall we?" Kiva fell silent as, all at once, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the scene below them, and simultaneously, an orchestra began to play, which must have been audible throughout the entire city. It was impossible to tell where the music came from, but the rainbow-colored lights originated from the Golden Palace Bridge. From there, they streamed directly into the waters of the Siren, making the water shimmering intoxicatingly. The crowd gave a thunderous applause that echoed in Kiva's ears even from a distance, transporting her straight back to Zalindov, back to the day she had agreed to take on her mother's punishment. Back then, the prisoners in the prison yard had also erupted in loud jeers. Kiva's palms grew damp. But unlike in Zalindov, the cheering here in the city didn't seem malicious, but joyful, and the general exuberance did the rest to ease the tightness in her chest. "Finally," Jaren said at Kiva's side, as the colorful light rays began to swirl. He had no idea of the mental battlefield Kiva was navigating at that moment, yet he was one of the few people who could understand her trauma. Kiva had heard him scream in his sleep often enough through the walls of the Winter Palace to know that he himself struggled with his memories. However, she had never spoken to him about it, never told him about her own nightmares, or about all the nights she lay awake, waiting for his agonizing screams to fade. Kiva pushed the dark thoughts aside and knelt beside Tip. Seconds later, a small boat appeared on the illuminated river, surrounded by the colorful rays. A single figure stood at the stern. She was dressed from head to toe in white, her face hidden beneath a hood that only revealed the edge of a golden mask. As the music swelled to a crescendo, the figure majestically raised her arms into the air. The light rays moved more and more frantically, and at the same time, the river water began to boil and foam. A whirlpool formed around the boat, which, however, remained completely motionless in the water. And then, "Wow!" Tip burst out, as suddenly a swan rose from the waves, 3 times the size of the boat, and entirely made of water. All the rainbow lights focused on the giant bird, which slowly floated upwards and flapped its water-dripping wings a few times. "There!" Tip cried, and Kiva refocused on the figure in the boat, who now circled her hands in time with the music and stretched them towards the water. This time, a group of dolphins shot forth from the water, also magically enlarged. Countless light rays swept across the water's surface as the animals surfaced and dived, only to leap up again shortly after, performing one acrobatic jump after another. When the figure in the boat next pointed to the waters of the Siren gathered into gigantic fountains that bloomed into yellow glowing sunflowers high in the air. "What does that mean?" Kiva whispered. "At the River Festival, we celebrate life," Jaren explained, as a massive oak tree now grew from the Siren. Birds with shimmering plumage flitted from branch to branch before joining the swan that still hovered high above the boat. A veil of water droplets descended over the river. For centuries, these performances served as a reminder to people that we should live our lives in harmony with the seasons and enjoy the joys of spring after and during winter. Nowadays, however, the focus is on celebration. The orchestral music swelled again, and Jaren had to raise his voice. There are 4 such festivals each year. In spring, the River Festival. In summer, the Flower Ball.
In autumn, the night of glowing coals, and in winter, the crystal winds. Each festival is themed around one of the 4 elemental forces: water in spring, earth in summer, fire in autumn, and air in winter. They are meant to give the people a taste of the magic with which we protect them. Kiva blinked down at the figure in the boat. That down there is the queen, isn't it? It had to be her. The king, who had married into the Valentis family, possessed no magical powers. Princess Miran's abilities encompassed wind and a little fire, while Prince Ordeal was known for his earth magic. Jaren was the only one who had influence over all 4 elements simultaneously, which was also why he had been named heir to the throne instead of his older sister. As far as the populace knew, however, he only possessed some wind and exceptionally strong fire magic, which would cause the crown to fall to him after Ariana's death. Very few people had any idea how powerful he truly was, and Kiva was among them. "Yes, that's my mother," Jaren confirmed. Nothing in his voice betrayed anything about his feelings towards the woman who had repeatedly abused him over the years and was addicted to a drug called angel's dust, another thing the public had no idea about. "Her powers are truly impressive," Kiva remarked hesitantly. Before Jaren could answer, a colossal serpent rose from the waters of the Siren. With its mouth wide open, it first swallowed the oak, then the sunflower field. Afterwards, it reared up to consume birds, dolphins, and a few prancing horses. When only the serpent itself remained, it began to circle the boat instead of the whirlpool. "I know it doesn't look like it, but essentially, these kinds of tricks don't require much energy. Mother might be a little tired at the end, but nothing more." He pointed to the water.
Now comes the finale. You'll like this. Kiva would have liked to ask more questions, but she refocused on the serpent, which now emerged from the river once more and glided through the air for a while like a wingless dragon. As the music reached a climax, Queen Ariana clapped her hands together, and the serpent exploded into millions of water droplets that hung in the sky like diamonds. Shortly thereafter, the entire river palace came to life, and Kiva let out another soft, "Oh." The lumium shone so brightly that she had to shield her eyes with one hand. The crowd erupted in even louder cheers than before. On the bank, people began lighting lotus-shaped lanterns and setting them on the water's surface, until first dozens, then hundreds, and finally thousands drifted leisurely across the river. "This is even more amazing than I imagined," Tip whispered, moved. The boy was not wrong. The rainbow-colored droplets in combination with the floating lanterns, all against the backdrop of the magnificently illuminated palace, Kiva had undoubtedly never seen anything more beautiful. Then the fireworks began. As the rockets exploded high above the palace, Tip let out a whoop, while Kiva flinched in surprise at the first bang. But the noise was almost drowned out by the still ongoing orchestral music and the cheers of the spectators. "And this goes on all weekend?" Kiva almost had to shout for Jaren to understand her. "The next 2 days will be a bit calmer," he replied, also at the top of his lungs. "It's more about art, culture, and community than dramatic effects." Dramatic was a pretty good description, Kiva thought. The festival had been a breathtaking spectacle from the very first second. The Queen's boat, however, had disappeared by now. Presumably, she had discreetly withdrawn to the palace to let her people celebrate undisturbed. Kiva thoroughly enjoyed the celestial magic and, along with Tip, let out soft sounds of wonder. Only after the last spark had faded did the water droplets hanging in the air trickle back into the serene, and the palace lighting gradually dimmed again. Only the lotus lanterns continued to illuminate the river. As soon as the orchestra fell silent after the grand fireworks finale, street musicians took over the entertainment program with their cheerful songs. "We should go," Naari said, brushing a few crumbs from her leather uniform as she stood up, a uniform that barely differed from the one she had worn in Zalindov. "So we're back in the palace before it gets too wild down there. I'd rather not have to answer to the king and queen because their son and his friends got into a street brawl." "A street fight? I'd love to see that," Tip cried, jumping up as well. Naari put an arm around his shoulders. "Another time, little one." Tip made a disappointed face, but immediately brightened again. "Ordeal will be so jealous," he gushed. I can't wait to tell him how it all looked from up here." "Where is Ordeal anyway?" Kiva asked. Since Tip and the lively young prince had met 2 days ago, they had barely left each other's side. Where one was, the other was never far, at least until tonight. "The royal family traditionally watches the opening from the palace," Naari explained, before adding with a glance at Jaren, "altogether." Kiva also turned to the prince. "If you're going to sneak off, it should be worth it, right?" But after she herself had spent 6 weeks in the Winter Palace and traveling with his haughty sister Mirren and his reckless cousin Kalden, she could hardly blame him. "It wasn't the first time, and certainly not the last," Jaren replied, with a grin that was anything but remorseful. "What do you think? How did I stumble upon this spot up here? I've been coming here for years." Naari mumbled something incomprehensible to herself and finally commanded firmly, "All right, pack everything up. Let's go." Since the official part of the evening was over anyway, no one objected. Tip helped put the remains of the picnic back into the basket, repeatedly putting a piece of pretzel or cheese into his mouth as if he feared he would never get anything to eat again. Kiva could understand this all too well. She wondered how long it would take for this fear to subside, for her as well as for Tip. A gust of wind made Kiva shiver, and she rubbed her arms. Immediately, Jaren took off his jacket to place it around her shoulders. As Kiva slipped into it, warmth spread within her, and the comforting scent of forest floor, sea salt, morning dew, and chimney smoke rose to her nose. Earth, air, water, and fire. Jaren's scent. "Thank you," she whispered, resolutely turning her gaze away from his muscular chest, over which his shirt stretched alluringly. "Always for you," Jaren said, and winked at her. Then he bent down to gather the last things, which only made his proportions appear more effective in the moonlight. His body was so... ahem. Naari made a stern face, but her amber eyes sparkled with amusement. Kiva tried to banish the blush from her cheeks as she folded the blanket and handed it to Jaren. He had already taken the much too heavy basket from Tip. "Done," he said to Naari, who didn't seem to find anything improper about the crown prince being loaded like a pack mule. Presumably, she was simply used to Jaren not always acting as befit his status. The Z-shaped scar on the back of his hand also bore witness to this. It was the best proof that the prince fully dedicated himself to the service of his people and endured all sorts of hardships so that the people could live in safety. Again, Kiva felt a pang of guilt, but she suppressed it and followed Naari across the roof. This time, however, they passed the door and continued to a second staircase that led directly down to the street. Kiva turned to Jaren, questioning. Why hadn't he brought her up this much safer way? But the prince deliberately avoided her gaze. "How about you just trust me?" Kiva almost snorted. Jaren had merely wanted to show her that she was safe with him, always, as if she hadn't known that already. "Come on, hurry up." Naari pulled her out of her treacherous thoughts and herded Kiva and the others down the alley. An ominous tension hung in the air, almost as if they were being watched. Kiva's worries, however, vanished as they approached the waterfront street again with all its lights and the festive noise that grew louder with every step. The masses of people dancing shoulder to shoulder, laughing and singing to the music made Naari curse. Although the mood was cheerful and exuberant, the people blocked the entire street up to the palace gates. "I don't like this at all." Naari bit her lip. Kiva could barely understand a word. "But that won't change until dawn," Jaren remarked, whereupon Naari's expression darkened even further. "Of course, we could just stay here that long if you prefer." Faced with Naari's gaze, he quickly shut his mouth. "I'll clear a path for us. The 3 of you stay right behind me," Naari commanded, a hand on her sword hilt as if ready to strike down anyone who got in their way. "Don't stop, don't look around, just head straight for the gate." She waited briefly until her words reached Tip, who was staring into the commotion with wide, dreamy eyes. When he finally understood what Naari wanted from him, he reluctantly mumbled his agreement. Naari went ahead and was immediately swallowed by the crowd. Kiva gave Tip a shove so he wouldn't lose connection, while Jaren in turn pushed her in front of her to form the rear, which Naari certainly wouldn't have approved of. But Jaren's earlier assessment seemed correct. Apparently, no one here particularly cared that the crown prince was among them. For the festival goers, they were simply 4 normal citizens who wanted to pass.
Halfway to the palace gate, different music suddenly started, and a wave of excitement surged through the crowd.
Stomping feet and jumping, sweating bodies made the ground tremble. Above the noise, Kiva could hear nothing at all, and she could barely make out Nari in front of them. Jaren had eventually dropped the picnic basket and blanket to protect Kiva with both hands, just as she did for Tip. The crush became increasingly suffocating, and panic seized Kiva when a drunk person roughly pushed her aside. Tip's hand was torn from hers, and Kiva stumbled. Only thanks to Jaren, who clutched her waist, could she stay on her feet. Together, they staggered into a group of dancers who were too caught up in the festive frenzy to even notice. Kiva immediately made sure that Nari was still in sight. Tip, however, was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the crush was forgotten, and Kiva desperately screamed his name. Jaren beside her did the same. With combined efforts, they fought their way forward until they finally spotted Tip. The boy had been knocked to the ground and couldn't get up on his own. "They'll trample him to death!" Kiva screamed, her heart clenched. Even before she finished the sentence, Jaren had already rushed past her and made his way to Tip. He reached him at the same moment as Nari, and together the two pulled the boy to his feet. Just as Kiva wanted to catch up with her friends, she was bumped from behind, and a hand grabbed her arm. She tried unsuccessfully to twist free from the grip, but was pulled backward. In the tangle of bodies, she couldn't recognize her attacker. Suddenly, a completely different kind of panic shot through her. A little ahead of her, Jaren and Nari were examining Tip for injuries, who seemed unharmed, and relief briefly surged through her. But then she was pulled backward with another jerk and collided with a hard body. Kiva thrashed, wanted to scream, but someone pressed a piece of cloth over her mouth and nose. The penetrating smell of white hellebore and tamidrin brought tears to her eyes. She suspected that the next breath would rob her of consciousness. Therefore, she held her breath, resisted with all her might, and prayed that Jaren and Nari would turn to her. The attacker behind her cursed when he realized she wouldn't give up without a fight. The piece of cloth disappeared from her face. Kiva briefly hoped that the man had decided she wasn't worth the effort. In the next moment, however, a sharp pain made her see stars, and she collapsed in the man's arms. Then everything went black around her. "I had no other choice." "Have you gone mad? Look at her face, how it's disfigured. The general will rip your head off for this." Foot shuffling sounded, followed by a murmured, "The commander said we should bring her here alone at all costs." A nervous laugh. "Well, good luck with that excuse." Very slowly, Kiva opened her eyes. Immediately, her temple throbbed, and she suppressed a groan. When she tried to move, she found that she was tied to a chair in the middle of a shabby chamber. Ropes cut into her wrists and ankles, and a gag prevented her from speaking. An open door revealed a brightly lit hallway and the shadows of the two guards whose voices had woken her. Carefully, Kiva braced herself against the restraints, which only irritated her sore skin further and moreover gave her a few splinters from the chair. So, escape would not be easy for her. Not without help. She had only been in Valenia for 2 days, far too short a time to make enemies, let alone ones who were under the command of a female commander. On the other hand, if someone had seen her with Jaren, after all, he was the heir to the throne of the most powerful kingdom in all of Wenderil, and presumably had enemies in all territories of the continent. If any rival monarch was intent on harming him, it would only be logical for them to target the people close to Jaren. Kiva swallowed, but comforted herself with the thought that Jaren and Nari would come to her aid sooner or later. Once they had brought Tip to the palace, they would turn the entire city upside down to find Kiva. She just had to buy them the necessary time. Them and herself. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, and Kiva froze, her gaze fixed on the door. "Do you have her?" a female voice sounded. One of the guards replied, too softly for Kiva to understand anything, but definitely too long for a simple yes or no. "You're right, he won't be thrilled," the woman replied with a sigh. "But leave him to me. He's already on his way here." 1,000 questions raced through Kiva's mind, but in the next moment they were swept away as a young woman appeared in the doorway. "Uriga," Kiva mumbled into her gag, distorting the word, the name, beyond recognition. But that didn't change the fact. Zulika Meriden, Zulika Quarantine, had just entered the chamber.
With her dark braided hair and eyes that resembled liquid gold mixed with honey, like her father's, as well as her moon-pale skin, she still resembled the 11-year-old girl Kiva had known. But Zulika was no longer the innocent child of then. Today, 10 years later, she radiated an unmistakable hardness. Her angular features seemed stern, and her hands rested on the weapons at her belt. Her posture was relaxed and threatening at the same time. The latter impression intensified as she twisted her face into a grim smile. "Hello, little sister." Kiva could only stare at her, not sure if she would have been able to answer even if the gag hadn't prevented her. Zulika stepped towards her and freed her mouth from the piece of cloth. "I hear you didn't make it easy for Boren." She clicked her tongue disapprovingly. "He was merely following orders. We've been watching you since you arrived in the city 2 days ago, but catching you wasn't so easy." "That Boren could have just asked nicely," Kiva retorted in a rough voice. Zulika snorted in amusement, but Kiva felt no inclination to laugh. Instead, she waited in silence. "Won't you perhaps untie me?" she urged then, when her sister didn't stir. "Soon," Zulika replied, drumming her fingers on her thighs. "First, I have a few questions for you." She paused meaningfully. "It seems you've found some rather powerful friends." Kiva's blood ran cold. 10 years. For 10 years she had been imprisoned in that freaking prison. Her parents had died there, and Kiva had endured hellish torments before finally managing to escape. And the first thing her sister thought of after all that was an interrogation? Kiva took a deep breath and tried to put herself in Zulika's shoes. Perhaps in her place she would have been just as keen to test Kiva's loyalty. Nevertheless, the disappointment stung. "We have our spies, you know," Zulika continued in a casual tone when Kiva didn't reply. "They've followed you from your escape from Zalindov all the way here. Your message reached us weeks before your arrival. I'm on my way to Valenya. Time for us to reclaim our kingdom." That was your message. Your declared will to take back what rightfully belongs to our family. Written with your own blood. Zulika was mistaken. It hadn't been Kiva's own blood. And the message had contained another sentence. "Mother is dead." Zulika hadn't even mentioned that first line. Had her spies, her rebels, not informed her of Tilda's death? Or did she simply not care? "I must say, you've been quite diligent," Zulika tilted her head. "First, you survived the elemental trial, which is considered impossible. Then you escaped from Zalindov, which is considered equally impossible. And incidentally, you also ingratiated yourself so much with our crown prince that he invited you to live with him and his family in the noble river palace." She grinned. "For that, you really have to be hardened. I take my hat off to your manipulative skill. And your acting talent." A burning began inside Kiva, growing stronger with every word from Zulika's mouth. Determined, she fought the feeling down, trying not to think about what had caused it.
"Unless, of course," Zulika added thoughtfully, "you didn't have to pretend at all." Kiva straightened up and returned her sister's challenging gaze. "He's supposed to be quite handsome," Zulika continued, flicking her fingers against Kiva's sleeve, a clear sign that she was aware of whose jacket her sister was wearing. "Prince Deverick. But you don't call him that, do you? Those close to him call him by his second name, Jaren. Isn't that right?" "What exactly are you accusing me of?" Kiva asked bluntly. With feigned innocence, Zulika pressed a hand to her heart. "Nothing at all, little sister. I'm merely trying to find out what your priorities are." "My priorities haven't changed," Kiva replied firmly. "Our family remains my top priority, as always." After everything she had endured, she couldn't believe her sister would even question that. "Time for us to reclaim our kingdom," Zulika quoted Kiva's message once more, before adding with a cunning, truly malicious expression, "You must excuse me, but the question inevitably arises as to how you intend to accomplish that if you are so closely tied to the prince." The burning in Kiva's chest suddenly spread to her face, though not from shame.
"I have no idea where you get your information," she retorted coolly, "but perhaps you should have a serious word with your spies so they stop twisting the facts." Zulika raised her dark eyebrows. "So you deny?" "That I'm not denying anything," Kiva interrupted furiously. "Because there shouldn't be any need to. I am your sister. That alone should be reason enough for you to trust me." "I trust no one," Zulika countered, "especially not someone who could just as well have been dead for the last 10 years. Kiva's head snapped back as if Zulika had slapped her. For the first time, her sister's features softened a little, and she opened her mouth as if to apologize. But before Zulika could say anything, footsteps sounded in the hallway again. Then a man's voice. "Where is she?" One of the guards stammered a reply, and a few seconds later a young man burst into the doorway. When his gaze fell on Kiva, he stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes were emerald green, just like hers, and those of their deceased mother. "Kiva," her brother Terrell breathed. It sounded like a prayer. Her throat tightened too. "Hello, Tor," Kiva whispered. He took another step towards her, but then his eyes narrowed as he noticed the restraints, the gag, and her left temple. The latter must have been adorned with a huge bruise, judging by how it felt. "What the heck does this mean?" Terrell growled, turning to Zulika with such a furious expression that Kiva shuddered. "Calm down, brother," Zulika said. "Kiva and I were just getting reacquainted." Tor's expression darkened further, and he gritted his teeth as if suppressing a devastating retort. Then he drew a dagger from his belt, knelt before Kiva, and began to cut through the restraints. As soon as Kiva was free, he pulled her to her feet and directly into his arms. "Kiva," he murmured again, holding her so tightly that she almost ran out of breath. But Kiva didn't complain. Instead, she returned his embrace with the same fervor and blinked away a few tears. This was how she had imagined the reunion with her siblings. This was how she had wished for it. Terrell, the second oldest of her siblings, had been barely 10 years old when Kiva last saw him, a scrawny little boy with perpetually scraped knees. But nothing of that child was recognizable in the tall young man before her. His black hair and bright eyes from back then were now complemented by deeply tanned skin, broad shoulders, and a sculpted body that suggested years of discipline. His entire appearance, from his dark clothes to the sheer amount of weapons that would surely make even Naari pale with envy, was that of a fighter, a warrior, which told Kiva that he, like Zulika, had changed a great deal in the last 10 years. "By the gods, Kiva, I've missed you," Tor murmured, wiping away her tears before placing a hand under her chin to inspect the bruise on her face. His attractive features hardened. "Who did this to you?" he asked, dangerously softly. "Oh, just a little bump," Zulika waved off, before Kiva could answer. "There were complications when the men had to separate her from her friends, and with the crowd out there, things probably got a little out of hand, but she's fine, you can see that." As much as Kiva wished the brutal Boran would be held accountable, she felt it was wiser to appease her brother at that moment. So she placed a hand over his, which now cupped her unblemished cheek, and said, "It's all right, I've been through worse." Which, however, was apparently exactly the wrong answer, for Tor's eyes darkened as he realized where and why she had been subjected to so much pain. His Adam's apple bobbed, and suddenly his anger seemed to vanish. "I almost made it," he whispered, barely audible. Kiva could read his torment on his face, and could only utter a confused, "What?" "We were so close," Tor continued. His gaze was vacant, as if his thoughts were miles away. "I had my best soldiers with me, and we would have done anything to free Mother and you." Kiva gasped as she understood. "We hid in the mountains and faked an attack on the prison to make the warden double the guard posts," Tor continued. "But that was just a feint to distract him from our real plan. Kiva remembered that. The evening before her second trial, she had been in the refectory and overheard a group of prisoners talking about a failed rescue attempt by the rebels. But apparently, the attempt hadn't failed at all. It had merely been a diversion. "We were perfectly prepared," Tor said, his voice now completely hollow. "Everything was ready for the attack, but then I gave the order to abort the mission," Zulika interjected. After a scrutinizing look at Kiva, she seemed to make a decision, for she nodded curtly. When she spoke again shortly after, she sounded much more sincere than before. "Although Tor, as a general, has the same authority as I do, since Mother appointed me as her deputy commander before her departure for Zalindov, it wouldn't have been a good idea for us to rebel against each other. That's why Tor had no choice but to retreat, even if he wasn't happy about it." Judging by Tor's expression, that was a massive understatement. "Did you just say Mother's departure for Zalindov?" This phrasing sounded as if Tilda had voluntarily gone into captivity, leaving a strange taste in Kiva's mouth. Wasn't she captured in Mir Raven? Before either of them could answer, 3 loud knocks sounded above their heads. Dust and plaster crumbs trickled down from the ceiling. "We're out of time," Zulika said, brushing the white crumbs from her clothes. "It seems your new friends are better at tracking than I gave them credit for." Kiva ignored her dismissive tone and the warmth that filled her at the thought of Jaren and Naari. At least these two hadn't let 10 years pass before attempting a rescue. "You have to tell me," Kiva insisted, her voice slightly trembling. "Is Mother—" "There's quite a bit I need to tell you," Zulika replied, and though she sounded mocking, her expression remained serious. "But not now." Tor sighed and gave Kiva's shoulder an encouraging squeeze. "Zuli is right. I've heard what circles you're moving in lately. We should get out of here before any of them show up." Kiva braced herself for more accusations of the same kind Zulika had already voiced, but Torel merely grinned. "Clever move, befriending the Crown Prince and his golden shield. I can't imagine a more effective way to get confidential information." His gaze spoke of recognition, but Kiva also saw something else in it, something she couldn't interpret. It wasn't an accusation, no distrust, or any other emotion that had sparked from Zulika's eyes. Yet it made her uneasy. It was almost as if she were looking into a mirror.
Before she could ponder it further, Terrell blinked, and the expression was gone again. Again, the 3 knocks sounded above them, and a few seconds later, another. "We have to go," Zulika said, pointing at Kiva. "Sit back down." Kiva looked at the chair and then back at her sister. "What?" Zulika picked up the remnants of the restraints Terrell had cut and let out a soft whistle. One of the guards entered the room, took them from her, and handed her a bundle of intact ropes before disappearing again. "Sit back down," Zulika repeated. "You were kidnapped, remember? Pull yourself together and play your part." Kiva didn't know what to say. She had actually planned to travel to Oak Hollow the next day to search for her siblings there. Now, suddenly, that was no longer necessary. Zulika and Terrell stood before her. Finally, all 3 of them were reunited. She had countless questions, so much she wanted to discuss with them, but she only stammered confusedly. "Aren't you taking me with you?" Zulika snorted. "How are you going to spy on the prince if you're sitting with us in the rebel camp?" Kiva froze. With raised eyebrows, Zulika continued. "Don't tell me you're surprised by this. We already have spies in the palace, but Jaren, is even more suspicious than I am. There are things he doesn't even share with the royal council or his family. At least that's what my sources claim. But perhaps he trusts you. You can get closer to him than any of us. You can find out what he's planning, what weaknesses he has. You can get him to reveal his secrets to you." She paused briefly and finally concluded. "And we can use that to our advantage." Carefully keeping her features under control, Kiva said nothing. Zulika was right. Jaren trusted her, and because of that, she already knew some of his biggest secrets. But something held her back from telling her siblings about them. Now just wasn't the right moment, she told herself. She almost managed to convince herself. "I reluctantly admit it, but on that point, I completely agree with Zulika," Terrell said. You have to stay here. It's safest for you to let them believe you were kidnapped." His gaze wandered to the bruise on her temple, then over the abrasions on her wrists. He pressed his lips together. She would have no great difficulty convincingly assuring her rescuers that she was not here voluntarily. Unlike Zulika, however, Tor said nothing further about her mission as a spy, nor did he hint that she was only as valuable to the rebels as the information she provided them. Instead, he quickly embraced her once more and whispered, "We'll see each other again soon, I promise." After he had released her, he pulled something from his coat pocket that looked like a silver mask. But before Kiva could make out more, he turned to Zulika. "I'll make sure we get out of here safely. You take care of Kiva, but more gently this time, then we'll meet outside. And hurry." Zulika nodded, and after Terrell had assured Kiva one last time that he would keep his promise, he disappeared. "Sit down," Zulika commanded, and Kiva now obeyed. Zulika quickly bound her with the new ropes and tied the gag back over her mouth. Above them, the knocking sounded again, so emphatically that even Kiva understood her sister had to hurry if she didn't want to be caught. "Tor doesn't know about this, but I've ordered a few of our people to stay behind and get into a little brawl with your friends," Zulika explained. Then she tilted her head. "I'm really sorry. I know he asked me to be gentle, but this has to look real after all." Kiva blinked in confusion, but then her eyes widened in alarm the next moment as her sister drew her dagger and, without warning, slammed the hilt against Kiva's already badly bruised temple. Pain flared, and darkness enveloped her once more. Heavy footsteps and the clang of metal on metal reached Kiva's ears as she slowly regained consciousness. She let out a soft whimper. Her sister's parting gift had left a feeling as if a blade was boring directly from her temple into her brain. She felt nauseous, and the grimy chamber began to spin around her. Only when another crash sounded outside the door and someone burst in did her grogginess subside a little. "By the gods, Apple Cheeks, they really did a number on you." Relief and disappointment simultaneously flooded Kiva at the sight of Prince Kaldan, Jaren's cousin. I know. Als sich vorbeugte, ihre Fesseln zu lösen, brachte das Licht sein goldenes Haar zum Schimmern und seine breiten Schultern warfen kantige Schatten auf den Boden. "Du bist entzückt, mich zu sehen, völlig hingerissen. Es gibt niemanden, den du jetzt lieber an meiner Stelle hier hättest. Ehrlich, Sonnenschein, du musst wirklich mal lernen, deine Begeisterung zu zügeln, ist ja kaum auszuhalten." Sobald der letzte Strick zu Boden gefallen war und Kaldon sie vom Knebel befreit hatte, stöhnte Kiva auf. Dann, bevor sie auch nur ein Wort der Warnung herausbrachte, lehnte sie sich zur Seite und übergab sich auf den schäbigen Teppich. Kaldon rettete sich mit einem gemurmelten Ausruf aus der Gefahrenzone, um sich Kiva kurz darauf von der Seite zu nähern und ihr das Haar aus dem Gesicht zu halten. Ich muss schon sagen, normalerweise bin ich etwas andere Reaktionen gewohnt. Aber keine Sorge, ich nehm's nicht persönlich. "Tut mir leid", krächzte Kiva und wischte sich den Mund ab. Sie betastete ihren Kopf. Ihre linke Schläfe war heiß, geschwollen und pochte. "Du kannst ja nichts dafür", entgegnete Kaldon, der nun wieder vor sie trat. "Prächtiges Veilchen hast du dir da eingefangen, betont deine wunderschönen Augen." Kiva stöhnte erneut. "Hör auf mit dem Geplänkel, sonst wird mir gleich wieder schlecht." Kaldon hob kapitulierend die Arme, und da Kiva endlich wieder einigermaßen klar sehen konnte, erkannte sie, dass seine Kleidung voller Blut war. "Bist du verletzt?" fragte sie und musterte ihn genauer. Kaldon schnaubte. "So ein paar lausige Rebellen können mir doch nichts anhaben." Auf ein Geräusch hin, das vom Flur zu ihnen drang, wandte er den Kopf und lauschte einen Moment, bevor er fortfuhr. "Aber es klingt, als wäre Verstärkung im Anmarsch. Komm, du Jungfrau in Nöten, wir sollten lieber zusehen, dass wir Land gewinnen." Kiva hatte zu große Schmerzen, um an seiner Bemerkung Anstoß zu nehmen. Kommentarlos ließ sie zu, dass Kaldon ihr auf die Beine hilft und sie so lange behutsam stützte, bis sie aus eigener Kraft stehen konnte. "Alles in Ordnung, Sonnenschein?" fragte er und benutzte abermals den Kosenamen, den er sich während ihrer gemeinsamen Zeit im Winterpalast angewöhnt hatte. Eine Anspielung auf ihr alles andere als sonniges Gemüt, so seine Erklärung. "Geht schon", antwortete sie. Mittlerweile hatte sie es aufgegeben, ihm den Namen ausreden zu wollen, zumal Kaldon ihr großzügig angeboten hatte, sie stattdessen Knastvogel zu nennen. Auf diesen Vorschlag hin hatte sie ihm ein Zierkissen ins lachende Gesicht geschleudert, und zwar mit Wucht. Als ihr der Hintergrund ihres zweiten Kosenamens, Apfelbäckchens, zu Ohren gekommen war, hatte sie etwas wesentlich Schwereres nach ihm geworfen.
Ich würde ja gerne sagen, dass wir uns ruhig Zeit lassen können, aber ich habe die Erfahrung gemacht, dass es meistens keine gute Idee ist, hübsche Frauen anzulügen. Kaldon schlang den Arm um sie und busierte sie Richtung Tür, ohne dabei die Hand vom Griff seines blutverschmierten Schwerts zu nehmen. »Du musst schleunigst zurück in den Palast, damit die anderen wissen, dass du in Sicherheit bist.« »Wo sind die eigentlich?« fragte Kiva und blinzelte, als sie den grell erleuchteten Flur betraten. »Wir mussten uns aufteilen«, erklärte Kaldon, während er mit einem Fuß einen reglos am Boden liegenden Mann aus dem Weg schob. Offenbar hatte Kaldon ihn ausschalten müssen. Hastig sah Kiva weg.
Zum einen, weil der Anblick grausige Erinnerungen an den Gefangenenaufstand in Zalindov in ihr weckte, zum anderen, weil der Tote einer der Männer sein musste, denen Zuleka befohlen hatte, hier zu bleiben und zu kämpfen. Er hatte sein Leben für die Rebellen gegeben, für ihre Familie. »Deine Entführer sind ziemlich clever vorgegangen«, fuhr Kaldon fort, »haben ein paar falsche Fährten gelegt. Darum hat es eine Weile gedauert, bis wir dahinter gekommen sind, in welche Richtung sie dich verschleppt haben. Und das Flussfest-Chaos hat es natürlich auch nicht besser gemacht. Yaren und Nari haben sich den Osten der Stadt vorgenommen, Hauptmann Veris und seine Soldaten sind in den Norden und Süden ausgeschwärmt, und mir haben sie den Westen überlassen.« Er grinste großspurig. »Ich war schon immer der Beste im Fährtenlesen. Nichts zu danken übrigens. Noch sind wir ja nicht in Sicherheit«, merkte Kiva an, ehe ihr Zulekas Auftrag wieder einfiel. »Außerdem würde ich wirklich gern wissen, warum sie mich überhaupt entführt haben.« »Hat niemand was gesagt?« fragte Kaldon erstaunt, während er Kiva in einen großen Raum mit hoher Decke schob, der einst als Küche gedient haben mochte. »Ich bin erst ein paar Sekunden vor deiner Ankunft aufgewacht«, erklärte Kiva, was zwar nicht gelogen war, aber auch nicht ganz der Wahrheit entsprach. Ein weiteres Mal besann sie sich auf ihre Rolle. »Du hast vorhin die Rebellen erwähnt, was könnten die denn von mir wollen?« Kaldons kobaltblaue Augen blitzten auf, und er schob das Kinn vor. Dann aber wurde seine Miene wieder entspannter. »Da bin ich genauso ratlos wie du, Apfelbäckchen.« Er stupste ihr die Nase. »Aber eins weiß ich ganz sicher, du bist ein verlockender Köder für einen viel dickeren Fisch.« Kiva wollte ihm einen Klaps auf die Finger geben, doch Kaldons Hand war bereits zurück zu seinem Schwert geschnellt und er blieb abrupt stehen. Seine Augen wurden schmal, während er zu der Tür am anderen Ende der Küche hinübersah, sein Blick fixiert auf etwas, das sich Kivas Wahrnehmung entzog. »Was?« Kaldon hielt ihr blitzschnell den Mund zu und schob sie hinter eine Bank in der Mitte des verwahrlosten Raums. »Psst«, zischte er und drückte sie in die Hocke. »Wir kriegen Gesellschaft.« Zuleka hatte erwähnt, ein paar ihrer Leute zurückzulassen, und Kiva war davon ausgegangen, dass Kaldon sich bereits um alle gekümmert hatte. Wie viele mussten denn noch kämpfen und sterben, um diese Farce aufrechtzuerhalten? »Sieht aus, als wäre unsere Glückssträhne zu Ende«, raunte Kaldon. Er zückte ein zweites Schwert für sich selbst und anschließend einen scharfen Dolch, den er Kiva hinhielt. »Kannst du mit sowas umgehen?« Kiva nahm die Waffe unsicher zwischen Daumen und Zeigefinger. Vielleicht?« Kaldon murmelte etwas vor sich hin, das stark nach »mein Glück mal wieder« klang. »Ob du es glaubst oder nicht«, verteidigte sich Kiva, »aber bewaffneten Kampf haben sie uns im Gefängnis tatsächlich nicht beigebracht.« Der Prinz grinste, ehe ein Geräusch aus dem Nebenzimmer seine Miene wieder ungewohnt ernst werden ließ. Er packte Kivas Hand, schloss ihre Finger um den Dolchgriff und flüsterte, »Wenn es zu brenzlig wird, hau ab und versteck dich, ich komme dann später nach. Und setz das Ding hier nur ein, wenn es unbedingt nötig ist. Egal was du machst, verletz dich bloß nicht selbst damit, sonst bekomm ich's mit Yaren zu tun.« Nach kurzem Nachdenken fügte er hinzu, »und mich bitte auch nicht, wenn's geht.« Kiva zog die Augenbrauen in die Höhe und sparte sich einen Kommentar darüber, dass sie, wenn es nach ihr ginge, niemanden verletzen würde. »Klingt, als wären da drüben 5, 6 Leute, vielleicht auch mehr«, redete Kaldon weiter und lauschte abermals nach Geräuschen, die Kiva nicht hörte. »Gibt es keinen anderen Weg nach draußen?« fragte sie. »Am Hinterausgang warten sie vermutlich auch«, entgegnete Kaldon. »Durch das Zimmer da gelangt man direkt zur Vordertür, also wäre das der leichteste Weg.« Er zerzauste ihr liebevoll das Haar. »Keine Sorge, Sonnenschein, gegen ein halbes Dutzend komme ich locker an. Dir passiert schon nichts.« Kaldon mochte ein unverbesserlicher Schwerennöter sein, aber Kiva hatte im Laufe der vergangenen 6 Wochen die Erfahrung gemacht, dass er keineswegs der verwöhnte Höfling war, für den man ihn halten konnte. Auch wenn er, aus Gründen, die sie noch nicht ganz durchschaut hatte, alles dafür tat, um genau diesen Eindruck zu vermitteln. Dabei trug er seine Waffen nicht zur Zier. Im Interpalast hatte Kiva ihn mehrmals bei Übungskämpfen mit Yaren beobachtet, und beiden mangelte es weder an Schnelligkeit noch an Kraft und Geschick.
Wenn Kaldon sagte, dass ihr nichts passieren würde, dann glaubte sie ihm. Allerdings machte sie sich um ihr eigenes Leben ohnehin keine großen Sorgen. Die Gegner, die er aus dem Weg räumen würde, waren schließlich Rebellen, die nur dafür herhalten mussten, dass Kivas Tarnung gewahrt blieb. »Komm bloß nicht auf die Idee, nochmal zu kotzen«, meinte Kaldon und stemmte sich hoch auf die Füße, beide Schwerter fest in den Händen. »Wenn ich vorausgehe, bin ich direkt in der Spucklinie. Und dann kann ich die Jacke wegwerfen.« Da das maßgeschneiderte grüne Kleidungsstück bereits voller Blutflecken war, die silbernen Zierborten rostrot verkrustet, ahnte Kiva, dass er nur scherzte, um sie zu beruhigen. Während sie Kaldon folgte, versuchte sie, sich für das zu wappnen, was sie im Nebenzimmer erwartete. Doch ehe sie die Tür erreichten, stürmte die Gruppe von Rebellen bereits unter lautem Geschrei die Küche. Kaldon schubste Kiva mit einem gemurmelten Ausruf zurück und begann dann mit beiden Schwertern gleichzeitig die Angreifer abzuwehren. Der Kampf stand in krassem Gegensatz zu seinen Trainingseinheiten mit Jahren, die geradezu elegant angemutet hatten, eine vollendete Abfolge flinker, routinierter Schläge. Dieses Aufeinandertreffen dagegen wirkte grob und chaotisch, geprägt von hitzigem Zorn auf Seiten der Rebellen und der kühlen Berechnung des Kriegerprinzen. Der erste Rebell ging zu Boden, bevor Kiva auch nur ganz die Balance wiedergefunden hatte. Der zweite folgte, ehe sie überflüssigerweise ihren Dolch heben konnte. Sie war Heilerin, ihre Aufgabe war es nicht, Menschen zu verletzen, sondern sie gesund zu pflegen. Allerdings war Kiva sich nicht mehr so sicher, wie viel Zuleka ihren Soldaten anvertraut hatte. Ob sie wirklich wussten, dass Kiva eine der ihren war, oder ob sie nicht doch für eine Feindin hielten. Kaldon erledigte mit Leichtigkeit einen dritten, dann einen vierten Gegner. His swords hissed through the air so fast that they blurred before Kivas eyes. At the same time, he parried attacks again and again or ducked away from them. Soon 5 more rebels ran into the room, 3 of whom rushed directly at the prince. The remaining 2, however, avoided the melee and headed straight for Kiva. Kiva stepped back, clutching her dagger so tightly that her fingers hurt. The men moved towards her like 2 predators. They repeatedly licked their lips and exchanged meaningful glances. »We are definitely going to make this difficult for you«, sagte der eine vorne, dessen Akzent er ahnte, er kam aus Miraven. Although Kiva had heard that the rebels recruited allies outside Evalon, she was surprised to see proof of it now. »Don't worry, dear, you'll surely regret this.« Als sie die Gier in den Männern augen konnte, die schiere Antizipation an ihrer Hilflosigkeit, wurde Kiva übel. Der Dolch in ihrer Hand begann zu zittern, aber sie ließ ihn nicht fallen. Sie glanzte auf Kaldon hin und sah, dass er noch beschäftigt war mit 2 Gegnern. Diese 2 aber schienen mehr kampferfahrener, als die bereits auf dem dreckigen Boden lagen. Dies hielt nicht Kaldon davon ab und zu Kiva zurückzuschlagen. »Was wartest du noch?«, schrie er, als er die Männer auf Kiva anlaufen sah. Auf demselben Augenblicke entrichtete er einen Kopfstoß, der ausgerutscht fast sicher seinen Schädel aufgerissen hatte. »Renn!« Das Kommando löste Kiva aus ihrem Starrentum, endlich wirrte sie und floh die Küche.
Searching for a hiding place, she ran down the hallway, the pounding of 2 pairs of feet behind her. The pain in her temple gave way to the panicked realization that she wouldn't be able to defend herself, especially not against 2 such strong men. And as long as Kaldon was nearby, she couldn't let them know who she was. But if the 2 of them caught her? There, an open door halfway down. Kiva ran through and entered a dark room, lit only by the silver moonlight streaming through the grimy window. Since she found no other exit, she slammed the door shut behind her, slid the bolt, and prayed it would hold. Shortly after, the door was rattled from the outside, and a heavy thud sounded as one of the men threw himself against it. The door hinges groaned. "Do you really think you'll get rid of us like that, dear?" The next attempt was aggressive enough to cause a thin crack in the rotten wood. Kiva sprang forward and braced herself with all her weight against the door. Her heart hammered, and she gripped the dagger even tighter as she realized it could only be seconds until the wood gave way. The next thud was the loudest yet. It was followed by a muffled exclamation and a crash that made the walls shake. Kiva knew there was no escape. She wouldn't be able to reveal to the men in time that she was one of them, and even if she did, it didn't mean they would believe her. She had no other choice. She had to fight. A boot broke through the door, splintering the wood around the bolt, before another kick sent Kiva flying backward.
She allowed herself no second of hesitation, but instead, with a loud roar, blindly lunged at the dark figure before her and stabbed it with her dagger. Nausea welled up in her as she felt the blade sink into flesh. "Very, Kiva, what's that for?" In the next moment, the weapon was snatched from her, and Kiva herself was roughly dragged out into the brighter hallway, where she faced a furious Kaldan, clutching his bleeding shoulder. "I told you not to hurt me," he snapped at her. "Was that too much to ask?" "Kaldan," Kiva gasped, instinctively reaching for his wound. "I'm sorry, Then she took a sharp breath and hastily clasped her hands behind her back. No, no, no! Her eyes must have played a trick on her. Perhaps it was the adrenaline rush making her hallucinate, or her head injury. Or had a faint golden light actually streamed from her fingertips just now? The golden light of her healing magic. A magic that no one was supposed to know Kiva possessed, especially not a Valentis prince. She clenched her hands into fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her skin. When she finally dared to look up at Kaldan, a sigh of relief escaped her. He was merely inspecting his wound with a grim expression, and nothing indicated that he had noticed anything unusual. "Are you all right?" she inquired hesitantly. Kaldan's cobalt blue eyes bored into hers. "Like this," he pointed to his shoulder, "you certainly won't make any friends. And the ones you already have, you'll lose pretty quickly this way, too." "I'm sorry," Kiva repeated meekly. She kept her hands carefully hidden behind her back, no matter how much her healer's instinct urged her to examine the wound. "I thought you were—" "I know what you thought," Kaldan cut her off, gesturing with his chin at the two men on the floor. However, when he saw how pale Kiva became, he sighed, visibly composed himself, and extended a hand to her. "Come on, we need to get you out of here." Kiva stared at him, and again her chest tightened with fear. Kaldan, misunderstanding her reaction, nodded encouragingly. "The danger is over, I promise." Hesitantly, Kiva opened her fists and quietly breathed a sigh of relief again when no trace of gold was visible. Perhaps it had indeed just been her imagination. On the other hand, the power pulsating beneath her skin was undeniable, an electrifying, addictive tingle that begged to be unleashed. It cost Kiva all her self-control to suppress it. Finally, the strange feeling subsided, and only then did she dare to take Kaldan's hand. His grip was strong and comforting as they walked together down the hallway and stepped out into the night. After they had left the building, Kaldan led Kiva down a narrow alley. The fact that he was still holding her hand had nothing romantic about it. It was more as if he wanted to give her strength and remind her that she was safe by his side. "Thank you," Kiva said softly, "for getting me out of there." "I suppose by getting me out of there you mean saving me," he grumbled as he turned into the next dark side street. "You owe me a new jacket." "But I spat past you." "Yes, and then you rammed a dagger into my shoulder," he retorted. "Now the fabric has a hole, probably 3 centimeters wide, and right through the decorative trim. It's completely ruined." Kiva bit her lip. After all, the jacket wasn't the only thing that had been damaged. "Does it hurt much?" Kaldan, who seemed to hear her concern, waved it off. "It's just a superficial wound, Sunshine," he reassured her. "Hardly more than a scratch." She knew he was lying. After all, she had felt how deeply the blade had pierced the flesh. Nevertheless, she was grateful for his words. The next alley was brighter than the previous ones, and sounds of celebration reached Kiva's ear from a distance again. She felt as if years had passed since the Queen's magic demonstration. Exhaustion spread through her, and the throbbing in her head became increasingly painful. She longed for a long hot bath in one of the huge tubs of the palace baths. After that, she would surely sleep for the next 3 months. "Actually, the rebels did us a favor by dragging you to the other side of the river," Kaldan joked. "From here, we can take the palace's back entrance and don't have to go through the crowd again." Kiva wondered if her sister had planned it that way, a small, ironic gift as comfort for what Kiva had had to endure today. "It's not much further," the prince continued. "Can you still go, or should we take a short break?" Only now did Kiva realize that Kaldan had slowed down for her sake. "I'm fine," I replied, quickening her pace. "You have a bump on your head as big as all of Wenderall," Calden remarked dryly. "Not exactly the classic definition of good." Kiva grimaced and countered. "And you're bleeding from about 10 wounds. If anyone here needs a break, it's you." "Strictly speaking, only one is bleeding seriously," Calden corrected her with a meaningful look. All at once, Kiva's bad conscience returned, and she fell silent. Calden squeezed her hand. "Don't worry, sunshine. I forgive you," he conceded. "I know you didn't mean it." Which, of course, he was right about. However, that was precisely the problem. For Calden was a Valentis, and to be honest, not even one she particularly cared for. Yet she could barely stand the thought that he was now suffering pain because of her. Empathy was indispensable for a healer, Kiva reminded herself. What she felt was therefore absolutely normal, a fundamental part of her personality. But she could control that part, because she had to. For 10 years, she had wished for nothing more than to take revenge on the royal family, Calden's family, and no one would deter her from this mission, especially not herself. "Home sweet home," Calden announced as the next bend led them to the bank of the Saren. The water lapped softly against the wall at the back of the palace. Viewed from the front, the 2 building sections with their ornamental balustrades and gold-plated wrought iron gates offered an almost fairy tale sight. The backs, however, appeared rather forbidding, militarily simple, and awe-inspiring, thus standing in stark contrast to the inviting charm of the main portals. Calvin marched undeterred towards a few armed guards.
The group stood next to a large passage in the wall, which was apparently used by suppliers and palace staff. "Evening," Calden greeted the guards. "Prince Calden, are you injured?" a young soldier asked when she saw the blood on his clothes. "Nothing worth mentioning," Calden reassured her. "Could you order the search parties back to the palace? Our escaped convict has reappeared safe and sound." Kiva stepped on his foot, anything but subtly. The woman smiled coquettishly and breathed, "Of course, Your Majesty." To Kiva's surprise, the prince paid no attention to the inviting sparkle in the soldier's eyes. He merely wished the guards a good night and pulled Kiva further up the narrow gravel path towards the palace. "Well, you didn't respond to her flirting attempts at all. Are you perhaps a little tired after all?" Kiva couldn't help but remark as they followed the path. Luminium lanterns lit their way, and the pale moonlight made the well-kept palace garden seem like an enchanted fairy landscape. "Careful," Calden warned, letting their clasped hands swing like a small child as they walked, "or someone might get the idea you're jealous." Kiva shook her head, grinning. "Keep dreaming, Your Majesty." She mimicked the soldier's submissive purr. Amusement entered Calden's gaze. "I'm afraid my cousin underestimates you." That's exactly what Kiva hoped for, even if everything inside her tensed at the thought. At the end of the path, Calden turned towards the West Palace, the residence of the king and queen, which Kiva had never set foot in before. As soon as they had entered through the back entrance, a servant appeared and, after a deep bow, informed Calden that his aunt was waiting for him in the river salon. His aunt, Queen Ariana. A nervous churning rose in Kiva's stomach as Calden led her down a long corridor. Paintings hung on the walls, but she paid them little attention, just as little as she did to the many gold details, the white marble floor, and the elegantly curved red-carpeted stairs. She already knew all of this from the East Palace. In terms of splendor, the 2 halves were in no way inferior to each other. In the building on the opposite bank, there was also a river salon. It was her favorite room, small enough to be cozy, and with a window front from which one had a beautiful view of the Saren and the city beyond. When they now reached the river salon of the West Palace, Kiva noticed that it was the exact counterpart of its eastern twin, right down to the magnificent luminium chandelier in the center of the ceiling. The only difference was the person who looked at them from the comfortable velvet divan. Kiva gasped as she saw the Queen of Avalon up close for the first time. With her golden hair pinned up in a flawless knot and her sapphire-blue sparkling eyes, the Queen was undeniably beautiful. What made Kiva pause, however, was the monarch's expression as she now hurried towards them. The relief, the warmth, the sheer goodness in it. the genuine concern with which she regarded Kiva's temple and Kaldin's blood-stained clothes. Without a second's hesitation, the queen instructed one of the servants to call a healer. Only then did she spread her arms, but not for her nephew. Instead, she solicitously took Kiva's hands and pulled her close. "I'm so glad you're well, Kiva. Please, sit down. It's hard to imagine what you must have gone through." "And what about me?" Kaldin inquired with feigned indignation. "Your favorite nephew is standing here bleeding, in case you hadn't noticed." "Favorite nephew?" Ariana raised a golden eyebrow. "Who told you that nonsense?" Kaldin laughed. "You're so mean." The queen's features softened further. She released one of Kiva's hands to stroke Kaldin's cheek. She didn't seem to mind the dried blood on his skin. "Thank you for bringing her back, my dear. I'm terribly proud of you, as always." "Better," Kaldin judged, satisfied. Something stirred deep inside Kiva, a feeling she didn't understand. She hadn't imagined her first encounter with the legendary Ariana Valentis this way. According to her imagination, the Queen of Avalon should have been arrogant and cold, scheming and merciless. After all, she was the embodiment of Kiva's worst nightmares, responsible for all the suffering that had befallen her family. Kiva could only marvel. Nothing Jaren had told her about his mother, her addiction to angel dust and the cruel abuse he had suffered from her over the years, seemed to fit the woman who now stood barefoot and full of compassion before Kiva. "Hot chocolate is on its way," Ariana announced, turning back to Kiva, "and I've had fresh raisin buns brought in." Again, her soft hands closed around Kiva's. "But for now, sit down and rest until this terrible bump is treated." Awkwardly, Kiva followed the queen, meanwhile feverishly pondering her behavior towards her. After all, Ariana knew exactly where Kiva had spent the last 10 years of her life. What monarch would so warmly welcome an escaped prisoner into her palace, even if she had honestly fought for her freedom? What monarch would receive a presumed criminal with open arms and allow her to befriend her children, her heir to the throne? Yet, Kiva searched in vain for the slightest sign of hypocrisy in her smile as the queen once again turned to her nephew. "Kaldin, please be careful not to get any bloodstains on the divan," she asked. "Last time I had to have it reupholstered. I really like this pattern." Kaldin gave a dry answer, which barely reached Kiva. She was simply too dazed by everything that had happened. A feeling that only intensified when she found Tip, at the end of the divan, curled up in the cushions, softly snoring. Ariana stroked his shiny red hair. "The poor little one was so sick with worry about you that we had to give him a dose of Moradin. Otherwise, he probably would have gone looking for you on his own. And then, I didn't want to have him taken away before you were here and could convince yourself that he was well." At the thought of how much Tip had suffered because of her, Kiva's heart constricted, and despite her reservations about the queen, she was grateful to her. Moradin was a strong sedative that quickly put the patient into a deep, dreamless sleep. Tip was not expected to wake up before tomorrow morning. So as not to disturb him, she followed the queen to a second divan, beside which a tray was already waiting. Her stomach began to rumble as Ariana thickly buttered a raisin bun and handed it to her. The fact that the Queen of Avalon was serving her hand and foot here overwhelmed Kiva's strained mind even more, and she raised the bun to her mouth as if in a trance. Meanwhile, Ariana questioned her nephew about how he had found Kiva. Kaldin had just finished half his report when a young woman entered the salon. She was estimated to be a year or two older than Kiva, and wore the familiar white robe of a Silverthorn healer. "Your Majesty." She performed a respectful curtsy before the queen. Her fair skin had a rosy glow, and although her face was a little too sharply cut to be considered pretty in the conventional sense, her chestnut-brown eyes and ash-blonde, carelessly tied-back hair were apparently attractive enough to pique Kaldin's interest. "Thank you for coming so quickly." Ariana stood up and waved the healer closer. "I know it's late." "As a healer, one never rests," the young woman replied kindly, and her smile seemed to light up the entire room. Then she looked from Kaldin to Kiva and clicked her tongue. "Looks like the fun at the river festival got a little out of hand." "I understand fun differently," Kaldin retorted, leaning back and giving the healer a mischievous yet knowing smile. "But the night is still young."
Kiva suppressed a gag with difficulty and grimaced in Kaldun's direction as the young woman opened her healer's bag. His eyes sparkled with amusement.
"I am Ricinda Lauren," the healer introduced herself, turning to Kiva as she added, "but my friends call me Ress." "Delighted to make your acquaintance, Ress," Kaldun purred. Kiva didn't know whether to laugh or groan. At the same time, her respect for the healer grew more and more as she paid no attention to the prince's advances and instead focused on the tools in her bag. "Who first?" she then asked. "Her," Kaldun replied, and Kiva didn't have enough energy to protest as the healer took Ariana's vacated seat. The queen had stayed nearby, but kept a careful distance so as not to be in the way. Ricinda turned Kiva's temple to the light and gently felt the bump. "Can you tell me your name?" "Kiva." "Age?" 17. "What day is it today?" "Friday." "Favorite color?" Ricinda asked a few more questions until she was apparently satisfied and pulled a small aluminum lamp from her bag, with which she shone into Kiva's eyes. Kiva flinched back and sharply inhaled. "Ouch," Ress commented. "That looked unpleasant." Kiva first gave her a dark look, and then Kaldun, who unsuccessfully tried to disguise his laughter with a cough. "You have a nasty concussion, but I believe there's no other cause for concern," Ricinda finally diagnosed as she spread anti-inflammatory aloe paste on the wound. Her calloused fingers scratched a little on Kiva's irritated skin. "I'll leave you something for the pain, so you should feel better tomorrow morning. If not, or if symptoms like nausea or visual and balance disturbances also occur, please report to Silverthorn." Kiva merely nodded. After all, she knew enough about head injuries herself to know that she didn't need further treatment, and she also didn't want to be coddled. "Then to you, Your Majesty." Ress turned to Kaldun. "Would you please undress?" "I thought you'd never ask," he grinned, visibly tensing his muscles as he first took off his green jacket and then his white shirt, until he sat there only in trousers and boots. As before, his insistent courtship had no effect, nor did his admirably well-formed body. Ricinda seemed fully focused on her task. Kiva leaned forward to inspect Kaldun's injuries. At the sight of the network of old scars covering his upper body, she paused briefly. One of them looked as if someone had tried and made a diligent effort to disembowel him. Finally, however, Kiva focused on the fresh stab wound on his shoulder. The skin around the cut was red and swollen, the blood already crusted. A small stitch and a bit of disinfection, and the matter would be settled. Ress, who seemed to come to a similar conclusion, uncorked a glass bottle. "Nothing too serious," she commented. Kiva breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the healer's diagnosis. Suddenly, voices and hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway. Shortly thereafter, a group of soldiers burst into the salon. Jaren led the way, and his unmistakable relief upon discovering Kiva made her stomach do a joyful somersault, whether she wanted it to or not. With a few large strides, Jaren crossed the room, and Kiva barely had time to stand up before he embraced her impetuously. "I was so worried," he whispered. Kiva knew she should have pulled away, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she returned his embrace, secretly wishing she could feel aversion or hatred, anything but this security and affection. "I'm fine," she replied softly. Jaren leaned back a little to look into her face, and his expression became serious when his gaze fell on her temple. "It's just a small bump," she hastily dismissed. "I barely feel it." A scornful snort from Kaldun drew Jaren's attention. "If you want to know exactly, she has such a bad concussion that she passed out, vomited at my feet, can barely stand on her own, and writhes in pain at the slightest light," he corrected mercilessly. "But clear, just a small bump." Kiva felt Jaren's body tense. "Can you just shut your mouth?" she snapped at Kaldun. "You're only making everything worse." Kaldun smirked, but then grimaced in pain as Ress dabbed silvercorb oil on his wound, and the sharp smell of disinfectant filled the room. "And what happened to you?" Jaren asked his cousin. Kaldun looked mischievously at Kiva. "Your sweetie attacked me with a dagger."
Kiva blushed as everyone stared at her, all the soldiers, the members of the royal family, and even the healer. That was an accident, she explained, without addressing the word sweetie. But if you keep it up, the next time won't be, she added warningly. The prince gave her a swaggering grin. A soft chuckle at Kiva's ear made her lift her head, and she looked straight into Jaren's amused, sparkling eyes. Distance. She needed distance. Otherwise, she would never manage to put her plan into action. With a clearing of her throat, she freed herself from Jaren's embrace and turned to the newcomers. Naari was among them, nodding to Kiva in relief. Behind her stood a unit of the Royal Guard, led by Captain Varys, whom Kiva had officially met during her first elemental test in Zalindov. In reality, however, she had encountered him 10 years earlier. It was hard for her to look at him, partly because she constantly feared he might recognize her, and partly because his sight reminded her of that terrible winter night that had changed her life forever. "Well," the Queen said with a loving smile, "that was an exciting evening for all of us. Thank you for your help in finding our guest. You did a good job." Friendly but firm, she dismissed the soldiers. Varys nodded respectfully and led his man out of the salon. Surely the captain would later receive a detailed report on the events, and Kiva was grateful to the Queen that she didn't have to be present for it. After the guards had left, Jaren, Naari, and Ariana waited with their own questions for Racinda to withdraw. The healer, who seemed to sense this, quickly stitched Keldon's wound, applied a bandage, and then declared her work finished. Before she left, she handed Kiva a small bottle of poppy juice and urged her to take some every few hours during the night and, if necessary, to call for help again. Now that Kiva was alone with the royal family and Naari, and the still sleeping Tip, she had no choice but to tell what had happened. She began by describing how she had been knocked unconscious in the midst of the River Festival commotion. She omitted the middle part with her siblings and instead jumped directly to her rescue by Keldon, who added a few details here and there. When Kiva was finished, her listeners discussed what the rebels might have intended with the action. Keldon expressed the interesting, though in Kiva's opinion quite far-fetched, theory that the kidnappers might not have been exclusively rebels, as at least one Miravener had been among the attackers. Jaren countered that the rebels had been recruiting allies from other kingdoms for some time, which did not convince Keldon. He glanced at Kiva, hoping for her support. Kiva, however, merely shrugged, and remarked that she had spent the last 10 years in captivity, and therefore had no idea of the rebels' methods, which wasn't even a lie. Kiva was aware that Zalika and Torel would probably want to hear every detail of this conversation. But the exertions of the last few hours took their toll, and soon Kiva could barely keep her eyes open. What felt like only a few seconds later, someone gently stroked her cheek to wake her from her slumber. She blinked and saw Jaren crouching beside the divan on which she had curled up, without being able to remember doing so. "Time for you to go to bed," he whispered. Jaren helped her up, and Kiva did not protest when he held out the bottle of poppy juice, but instead gulped down the entire contents. She knew that this would give her just enough time to make it back to the East Palace and fall into bed before the potion took effect.
"We'll see each other again soon." Queen Ariana quietly said goodbye to Kiva and gave her a kiss on the forehead. Kiva was so exhausted that not even this unexpected display of affection from her arch-enemy panicked her anymore. "Good night," she merely mumbled, and watched dully as Jaren lifted Tip into his arms. "Come on, sunshine, let's go, before we have to carry you across the river too," Keldon said and pushed her towards the door. Kiva had to concentrate with all her might to put one foot in front of the other, which was why she barely listened to Keldon as he led her through the palace corridors towards the private bridge. Only once did she pay attention long enough to hear him declare, "And just so we're clear, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll meet in the barracks yard and work on your non-existent close combat skills. I have no interest in ending up as collateral damage again the next time you get your hands on a weapon." That was the last thing Kiva registered before the poppy milk took effect and the world blurred before her eyes. Shortly after, she collapsed fully clothed on her bed and was asleep the next moment. The next morning, Kiva was woken quite unceremoniously, and twice at that.
First, Tip burst into her room in a panic to see for himself that she was all right. Kiva mumbled a few reassuring words to him before unceremoniously pulling him into her bed and ordering him to go back to sleep. The second time was significantly more unpleasant. "Wake up, sunshine," Calden's voice sounded close to her ear. "Lemme sleep," she mumbled sleepily. "No way, apple cheeks. It's time you learned to fight." He poked her shoulder, and Kiva swatted at him. As she slowly came to, the vague memory returned that he had said something about the barracks yard before the poppy juice had taken effect. She ripped her eyes open and looked into his grinning face. "I didn't say yes," she stated. "I didn't ask either." And with that, he pulled her out of bed while Tip blissfully snored on, clutching one of her pillows, oblivious to what was happening around him. "I'll pick you up in 5 minutes," Calden announced, "and I won't knock. Whether you're dressed or not is entirely up to you." Kiva threw a pillow at him, but he ducked away and left the room laughing. As much as Kiva longed to go back to sleep, she preferred not to take the risk of the intrusive prince bursting in a second time and personally helping her get dressed. So she staggered to her closet herself, though she couldn't see much. Outside her balcony, which offered a view over the Sarin, dawn had barely broken. Kiva groaned about the early hour and tried to cheer herself up with the thought that at least the throbbing in her head was gone. The deep sleep seemed to have done her good. She quickly went through her clothes. Some were borrowed from Princess Miran, which she had brought from the Winter Palace. Most, however, had simply been waiting for her upon her arrival in Valania. At first, it had been strange to wear something other than the gray prisoner's uniform. For the first time in years, Kiva was finally allowed to choose her own clothes again, a luxury she still appreciated even after 6 weeks. Today, however, with Calden's warning in her ear, she didn't allow herself to dawdle, but quickly grabbed a pair of pants and a loose-fitting beige sweater. The more comfortable, the better, she thought. She slipped into her private bathroom, another new amenity, especially the running warm water. While washing, she admired the gold and mother-of-pearl tones in which the room was kept. Just like her room and the rest of the palace, everything was elegant, stylish, and understated. After splashing a few handfuls of water on her face, she chose a pair of boots and entered the living area she shared with Tip. The furnishings were simple but cozy, and the large windows here also offered a view of the river. Behind the opposite door was Tip's bedroom, and through another one reached the hallway. "That was 6 minutes," Calden complained from the sofa, "which means your training is extended by 1 minute." "As for this training," Kiva began. "No way," Calden cut her off, jumped up, and herded her towards the door. "It's decided. From today on, I'll pick you up every morning, come rain, snow, or hail. No arguments." Although Kiva had no interest in what he had planned for her, she knew she had to use the opportunity to gather information. Zulika and Terrell would lynch her if they found out she had chickened out, especially Zulika. The palace was so large that it took a while for Kiva and Calden to even reach the ground floor. Finally, they stepped outside and marched briskly through the morning cold. Calden hummed cheerfully to himself as they approached the barracks, an expansive complex of buildings that housed soldiers' sleeping quarters, a dining hall, a small infirmary, a stable, an armory, and even its own weapons forge. In the inner courtyard, a wide lawn stretched across the rest of the palace grounds. It served as a training area for the soldiers. As they approached, Kiva was amazed at how many of the guards were already up and practicing close combat, sword fighting, archery, dagger throwing, and countless other deadly disciplines. Nari, who for once wasn't guarding Jaren with eagle eyes, was shooting at an extremely distant target. She reloaded her bow with new arrows at such a frantic pace that her hands were just a blur. Jaren was training a little further away. He had apparently been at it for quite a while, as his shirt was drenched in sweat. Just 6 weeks ago, he had barely been able to put one foot in front of the other, let alone swing a sword. But during their long stay in the Winter Palace, all the wounds he had sustained in prison had had time to heal. This was evident in the swift, powerful movements he performed during a relentless exchange with Captain Varys.
Kiva couldn't help but stare at the two of them. The Crown Prince had something so appealing about him, something truly addictive. The way he moved, the strong, graceful contours of his body, the concentrated expression, the perfect— "Careful, you're drooling. May I?" Kiva swatted Kalden's hand away and gave him a dark look. "Why are they all up and about at this ungodly hour, anyway?" she grumbled. "Well, it might sound crazy, but not everyone blissfully slumbers away the entire morning," Kalden retorted dryly. Then he pushed her along and added, "If we want to get anything done today, we should probably go somewhere that doesn't offer a view of a certain person here." Kiva remained silent, if only to preserve a last shred of dignity. Kalden led her to a corner at the other end of the lawn. "Wait here," he ordered her. "I'll be right back." While he was gone, Kiva watched a group of soldiers and admired their fluid, powerful movements. The sight reminded her of the prisoner uprising in Zalindov, where the inmates had repurposed all sorts of tools into weapons and had gone up against much deadlier combat gear with their pickaxes, hammers, and chisels. Kiva's palms grew damp, so fresh were the images in her memory. The screams, the blood, the death. She took a deep breath, wiped her hands on her pants, and forced her heartbeat to calm. Just as she had regained some control, Kalden returned and crashed a wooden box to the ground directly behind her. Kiva flinched, and her pulse quickened again. The prince acknowledged her reaction with a frown. But when he noticed her pale face, he seemed to guess what memories the combat training awakened in Kiva. To her relief, however, he didn't address it, but simply said, "Let's start with some stretching exercises." After Kiva's muscles were sufficiently loosened, she pointed to two guards whose swords clashed with a shrill clang every few seconds. "And now we continue with that?" she asked. Kalden threw his head back and laughed.
"You don't seriously think I'd let you near a weapon again so quickly?" Kiva crossed her arms over her chest. Kalden's laughter faded. "First, I need to see what I'm dealing with here. Stand as straight as you can." Kiva obeyed, and Kalden let his gaze slide down her, though not in his usual suggestive way. This time, he seemed so serious that Kiva began to sense the great importance he attached to all of it, to martial arts themselves and the discipline required for them. "Well, worse than I thought," he declared. "Excuse me? Are you sure you can't stand straighter?" "But I am standing." "If you'll permit." Without waiting for her answer, Kalden pushed her shoulders back, moved her legs apart with his foot, straightened her spine, and lifted her chin. "Better, now hold it like that." After just a few seconds, Kiva's shoulders slumped again, immediately followed by her chin. She wouldn't even have noticed either if Kalden hadn't corrected her posture again. A slight pain registered in her lower back, and spread from there both upwards and downwards as she tried to maintain the position. Her neck muscles screamed. "What's the point of this?" Kiva snarled through gritted teeth as Kalden adjusted her shoulders again. "We need to strengthen your balance and your core," he explained, pointing his sword tip at her stomach. "You have 17 years of bad habits to compensate for, and these 2 points are the most important. There's no point in starting with anything more demanding," he nodded towards the 2 fighting soldiers, "as long as the basics aren't there." "I'm just standing around." "Your posture when standing affects every one of your movements," Kalden replied. "If you can't stand properly, you'll cut corners in everything else too." Kiva let out a grumpy grumble, although his words secretly made perfect sense to her. When Kalden declared the exercise finished, Kiva tried her best not to immediately slouch again. She ignored the dull ache in her lower back and neck and returned Kalden's amused gaze, angry that the prince seemed to know exactly how she really felt. "Good. Now that you know what your posture should be, step up here." Kalden pulled the wooden box closer. Kiva wondered if he was trying to make fun of her, yet she obeyed hesitantly. Although the box wasn't particularly high, she felt a distinct pull in her leg muscles as she stepped up. "And again, but this time with a straight back," Kalden instructed her. Kiva repeated the exercise in the correct posture, which sent a burning sensation through her entire body. "Good," Kalden crazed.
and again. So Kiva continued, and again, and again. Since the task required little mental effort, Kiva let her gaze wander over the courtyard, looking for anything that might be of interest to her siblings. But she couldn't even name the fighting techniques being trained here. Soon enough, she had to concentrate with all her might to keep her legs from giving out beneath her as she repeatedly stepped up and down, up and down. Her thigh muscles seemed to be on fire, and the rest of her body fared little better. She felt sweat in places she hadn't even known one could sweat, until Calden finally allowed her to stop and she collapsed exhausted onto the box. "Well, how do you feel?" he asked. "Pretty murderous," she gasped, massaging her legs. "Perfect," he replied. "Then we're on the right track." Kiva couldn't even muster enough energy to glare at him. A water bottle slid into her field of vision, and she eagerly grabbed it. "Slowly," Calden admonished, taking the bottle away from her before Kiva could empty it completely. "If you drink too much, you'll only regret it. We're not finished yet." As Calden mercilessly pulled her back to her feet, Kiva bit back a whimper. "As I said, balance and a strong core are essential," he explained. "But right now, you also have no idea how to fight, and that won't change overnight. So, if someone were to attack you, say, to kidnap you again, then your best option is run away." A quiet fear stirred in Kiva. "Thanks to your time in Zalindov, your fitness is 0, so next we need to work on your endurance." A grin spread across his face. "If you want to murder me now, wait until you see how you feel after the next item on the agenda." Half an hour later, Kiva wondered if murderous intent was too mild to describe her feelings towards Calden, especially after she had thrown up into the bushes at the edge of the barracks yard for the 3rd time. "I warned you not to drink too much," he remarked, without even being out of breath himself. "It's not the water's fault," she gasped, half groaning, half wheezing, "but a certain sadistic jerk of a prince." Now, Calden clicked his tongue disapprovingly, "who won't give me a break, even when I tell him I'm dying." "Yet you're miraculously still alive," he countered. "How's your head?" The bump on her temple was Kiva's least concern after Calden had forced her to run around the huge training ground 3 times, with only a single minute's break between rounds, in which she had just enough time to relieve herself of her stomach contents. "How's your shoulder?" She threw the question back at Calden, not wanting to admit how miserable she felt. During her 2nd round, she had observed out of the corner of her eye how he had pressed his hand to his wound and grimaced at the jolts that the fast steps sent through his body. "Felt better before," he mumbled. Kiva stepped towards him. "Shoni." Calden willingly pulled aside his shirt collar and presented her with the blood-stained bandage. Kiva loosened the bandage and was relieved to find that the stitches hadn't burst open again. Carefully, so as not to touch the wound with her unwashed hands, she felt the surrounding skin, looking for signs of infection. "Everything's fine," she said. "It'll probably hurt for a while, but if you keep the wound clean, it should heal quickly." "It's neither the first nor the worst stab wound I've ever had, Sunshine," Calden replied, which made Kiva think of his many scars she had seen the night before. "And it probably won't be the last either. I know how these things go." Kiva tried to suppress the unease that suddenly rose within her. She was just rebandaging Calden's shoulder, when suddenly her hands began to glow. No. All at once her nausea returned, this time caused by sheer fear. Kiva fought against the magic, and could only pray that the glow would be lost in the bright sunshine. Fortunately, Calden was focused on a practice fight nearby, so he didn't register the golden light streaming from Kiva's tingling fingertips right in front of his nose. No. With gritted teeth, Kiva tried to regain control of her gift. It cost her all her willpower not to completely give in to panic. Her hands trembled with effort as she slowly and systematically bandaged Calden's wound. Almost at the same moment the glow finally faded, Calden turned back to her. "You have magical hands." Kiva was almost struck dumb. "What?" she croaked over the pounding of her heart.
Calden rotated his shoulder experimentally. "No idea how you did that, but it already feels much better. Thanks, Sunshine." Kiva cut herself off before continuing weakly. "I didn't actually do anything," which was true, at least by non-magical standards. But her healing powers... Kiva didn't dare to finish the thought, for fear of conjuring the golden light again. It was a slip-up, she tried to tell herself, just like the incident the night before. Triggered by exhaustion and stress, that was all. After all, she had managed to hide her gift for 10 years, and there was no reason why that should have changed. At least not as long as... How was the training? Kiva let out a startled squeak as Jaren suddenly appeared beside her. He was drenched in sweat, but unlike her, he seemed genuinely refreshed by the exertion.
His hair was damp, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes sparkled crystal clear in the morning sun. For once, Kiva wasn't distracted by his good looks, but studied his face intently. However, when nothing indicated that he had noticed anything unusual as he approached, she pushed her fears aside and reassured herself that a good night's sleep would set things right again. "She definitely gets points for sticking it out to the end," Calden answered for her. "But otherwise, there's definitely room for improvement," which was very kindly put. Kiva was all too aware of how much work still lay ahead of her. "How about it? Shall we go?" Jaren turned back to her. "What a question," she groaned. "Tomorrow at the same time, Sunshine," Calden called after her, drawing his sword and, without regard for his injury, going to Naari, who was already ready with her own blade. "That's a good start to the day," he added over his shoulder, winking mischievously at her. Kiva stared after him. "How close are you two, anyway?" she asked Jaren after a moment. The prince tilted his head. "Why?" "I was just wondering how bad it would be for you if something happened to him," she explained lightly. "If he had an accident or something. Purely hypothetical, of course," she concluded. "Of course." Jaren's lips twitched. "Oh, never mind," Kiva mumbled, poking at the dirt with the tip of her shoe. Jaren chuckled to himself and then walked ahead towards the barracks. "Purely hypothetically, I'd say he usually has himself to blame if misfortune befalls him." Kiva nodded emphatically. "Exactly my thoughts." Jaren laughed again, but then immediately became serious. "You know you don't have to train with him if you don't want to, right?" "Good point. Why is Calden training me anyway?" Kiva countered. "Why not you or Naari or anyone else, no matter who?" "Because he's the best," Jaren answered, making a wide berth around a man and a woman who were entangled in a wrestling match. "Cal is one of the greatest warriors in our kingdom. His mother, my mother's sister, was a general in our army, and his father, the naval commander. He spent his entire childhood educating himself in martial arts and strategic warfare. That's why there's no one more qualified to teach you and anyone else." Kiva frowned. "Are we talking about the same person here?" Jaren shook his head in amusement, not as an answer to her question. "I know, sometimes he's a bit arrogant, smug, vicious," Kiva added. "To name just a few examples, exactly," Jaren grinned. "But my dear cousin also has completely different sides." This impression was slowly dawning on Kiva as well. "Did you just say his mother was a general and his father was a commander?" Jaren's cheerfulness faded. "My aunt and uncle sailed out 3 years ago on one of our ships. They wanted to conduct a training maneuver on the high seas with a group of elite soldiers. Cal should actually have been with them, but he suddenly fell ill that morning. His sister, Ashlyn, stayed with him to take care of him." Jaren's throat bobbed. "In the afternoon, a storm unexpectedly rolled in. The city was so badly devastated that it took months to repair all the damage. And that was just on land. My aunt and uncle were out at sea with their soldiers when the storm broke." He swallowed again. "They never returned." Kiva stopped abruptly. "Does that mean—" "Cal lost both his parents in one fell swoop back then," Jaren confirmed with a grim expression.
Although he was prepared from birth to one day succeed his mother and become a general, just as Ash was to inherit her father's position as commander of the war fleet, of course, the two hadn't expected that moment to come so early. "What happened next?" Kiva asked softly. The sounds of combat from the courtyard receded into the background as she listened to Jaren's story. "My uncle had some extremely competent people in the Navy who were all capable of representing him. But the Army? My aunt was so popular with her soldiers that the lieutenants had great difficulty maintaining order after her death." Jaren's gaze drifted into the distance. Cal and Ash were deep in mourning, yet it became increasingly obvious that one of them urgently needed to take command. It should actually have been Cal. After all, it had been planned that way from the beginning, and he had worked towards it for so long. But Jaren exhaled. He didn't want to. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. So Ashlyn stepped in. She's only a few years older than him and became the youngest general in Evelon's history. The respect our armed forces show her, and Cal too, is unique. These men and women wouldn't just fight for Ashlyn, but would give their lives for her without hesitation, because they know that Ash would do the same in return. Without her, it probably would have ended badly back then, he admitted softly. "What do you mean? Would the Army have disbanded otherwise?" Kiva could hardly believe that something so powerful could be so easily brought to collapse. "We wouldn't have let it come to that," replied. "The problem was more the unfavorable timing. 3 years ago, when all this happened, the rebel movement was also gradually developing into a plague." A plague! Kiva barely suppressed a snort as she imagined how Torel and Zulita would have reacted to that description. The rebels became bolder and no longer shied away from violence. They destroyed entire villages, and anyone who resisted had to expect death. They avoided the larger cities, they still do, but smaller settlements were defenseless against them from the beginning. It was, Jaren shook his head, it was pure misery, to be honest. And the chaos within our armed forces certainly didn't make it better. A new leader was needed, so Ashlyn stepped in. Destroyed villages. Anyone who resisted had to expect death. Kiva pushed the images away. There had to be a good explanation for this, she was sure. After all, the rebel fighters were under her brother's command, and Tor would never tolerate senseless violence. "Why didn't Ashlyn confront the rebels with the army?" Kiva asked. "It was too late for that," Jaren answered. "The rebels had already had enough time to gain a foothold and increase their following. They had secretly recruited followers for years and spread beyond Evelon's borders, making it almost impossible to catch them all and neutralize them. But Ash protected the people, as best she could, from the worst attacks. And she even protected the rebels from themselves, even if they probably aren't aware of it, or simply indifferent. Kiva wondered what her siblings would think of Jaren's perspective, and if they would have anything to counter it. But then her gaze fell on Kalden, who was still engrossed in his training fight with Naari at the other end of the courtyard. Kiva wanted to hear the rest of his story. "What happened to him after that?" she asked softly. "Nothing," Jaren answered just as softly. "That's the problem. He just doesn't do anything with his life, gives it no meaning, has no goals. Before his parents' death, he spent all his time training and learning to become a general one day. Now he refuses to visit even one of our army bases. He hasn't seen his sister in 3 years, since the day she took up her position. Whenever Ashlyn comes to Valenia, he suddenly has urgent business elsewhere. It's as if he deliberately avoids everything that could remind him of his parents. But he seems so," Kiva searched for the right word, "carefree?" Jaren was silent for a long moment, watching his cousin fight with Naari. Often, the people who pretend they have no worries are the ones with the most. Their feelings are so strong that they are literally overwhelmed by them. And to avoid breaking down in front of everyone, they hide behind a cheerful face and exuberant laughter, pretending they don't care about anything.
That's how they prevent themselves from getting hurt. But that's pretty unhealthy, Kiva remarked, though it was hardly her place to judge after she herself had withdrawn from other people for years to protect herself. Could be.
Jaren turned and motioned for Kiva to follow him. But people deal with their feelings in very different ways. As long as Cal isn't ready to face the past, there's nothing we can do but be there for him, even if he sometimes acts like a complete jerk. Sometimes, Kiva grumbled, but the teasing was only half serious. The thought that Jaren's daring cousin had lost his parents so young, and thus had more in common with her than she liked, bothered her. Not least because the empathy she felt for him would only make her mission more difficult. What was it about these Valentis princes that they were increasingly managing to sneak into her heart? Why were they so... Kiva didn't allow herself to finish the sentence. She energetically put a stop to the thought in her mind. But, Jaren pulled her from her musings, what I said earlier still stands. You don't have to train with Kaldun. You don't have to train with anyone at all if you don't want to. What do you think I should do? Kiva asked. Jaren thought for a while as he led her back through the barracks complex onto the gravel path. If something like last night were to happen again, I'd actually feel more comfortable knowing you could defend yourself. Or at least that you're able to run away, he said. But this isn't about what I want. The question is, what do you want? Kiva couldn't give an honest answer to that. Not Jaren, and perhaps not even herself. You're right, was all she said. So you want to continue training? For now, yes, Kiva replied, albeit a little reluctantly. That makes me happy, Jaren replied, visibly relieved. If it gets too strenuous with Cal, let me know, and I'll talk to him. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, ever. His words filled Kiva with warmth, yet she waved him off. I'll manage him. I know, Jaren replied, and the warmth intensified. The offer still stands. Before Kiva could refuse again, a servant approached them from the palace. With a deep bow, he handed Jaren a letter and disappeared again. Jaren broke the wax seal and scanned the text. Then he turned to Kiva with an inscrutable expression. What's wrong? She asked. My mother invites you to breakfast. Kiva blanked. What? And the royal council requests an audience with me. Jaren folded the letter again. So it looks like you get to devour mountains of treats while I have to sit in a stuffy cellar with a bunch of people, each of whom considers himself the smartest in the room. Kiva couldn't hide her curiosity. In a cellar? The council chamber is underground, he explained, for security reasons. The fewer windows, the less likely someone is to eavesdrop. Kiva would have given anything to be allowed to listen to this conversation, but she had no idea how she could convince Jaren to take her with him, especially since she was simultaneously invited by the Queen. So she put on a smile. It won't be easy for me, but I will do my duty, just as you will do yours. Jaren's lips also curved upwards. Very decent of you. Then he sighed, and his good mood was gone again. I actually wanted to go to the stables with you and take a ride around the palace grounds, but that will apparently have to wait. As you said, duty calls. Kiva had just enough time to wash and change when a maid appeared and escorted her to the river salon in the West Palace. There, Queen Ariana awaited her on one of the comfortable divans. Opposite her sat her daughter Mirin, at whose sight Kiva's nervousness grew. Although she knew how caring and generous the princess could be, she also knew that she was moody and prone to cynicism. Kiva dear, how lovely that you're joining us. Queen Ariana rose and gave Kiva a kiss on the cheek. Mirin merely inclined her head gracefully, smoothed her wine-red dress, and then scrutinized Kiva from head to toe. Ariana also wore an elegant dress, dark blue with elaborate pearl embroidery, and Kiva regretted that she hadn't dressed more formally. Thank you for the invitation, she replied. It's truly an honor. The Queen smiled kindly. No need for such formalities. You are among friends here. Kiva bravely returned the smile. She probably would have felt more comfortable in a snake pit at that moment than here. I wasn't sure what you liked to eat, so I had a little bit of everything brought. The Queen went to a table piled with incredible amounts of food. Wait, I'll make you a small plate. Kiva sat stiffly on the divan. It was uncomfortable for her to be served by the Queen again.
But Ariana was already cheerfully humming to herself as she worked. The queen seemed so gentle and amiable that Kiva again found it difficult to reconcile her with the ruthless villain from her imagination. But now it was too late to change her mind. Perhaps Ariana was just playing a role and had meticulously tailored her entire demeanor and actions to the requirements of her title. Impossible to say what kind of person truly hid behind the warm facade. An hour later, Kiva had almost forgotten that she was in the company of her mortal enemies, not least because the queen told one amusing anecdote after another from Jaren's childhood. And since then he's had a full-blown turtle phobia, she concluded just now. Mirren giggled into her teacup. True, she confirmed, I was there. My fearless little prince, Ariana sighed with affection, before adding, turning to Kiva, he would sink into the ground if he knew we were spilling all these old stories. He won't hear anything from me, Kiva promised with a genuine grin. Exactly. Better embarrass him properly sometime. Every now and then it does him good when someone takes him down a peg. Kiva was a little surprised by the princess's comment. After all, in truth, it was more likely she who could have used a little ego check. You probably have some interesting stories about my son to tell yourself, Ariana remarked, refilling Kiva's delicate teacup. Jaren doesn't talk much about his time in Zalindov. How did you two meet, actually, and what was life like there? All the delicious food Kiva had eaten during the last hour suddenly lay heavy in her stomach. To her surprise, Mirren came to her aid. I'd rather hear more about your abduction. Of course, no one thought to tell me yesterday. I don't even know what happened. How could I have forgotten that? The queen exclaimed, dismayed, and immediately inspected Kiva's temple. How is your head? Much better, Kiva replied. Those Silverthorn healers are truly worth their weight in gold, Ariana stated. Speaking of gold, Mirren turned to her mother with shining eyes. What do you think of midnight blue and gold as a color scheme for my party? Kiva felt like she had missed something, but the queen nodded thoughtfully. I will instruct the decorators, she promised. Then explained, seeing Kiva's confused look. Mirren has her birthday in just under 2 weeks, and for this occasion we're hosting a masquerade ball here at the palace. After waiting so long in the mountains for suitable travel weather, time for preparations is getting quite short, Mirren added. Since we've been back, I've been running around like a startled chicken to organize everything in time. Well, one can hardly say you haven't been busy with anything, Ariana remarked. From what I hear, you're constantly staying up late into the night to write letters to your mysterious friend. Do you actually plan to finally introduce her to us on your birthday? Mirren wiped some breadcrumbs from her lap.
Since she wrote in her last letter that we should rather go our separate ways, and she hasn't responded to my messages since then, it's rather unlikely she'll come. Ariana's smile vanished. Oh, Mary, I'm sorry. I know how happy she made you. Only fools seek their happiness in other people, Mirren retorted coolly, yet Kiva could see how hurt she was. Ariana sat next to the princess and took her hands. Don't take it so hard, my beauty, she comforted her daughter. Somewhere out there is a person who is perfect for you, I promise you. Mirren turned her head to the side, but Kiva had already noticed the tears in her eyes. I know, she murmured. I just lost him. Oh, darling, Ariana whispered and embraced her daughter. Kiva looked away and fought against a surge of envy, of longing. It had been over 10 years since she herself had felt a mother's loving touch. As Ariana now comforted Mirren, it left a suffocating tightness in her chest, along with the painful realization that she would never experience such a thing again. With a clearing of her throat, Mirren pulled away from her mother and wiped away her tears. Then she reached for her teacup and said, without looking anyone in the eye, I think we should commission Laveau for the menu, but I want the cake from the Euphorium. Nuru is simply the best when it comes to taste and appearance. Ariana, who seemed to sense the torment her daughter was suffering because of her lost love, went along with the abrupt change of subject. You're right, she said simply. The two have already proven their skill at some of our celebrations.
Shortly thereafter, the two were fully immersed in planning, discussing the theme for the masquerade ball and gathering ideas for decoration, music, and food. Kiva remained silent most of the time and tried to suppress the empathy that had overcome her at the sight of the sadness in Miran's eyes. Every now and then, one of the two women would ask her a question, and Kiva tried to always find a satisfactory answer. Just as she was wondering how best to gracefully withdraw from the conversation, the salon door flew open and a small whirlwind swept in. 2 small whirlwinds, to be precise. Tip and Ordeal, who apparently were just having a break between their lessons. Behind them, Kaldon, Naari, and Jaren entered the room. The latter looked outrageously good in his black shirt with rolled-up sleeves, which showcased his sinewy forearms. "There you are!" Tip ran straight to Kiva and put an end to her unconcealed longing. "Tip," she admonished the boy when he plopped down next to her on the divan, "where are your manners?" "Oh, sorry," he said, jumped up again and sat down more slowly. "That's not what I'm—" Kiva sighed. "Oh, never mind." Everyone in the room older than 11 chuckled. Kiva's attention, however, turned to Ordeal, who shyly held out a flower to her. A snowdrop. "Is that for me?" Kiva asked. Ordeal nodded without looking up from the floor, and his cheeks turned dark pink. "I practiced magic, and Jaren said you especially like this one." Kiva noticed the warm smile on Jaren's face. She had only told the prince about her preference for the radiant white flowers after her escape from Zalindov, after she remembered how he had made a specimen of them bloom out of nowhere in the tunnels. To this day, she couldn't say whether she had always liked the flowers so much or only afterwards. "It's beautiful," she said to Ordeal, breathing in the sweet, fresh scent and tucking the blossom behind her ear. Ordeal blushed even more. To avoid embarrassing him further, Kiva leaned towards him and whispered, "Do you know what?" "What?" he whispered back. Without further ado, she tucked the blossom into the young prince's soft golden curls. "I think it looks much better on you." She tapped his nose with her index finger, which made him giggle. "How about you keep it for me?" Ordeal nodded eagerly, and a shy yet radiant grin spread across his face. "I want one too," Tip crowed, hopping up and down beside Kiva. "Please, Ori." The prince furrowed his brow in concentration, and a few seconds later a second plant appeared in his outstretched hand. Tip thanked him profusely and also tucked the flower behind his ear. "Now we're twins," he announced radiantly, "and pretty ones at that." Queen Ariana, who was still sitting next to her daughter, agreed. "The prettiest twins in the whole kingdom." "Watch out, Jaren might get jealous," Miran teased. The last traces of sadness had vanished from her gaze, and her emotions were carefully veiled again. After all, he's not used to competition. "Oh, he is," Kaldon interjected boastfully, whereupon Naari rolled her eyes. "Here, Jaren," Ordeal said, making another snow blossom appear. "Thanks, Ori, that's great," Jaren said, ruffling his brother's hair. "And where's mine?" Kaldon wanted to know. Ordeal pushed out his lower lip. "Yesterday you said Phlox was too fat, but he just has fluffy fur." Kaldon raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly does that have to do with this?" "You only get a flower if you apologize to him." As if on cue, Ordeal's beloved pet came running into the salon at that moment and darted towards Jaren like a silver-white flash. After extensively rubbing against the prince's legs a few times, it curled up on his boots. Kiva had met Phlox immediately upon her arrival at the River Palace, and was still not entirely sure what kind of animal it actually was. She guessed it was some kind of fox-ferret-raccoon mix combined with a generous dose of impishness. All that was certain was that he was as lively as Tip and Ordeal and had a distinct weakness for Jaren, which Kiva could hardly blame him for. "Forget about the flower, little one." Kaldon watched with unconcealed schadenfreude as Jaren tried to free himself from Phlox. However, the action only resulted in the furry creature clinging to him even more determinedly. "You can forget about the apology, too." "As lovely as it is to see you," Queen Ariana spoke up, "is there a reason you're gracing us with your company?"
The question wasn't directed at anyone specific, and finally it was Keldon who answered. Jaren needs to blow off some steam. Do you two perhaps have time for an excursion downstairs? He looked from Ariana to Marin. Everything's cleared with Ori's teacher. A look of concern flitted across Ariana's face as she turned to her eldest son. Didn't the council meeting go well? It didn't go at all, Jaren replied curtly. Grandmaster Horath sent a message and postponed the whole thing until this afternoon. He gave up his attempts to get rid of Phlox and instead pressed the squirming furball to his chest until it calmed down. Within seconds, Phlox's eyes closed and he fell blissfully asleep. Kiva greedily absorbed the image. There was something so homely, so comforting about it. Good, but then quickly. I still need to make progress with my plans today. Mirren stood up and walked towards the door with the queen. Kiva didn't understand what the others were talking about, but she also rose, while Tip scurried to Ordeal, who hastily took Phlox from Jaren. But before she had even taken 2 steps, Keldon held her back by the elbow. Sorry, Sunshine, but you'll have to entertain yourself for a while. Then he looked at Tip. And you too, little one. Tip made a disappointed face. Oh, Cal, let them both come, Jaren said. Ariana and Mirren, who had now reached the door, turned to him in disbelief. Keldon also gave his cousin a warning look. Knowing about it, well, at least Kiva knows, is one thing, but actually seeing it is another matter entirely. Kiva blinked in confusion, just like Tip. The other attendees, however, didn't bat an eye. I think Keldon is right, the queen said. I trust them, Jaren said. If you have a problem with it, then stay here. Without another word, he left the salon. He's in a charming mood, Mirren grumbled.
Horath hinted in his message that Jaren should justify his recent behavior, Nari explained. She pressed her lips together disapprovingly before continuing. He knows he's in for an unpleasant afternoon. Concern again appeared in the queen's eyes, and neither she nor any of the others raised further objections to Kiva and Tip accompanying them. Finally, Ariana hurried after her son, flanked by Mirren and Naari. Ordeal and Tip followed them. So Kiva found herself alone with Keldon, unsure if he would stop her. When the prince noticed her hesitation, he gave her an apologetic smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm sorry, Sunshine, but when it comes to family, my protective instinct simply kicks in. Kiva thought of the tragic story of Keldon's parents, and her heart clenched. I understand. Family is everything. By the gods, she was all too aware of that. A shadow flitted across Keldon's face as he met her gaze. Not everything. Not without exception. Sometimes you also have to break away from it. His sister, Kiva had almost forgotten that part of the story. She doubted, however, that Ashlyn Valentis was happy about Keldon's decision to avoid her for the past 3 years. But sometimes you also have to hold on to it, Kiva countered, involuntarily thinking of the reunion with her own sister, which had been anything but smooth. She could only hope that their relationship wouldn't remain so strained forever, or even worse, that they would end up like Keldon and Ashlyn and not see each other at all. Kiva resolved to try harder to bridge the gap between them at their next meeting with Zulika. Perhaps her sister would acknowledge that and meet her halfway. Well, let's agree to disagree on that point, Applecheeks. Keldon tried to steer the conversation back to a lighter tone, putting his arm around Kiva's shoulders. Come on. He pushed her towards the door. If Jaren thinks it's time for you to watch us train, we'd better get going before you miss the best part. Kiva tried to keep pace with him, repeating with a frown, Train? Hurry up, and you'll see, was Keldon's reply. Jaren waited for Keldon and Kiva at the end of the corridor. The others had already gone ahead. He remained silent as they made their way together to the ground floor, and from there even further down. Upon her arrival, Kiva had expressed doubts about how well a palace divided in 2 by a river could be defended. Jaren, however, had assured her that the royal residence was almost impossible to capture. If the enemy entered on one side, the monarch family could simply flee across the private bridge to the other bank. And if that bridge was impassable, there was still an extensive network of tunnels connecting the 2 halves of the palace beneath the Saren. This also allowed servants and guards to move between the buildings at any time of day or night. Kiva had felt a little queasy when she learned how well fortified the palace was, another hurdle her family would have to overcome on their path to power. So far, she hadn't had the opportunity to enter the underground tunnels, having merely assumed they resembled those in Zalindov. But as it now turned out, she had been mistaken. Instead of a sprawling network of dark, suffocatingly narrow and partially flooded tubes, she found herself on a kind of marble Grand Avenue. This was supported by columns and was wide enough for 3 carriages to drive side by side. Countless luminium lanterns bathed the path in a bright, friendly light. "Not bad, huh?" said Kaldon, correctly interpreting Kiva's expression. Kiva nodded silently, quietly memorizing every archway and turn, intending to return later for a more thorough exploration. When they reached the spot where the riverbank must have been, they turned into a narrower corridor that already bore far more resemblance to the tunnels of Zalindov. Kiva got goosebumps, and unbidden memories flooded her. But she resolutely pushed them aside and took a deep breath. She wouldn't let her fear take over. The tunnel ended before a massive wooden door with an iron lock. Instead of pulling out a key, Mirren made a brief upward gesture with her fingers. A whoosh like a gust of wind sounded, followed by a click, and the door creaked open. "Amazing!" Tip gasped. On the other side of the door, a staircase was carved into the bare stone. This one also led downwards, but at a much steeper angle than before. There were no luminium lanterns here, and the path disappeared into darkness after only a few steps, though this didn't seem to bother anyone. Mirren, Jaren, and Kaldon took wooden torches from a basket next to the entrance, which flared to life at a gesture from Jaren. Anxiously, Kiva followed the others down until they finally reached the end of the stairs and entered a damp, earthy-smelling room. Kiva's thighs still ached from her morning training, but the agonizing burn in her muscles was suddenly forgotten when Jaren raised his hand once more. A fireball shot along the walls, igniting countless torches. The sight that now presented itself to Kiva utterly took her breath away. Before her lay a massive underground cavern. Stalactites hung from the high limestone ceiling, met by mighty stalagmites reaching up from the rocky floor. In the center of the hollow, a turquoise river glittered, disappearing behind a bend. The water's surface appeared calm, only a soft lapping sound came from the jagged banks. Tip let out an impressed whistle. "Welcome to our training crypt," Kaldon announced, spreading his arms. "What do you train here?" Kiva asked, though she already suspected the answer. "Magic," Princess Mirren replied, confirming Kiva's suspicion. Jaren stuck his burning torch into a wall bracket and stepped beside Kiva. His concern about the council meeting was still clearly visible on him. "Since we were born with magical powers, most people assume we automatically know how to use them," he said. "And partly that's true. I explained to you yesterday that our magic is like a part of our body, inseparably connected to what makes us who we are. Like an arm or a leg or a muscle that needs to be trained." He gestured around. "And for that, we need a secluded place where no one sees us." He shifted from one foot to the other. "Or at least me." Kiva began to understand. Only a handful of people knew that Jaren had power over all 4 elements, so it was no wonder he preferred to train his abilities in secret. A quiet voice in her head reminded her that her own magic probably also functioned like a muscle that she should regularly use and stretch to strengthen it. But Kiva tuned out that voice and refocused on Jaren. He was currently bending down to Tip until he was at eye level with him. "You're about to see some things you're not allowed to tell anyone about. You have to promise me that." "I just said I could trust you," he reminded him emphatically. "I'm right about that, I hope." Tip nodded more seriously than Kiva had ever seen him and replied, "I swear, Jaren, you can count on me." "Good man." Jaren patted Tip on the shoulder. Then he went to Kiva, pulled the snow blossom from behind his ear, and tucked it into her hair. "Watch over it for me, okay? It means a lot to me." As Kiva looked into his eyes, a quiet suspicion stirred within her that he wasn't talking about the flower. He stroked her cheek with his thumb, so gently that her knees went weak. Then he turned and marched deeper into the cavern, towards the water. Mirren, Ariana, and Kaldon followed him silently, and Ordeal also moved after placing the still slumbering Phlox into Kiva's arms. Shaking her head, she looked down at the softly snoring creature.
When Kiva was about to join the members of the royal family, Naari held her back. "We'd better keep a little distance," the soldier explained, pointing to a flat rock ledge that offered an excellent view of the riverbank.
Kiva took a seat between Nari and Tip and waited silently for what would happen next. Tip was also unusually quiet, but Kiva noticed how he was practically trembling with anticipation beside her. She stroked Phlox's soft fur, eliciting a sleepy, contented sound from him. Slowly, excitement also gripped her, and her pulse quickened. She didn't know what to expect, but she suspected it would be something very few people in the world ever got to see. Down by the bank, Jaren had positioned himself with his back to the water, while his family stood opposite him at some distance. Only at this moment did Kiva realize what the five embodied. Ariana had power over water. Mirren's strength was mainly directed at wind. Ordeal could control the earth, and Kaldon, who was related to the Valentis on his mother's side, possessed fire magic. And then there was Jaren, who united all four elemental powers within himself. What are they?" Tip whispered, but fell silent as, from one second to the next, bright light filled the cavern. But it was no ordinary light. Kaldon had raised his arms as if conducting an orchestra, pointing his hands towards the torches on the walls. Their flames flared higher and higher until they suddenly flew upwards and shot through the air as glowing fireballs straight towards Jaren. The Crown Prince now also raised his hands, whereupon a wave built up in the river behind him, enclosing him and extinguishing the flames as soon as they reached him. Next, the Queen stepped forward. With a flick of her finger, she made more and more river water rise, forming a wall around Jaren until he was barely visible behind it. Kiva pressed Phlox so tightly against her that the animal let out an indignant squeak. But she paid him no attention. Her fear of having to watch Jaren drown before her eyes was too great. As it quickly turned out, however, Jaren was far from defenseless. At that moment, he abruptly stretched his arms out to the sides, and the water around him seemed to explode. A shower of millions of fine droplets poured over his family, while he himself remained completely dry. And that was just the beginning. Mirren thrust her hand forward, and Jaren was hurled backward with a muffled "oof" until his own wind magic brought him to a halt above the river. Before he could make it back to the bank, however, a deafening crash echoed through the cavern. High above their heads, a stalactite detached from the ceiling, which Ordeal sent hurtling down like a deadly spear at his brother. This, too, seemed to barely faze Jaren. With a clap of his hands, he transformed the stalactite into a cloud of limestone dust that harmlessly drifted down over the water. Ordeal's attack, however, was merely a diversion, so that Kaldon could fire another volley of fireballs in Jaren's direction. Simultaneously, Mirren drew a circle in the air with a finger, enveloping her brother in a tiny tornado that spun him uncontrollably around his own axis. Kiva feared that Kaldon's flames would inflict serious burns on his cousin, especially when the river defied Jaren's command. For the Crown Prince actually wanted to protect himself with water magic, but the Queen suppressed the surging floods, preventing them from coming to Jaren's aid. Kiva couldn't breathe. At first, she thought her fear for Jaren had stolen her breath, but when all the flames in the cavern suddenly extinguished, she realized Jaren was responsible. He had promptly sucked the oxygen out of the cavern to get rid of his sister's tornado and simultaneously smother Kaldon's fireballs. Undoubtedly a clever move. But Kiva could barely appreciate Jaren's tactical skill. In the dark, she gasped for breath and heard with concern that Tip and Nari, as well as the distressed Phlox, were not faring any better. All that kept her from falling into complete panic was the conviction that Jaren would never intentionally harm his family or her. And indeed, after a few seconds, fresh air flowed back into her lungs, and firelight illuminated the cavern. However, the light didn't just come from the torches on the walls. Flames also flickered over Jaren's fingertips, which he now hurled towards his cousin. Kaldon ducked, and the projectiles sparked against the rock wall behind him. When Jaren immediately sent a second volley, Kaldon conjured a fire shield that swallowed the flames at the last moment. "Is that all you've got?" he sneered. Jaren had no time to answer, for the other family members continued their attacks unbroken. Gusts of wind tugged at his clothes and hair, but without unbalancing him, which Kiva interpreted as a sign that Jaren's magic was superior to Miran's. At the same time, the river water gathered again and formed a snake very similar to the one Kiva had admired the evening before at the river festival. The dripping creature reared up aggressively, whereupon Jaren pointed to the ground at his feet. With a mighty crash, a part of the rock broke loose, rose up, and shielded him from the water snake. Meanwhile, Ordeal had also silently launched another attack, letting a barely visible tangle of vines crawl across the ground, wrapping around Jaren's ankle. A single hand movement, and the young prince swept his brother's legs out from under him, bringing him to the ground. Nothing but his rock shield now protected Jaren from Ariana's snake, while he simultaneously had to fight against Ordeal's vines, which climbed relentlessly up him, binding his limbs and pressing the air from his lungs. A flash of light made Kiva flinch back as Jaren conjured a flame sword and used it to hack through the vines. Finally freed, he catapulted himself forward with a half-roll, back onto his feet, and cast an appreciative glance at his little brother. There was no time for more, for Kalden, Miran, and Ariana did not let up for a second, and Ordeal also plunged back into the fight with undiminished vigor. Kiva couldn't say how long the five continued like this, delivering this incredible battle of the elements. Icicles shot through the air like daggers, the ground beneath Jaren's feet split open, while simultaneously a flame horse with rider charged at him, almost pushing him into the river. The attacks became increasingly sophisticated and complicated. Kiva's stomach clenched as she realized how great the power of the Valentis was, and what awaited Kiva and her family if they openly challenged the royal family for the crown. No wonder Kalden hadn't wanted any spectators. This kind of magic surpassed anything Kiva could have ever imagined. Of course, she had known that the Valentis could control the elements. In recent months, she had even seen small samples of their powers again and again. Nevertheless, the full extent had not been clear to her until today. She simply hadn't thought about what it meant that the queen could drown a person with a snap of her fingers, that the princess could suck all the air from her opponent's lungs, the young Ordeal could bury him alive, Kalden could make him burst into flames by the power of his thoughts alone. And Jaren was capable of all this at once, and as Kiva now understood, much more. He was invincible. No matter what his family threw at him, he always found a way to defend himself, either by making their own element turn against them, or by resorting to one of the other three powers he possessed. He was a phenomenon, and a threat. The longer Kiva watched him fight, the more she understood why the royal council had appointed him heir to the throne instead of Miran. Under Jaren's rule, the people would be safe, because no opposing power would ever be able to defeat him, which presented a problem for Kiva and her family, the rebels. When Jaren finally declared the training over, Kiva was drenched in sweat. Jaren himself was breathing heavily, but it was as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He beamed at the rest of his family, who seemed equally pleased.
Kiva didn't understand what they were saying to each other, but Jaren threw his head back laughing at a comment from Kalden, appearing so carefree that her heart ached. Did magic have this effect on him? On the whole family? If so, Kiva didn't know what to make of it. Her own magic had never triggered anything so positive in her. She had barely been aware of possessing it before her arrival in Zalindov, and then she had had to promise her father never to use it. She couldn't understand why Jaren and his family seemed so cheerful and light-hearted after the training, but at the same time, envy sprouted within her, mixed with a hint of curiosity. If she started training her powers, would they also grow like a muscle? Would she then perhaps no longer perceive her magic as a burden, but perhaps even as a blessing? Kiva didn't know. And as long as she lived here in the royal palace, she wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of it anyway, so she decided not to ponder it any longer. After the royal family had chatted for a while, they returned to Kiva, Naari, and Tip. Ordeal rushed ahead to take the now wide-awake and somewhat squirming flocks from Kiva. Him briefly not being able to breathe wasn't to his liking. Kiva stood up and gave Jaren a reproachful look. The prince made a contrite face, for it was obvious that his magic had not only affected Ordeal's pet. Poor Floxy, Ordeal cooed and stroked the animal until it made a purring sound. Naari and Tip had also risen, and the latter stared at the royal family with shining eyes. "That was gigantic," he whispered. "Oh, that was nothing. Just a few warm-up exercises," Calden waved off, shaking ash remnants from his clothes and golden hair. "You should see us when we're really in full swing." No one contradicted him, from which Kiva concluded that he wasn't just boasting. It took her some effort to hide her horror. What were these people capable of when they were truly serious? "When we're done here," Mirren spoke up, wringing out her skirt, "I'm going to order my birthday cake now." "I'm off too," Queen Oriana joined her. "My entire desk is overflowing with correspondence I've been putting off for days." She turned to Ordeal and Tip. "And you two should slowly get back to class." Tip looked as if he would drop dead on the spot if he couldn't immediately bombard the royal family with a million questions. But when Oriana gave him a stern look, he let out a resigned sigh. "Don't worry, we'll just pass notes when Edna isn't looking," Ordeal whispered to him. The queen clicked her tongue disapprovingly, and her youngest son blinked, caught. During the break, I mean, of course," he quickly added. Tip giggled until Oriana targeted him again, whereupon he stared guiltily at the floor. "I'm starving," Calden announced and turned to Kiva. "And you urgently need proteins, so you'd best come straight to the kitchen with me." Without waiting for Kiva's consent, he marched off. Tip and Naari followed him. Only Jaren hesitated. Since Kiva sensed he had something on his mind, she also remained standing. Only when the others were out of earshot, the prince cleared his throat. "Tip handled it surprisingly well," he remarked. "Our magic, I mean." She snorted. "If he hadn't already adored you before, he certainly would now." "And what about you?" Kiva became serious again, realizing that Jaren wasn't worried about Tip's reaction, but hers. "I already knew about your magic," she answered evasively, "but not its true extent." She studied him attentively and finally conceded. "No, you're right about that." Jaren looked away and nervously ran a hand through his hair. "Jaren?" She reached out her hand, but pulled it back at the last second and clenched it into a fist to prevent him from holding it. "What's wrong?" "Oh, he began uncertainly. "I just don't want you to be afraid of me." Kiva frowned. "Afraid?" "Of my gift," he clarified. "Of me being able to hurt you with it." Kiva was so perplexed that she didn't know how to answer. But then she saw the concern in his eyes and confessed, "When you sucked the air out of the room, I almost panicked. But only almost. And do you know why?" Jaren shook his head. "Because I was sure you would never harm your family. And not me either," she added softly. His tension eased a little. "No, I would never do that." Kiva was painfully aware that the day might soon come when he would have to break that promise. But she hadn't lied. She wasn't afraid of him. Of his gift, yes, that couldn't be denied. But not of him. Never. What should she do? She bit her lip and forced herself to look away. But at that moment, a change seemed to occur between them, as if they both suddenly realized how close they were, how alone they were together. Again she looked into his eyes, and the expression there filled her with warmth. "Kiva," he whispered, and stepped even closer. I hate to interrupt," Calden's voice echoed from the cave entrance, "but are you going to let me starve?" "Have I ever mentioned how much I like your cousin?" Kiva grumbled, her heart pounding. In truth, however, she was more than glad about the interruption. What would have happened between Jaren and her if Calden hadn't reappeared at just the right moment? Stupid. She was so stupid. She had to be more careful, more cautious. What had just happened, or almost happened, must not be repeated under any circumstances. "I've liked him better before," Jaren quipped softly. "You know I can hear every word with the acoustics in here," Calden called out. "Now get a move on." Jaren and Kiva sighed in unison and grinned at each other before heading to the tunnel entrance and tackling the endless stairs back to the palace. Kiva's leg muscles ached with every step, as if constantly reminding her where she was, who she was with, and what she was doing here at all. She had a plan to follow, a mission to fulfill, and no matter what came, she would not abandon her family. That same afternoon, Kiva returned to the tunnels and strolled along the wide marble road with a self-assurance as if she had every right to be there. It was a daring undertaking, but since the Royal Council meeting had already been postponed, she simply had to try to be there secretly. On the way to the training cave, Kiva had kept a close eye on Jaren. Therefore, she hadn't missed how his expression had darkened when they passed a certain passage. Such an unusual sight on him that Kiva had inwardly triumphed. However, she didn't know exactly when the council would convene. That's why she had decided to spend the entire afternoon down here, if necessary, if that increased her chances of picking up important information. Jaren himself was currently still in the above-ground part of the palace, and Kiva used the time until the meeting began to formulate a plan. After lunch with the two princes, she had feigned her head injury and claimed she wanted to rest a little. Jaren had seemed so genuinely concerned that she immediately felt guilty. But she had forced herself to ignore it. No matter what she felt for him, no matter how openly he showed her his affection, in the struggle for the throne, they were simply on different sides. And due to the centuries-old enmity between their families, nothing would ever change that. There was no hope for them both. There never had been. And Kiva couldn't afford to forget that. Not at all. Determined, she silenced the unpleasant thoughts and continued to follow the tunnel, resisting the urge to stay completely at the edge, out of reach of the luminium lanterns. It was relatively quiet, and only a few servants were on their way from one side of the palace to the other. To Kiva's relief, there were no guards down here.
The only soldiers she spotted, two young women drenched in sweat, apparently just coming from the barracks yard, seemed to be off duty and were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even look in Kiva's direction. Thus unobserved, Kiva easily reached the door whose sight had so dampened Jaren's mood that morning. She slipped through and groaned when she discovered the stairs behind it. The tunnel led steeply downwards, but unlike the path to the training cave, this one was lit by small aluminum spheres. Their glow faded into the distance, like a challenge to follow them. Kiva, however, had not survived this long by making hasty decisions. It was impossible to say how far the tunnel extended or what lay at its end. And if the council members appeared while she was snooping around down here, if Jaren surprised her and caught her in her lie, she bit her lip and thought for a moment before finally pushing her doubts aside. Muttering about her aching legs, she made her way down. But even at the end of the stairs, it didn't get better, for there she came to a fork. Kiva peered into both tunnels, unsure which one to choose. Neither was lit, so she would have to continue in pitch darkness, no matter which she chose. Since she couldn't dally, Kiva decisively turned into the right passage. One hand on the wall, the other stretched out in front of her to avoid bumping into anything, she prayed to all long-forgotten gods that the path would not unexpectedly turn into another staircase and send her blindly tumbling. Just as she felt she couldn't endure the darkness for another second and was about to turn back, she stubbed her toe against something hard. Hissing in pain, she held her foot for a moment before crouching down and searching for the stone obstacle. It was indeed a staircase, but only the bottom step. Kiva squinted her eyes and thought she could make out a faint glow a little further up, which offered hope for a short ascent. The stairs led into a dead end, and Kiva's heart gave a little leap as the glow intensified and she saw what it was. Sunlight. She hadn't found the meeting room, but she wasn't disappointed at all. For above her head, an iron grate sealed an opening in the rock. Kiva peered through the slits and realized she was on the bank of the Saren, outside the palace walls. Without intending to, she had stumbled upon a kind of emergency exit from the tunnel system, an unguarded escape route. Kiva assumed it served to bring the royal council to safety in an emergency. She would have loved to try opening the grate immediately, but as much as she would have liked to crawl out of the dark tunnel into the daylight, she knew her task down here wasn't finished yet.
So she turned around and carefully felt her way back down the stairs and into the pitch-dark tunnel. She tried unsuccessfully not to think about the implications of her discovery. If this unguarded opening was used as an exit, then one could just as easily get in through it, and this knowledge was dangerous. She almost wished she hadn't stumbled upon it at all. Then she wouldn't have had to decide what to do with it and with whom to share it. Kiva stumbled over a loose stone and muttered to herself for her inattention. The mere fact that she wasn't sure whether she should tell her family about her discovery made her insides clench. But she finally reassured herself that she didn't have to make the decision immediately. She could calmly consider whether it made sense to pass on the information and whether she was prepared to bear the consequences. As she tried to keep a cool head and slow the pounding of her treacherous heart, she reached the fork again. This time she turned directly into the left tunnel, still unable to make out anything in front of her. Fortunately, it wasn't long before she encountered resistance. Just as the fear crept in that she had ended up in another dead end, this time without an exit, she felt the unmistakable shape of a doorknob. After a brief hesitation, Kiva pressed it down. Light flooded the tunnel, so bright that she flinched and had to give her eyes a moment to adjust. When she could see again shortly after, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Before her lay a windowless chamber, in the center of which stood a round mahogany table on a thick crimson carpet. Aluminum chandelier hung from the ceiling, and to the right of the door rose a huge shelf full of books, covering topics from military strategy and politics to commercial law, religion, and cultural history. Kiva admired the maps on the wall, one for each of the 8 kingdoms and also a 9th depicting the entire continent of Wenderal. Then, however, her gaze fell upon an ashwood secretary opposite her. On its writing surface lay an unrolled parchment that practically begged for attention. Reason advised her to go back to the fork and hide in the darkness of the right tunnel until Jaren and the council members appeared. Afterward, she could sneak back here unmolested and press an ear to the door. The wood wasn't too thick, so the voices would certainly be muffled but still understandable to her. But the parchment was simply too tempting. For a moment she listened into the tunnel, but there was no indication that anyone was on their way here. Still, she had to hurry if she didn't want to encounter the council members on her way to the fork. With trembling knees, Kiva circled the table. She made sure not to touch the parchment on the secretary, fearing someone might notice the changed position. It wasn't necessary to pick up the parchment anyway. She immediately recognized it as a handwritten letter, in a foreign language. Kiva muttered softly and scanned the lines for familiar words. There was a common language throughout Wenderal, but some of the kingdoms also had their own national languages. However secluded Kiva had lived in Zalindov, she had still picked up a few scattered bits of it now and then from her more talkative patients. Kiva frowned in concentration, searching for the sender's name at the end of the letter. Navok Kildarian. Shocked, she read the name again, just to be sure. The Kildarians ruled Mirraven. As a child, Kiva had sometimes heard her parents talk about this cruel royal house from the north. It was said that King Arrakis's own wife had feared him so much that she had fled in the dead of night, leaving her 2 children, Princess Seraphine and Prince Navok, behind with him. The only question was, what did the Prince of Mirraven have to tell the Royal Council of Avalon? Kiva scanned Navok's letter again, desperately hoping to discover some clue. This time she recognized Arrakis's names as well as another, Vashel. If she remembered correctly, Vashel Aravine was the crown prince of Karamor. Apart from that, none of the words made sense to her, and Kiva let out a frustrated sigh. She would have loved to steal the parchment and present it to someone who spoke Mirravinish. However, the little she had been able to decipher left no doubt that the letter was too important not to be missed. She would have to find another way to find out what it was about. Disappointed, she let her gaze wander over the secretary's writing surface and reached for a half-empty crystal carafe. The amber-colored contents sloshed back and forth as she pulled out the cork. The smell brought tears to her eyes. So she quickly recorked the carafe and placed it back next to a row of neatly stacked delicate cups, which the Royal Council apparently kept for celebratory or particularly strenuous moments. Kiva was aware that with every second, the danger of being caught increased. Hastily, she opened the lower doors of the secretary, but found nothing there but empty parchment rolls and a few more bottles of alcohol. As she closed the cabinet again, she felt a tingling in her neck. She had no idea when the council members would appear, but her growing nervousness was an unmistakable sign that it was time to go. On her way to the door, Kiva's gaze fell again on the maps on the wall. A feeling of insignificance overcame her as she realized how incredibly vast Wenderol was. Even in her homeland of Avalon, there was so much she didn't yet know, and she had never even set foot in the other territories. She used to dream of one day traveling the untouched forests of Nareen, the salt mountains of Valorn, the desert kingdom of Hadris, and the sun-drenched plains of Jirva. She had imagined what it would be like to hike through the rugged landscape of Karamor and venture beyond Miraven and its infamous fortress of Darkwell into the uninhabited north. She had toyed with the idea of signing on a ship and exploring the wild Odin, perhaps even the deserted Serpent Isles or one of the continents beyond the ocean, about which so many myths were woven. These childhood fantasies had accompanied her through the years in Zalindov and comforted her on the darkest days. Even today, Kiva still liked to indulge in her daydreams, the boundless play of her thoughts. The idea that one day she would be allowed to discover all the wonders of Wenderol, that one day she would possess. Kiva froze as a sound reached her ears, mercilessly pulling her back to reality. With all her strength, she sharpened her senses, trying to make out something above the frantic pounding of her heart. Voices, and they were getting closer. Kiva's blood ran cold. For a while, she just stared motionless at the open door before she awoke from her trance and rushed forward to close it. Fortunately, the voices were far enough away that their owners had not yet reached the fork and noticed the light from the chamber. They still knew nothing of Kiva's presence, yet, but the royal council was on its way here, Jaren was on his way here, and she was trapped. For a single terrifying second, Kiva surrendered to her panic, unable to form a clear thought. But then she pulled herself together and began searching for a hiding place. Her gaze first fell on the crammed bookshelf, which, however, would offer her no protection. The same applied to the mahogany table. She looked around frantically, and again the secretary drew her attention. With a hopeful gasp, she crouched down in front of it, tore open the doors, and pushed aside the bottles and parchment sheets inside. Her aching muscles protested as she squeezed herself into the much too small compartment with considerable contortions, her legs drawn up and her arms around her knees. It took her 3 attempts until she managed to close the cabinet doors behind her. She could see nothing, and the pervasive smell of wood and alcohol, apparently one of the bottles had leaked at some point, almost robbed her of her senses. The gloom and confinement were overwhelming, and they catapulted Kiva back to the 2 weeks she had had to spend in a pitch-dark cell in the Purgatorium, Zalindov's penal wing, trapped, just like now. Her breath grew shallower and her chest tightened, while the terrible memories brought beads of cold sweat to her forehead. She was blind. She couldn't breathe. She had to get out of here. She had to get out of here. Gradually, however, her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and Kiva concentrated with all her might on the narrow strip of light that fell through the gap between the cabinet doors. Trembling, she exhaled and pressed her face against the wood to peer into the room. Just then, the door opened and the royal council entered, led by Jaren. Queen Ariana was also present, who had apparently decided that the correspondence on her desk could wait a little longer. Kiva reminded herself that while she wasn't locked up in the Purgatorium, she soon would be if she was discovered here. She had to remain calm and make absolutely no sound. Above all, however, she had to listen. For whether it had been planned that way or not, she had found the perfect hiding place to eavesdrop on the royal council meeting. "We merely wished you would at least admit how daring and dangerous this undertaking was," a graying middle-aged man stated, his brows drawn together gruffly above his piercing eyes. "Not to mention absolutely foolish. You must be aware of how much could have gone wrong. How much did go wrong?" "Horeth, if you intend to scold me like a child all afternoon, you might as well say so now," Jaren retorted impatiently. "Then I can use my time more productively." Horeth! Kiva had heard that name somewhere earlier in the morning. The Grand Master of the Royal Council, who continued to eye Jaren with displeasure. Just like the rest of the people who now entered the room, 2 women and a man. All wore red robes and shimmering headbands. Horus was gold, the others silver. Jaren and Ariana took their seats at the table, and the council members followed suit. Kiva almost twisted her neck to keep them all in view. "I am sure my son is aware of the boldness of his actions," Ariana interjected placatingly. "But when he learned that Tilda Quarantine was to be brought to Zalindov, he simply saw an opportunity he couldn't let pass." At the mention of her mother, Kiva's fingers twitched. "That doesn't change the fact that he almost died in the process," a dark-skinned woman interjected, her black hair tied in a tight knot at the nape of her neck. "Exactly my point, Yasari." Horeth nodded imperiously and cast a stern glance at Jaren. "As we could all gather from Na'ari Arel's report, Idrin Ridley was originally supposed to infiltrate Zalindov. Likewise, it should be clear to all of us that Ridley's untimely accident should have put an end to the plan. The question now is why that wasn't the case. Why you, as the future ruler of this kingdom, deemed it right to risk your life and rush headlong into this dangerous place. By the Shadow Realm, just look at your hand. You will carry this scar for the rest of your life, and the gods know how many more." Evidently, Horeth had never seen Jaren without a shirt. Otherwise, he would have known that the Z on the back of his hand was still the most harmless memento of his time in Zalindov. Nevertheless, Kiva felt a pang of shame. After all, it had been she who had carved the letter into Jaren's skin. She wondered if that was also in Na'ari's report. The prince merely leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. "How kind of you to inquire about Idrin's condition. He's much better already," he retorted sarcastically. "He suffered a worse fracture than initially thought, so it will take a while longer for his leg to fully heal. At the moment, he is recovering with his family in Albury, but of course I will gladly convey your get-well wishes to him." Silence spread after Jaren's sharp-tongued comment, and Kiva's lips curved upwards. She hadn't known this side of him yet, so defiant and princely. "Perhaps we should move on to the next topic," murmured the man with the silver circlet. He was bald and had milky white skin. "As we all see, Prince Deverick has returned safely. Furthermore, we only learned of his presence in Zalindov after his escape, and there's no point in arguing about the past." "Those are wise words, Feldor, as always," said the second councilwoman. She also had very fair skin. However, her face was full of freckles and marked by age. Gray streaks ran through her reddish-brown hair. "Very well," the Grand Master retorted sullenly. "If we are not allowed to point out His Royal Highness's unparalleled recklessness, then let us speak of his equally imprudent decision to bring 2 escaped criminals home. Not just to Valenya, but straight into the palace." Kiva was startled, though not in response to Horeth's new topic suggestion. Rather, it was the anger in Jaren's gaze that caused her already tense muscles to tighten even further.
"Choose your words carefully, Grand Master," Jaren warned coolly, and needle-sharp icicles seemed to shoot from his eyes. "One of these criminals, as you are pleased to call them, is a small boy who can be accused of nothing but love for his mother, who was a thief. And the second criminal," Jaren continued unmoved, a muscle twitching in his jaw, "was barely 7 years old when she was brought to Zalindov. Say what you will, but I believe there is something fundamentally wrong with our justice system if it dictates that children be sent to prison to die." "But she—" "Furthermore, let us not forget that Kiva Meriden release was lawfully earned. After all, she faced the elemental trial. Even if the prisoner uprising hadn't occurred, the warden would have had to let her go. We all know you helped her win the trials, and even if one disregards all that," Jaren interrupted the Grand Master once more, "she cared for her fellow prisoners day and night, enduring great personal hardship. In my opinion, that makes her a hero. Keep that in mind if you intend to call her a criminal again." After Jaren had interrupted him so often, Horith snarled, his cheeks fiery red and eyes sparkling. Her father was accused. I know everything about her father. One sentence and Kiva's world fell apart. "Do you think I wouldn't have informed myself about her?" he asked, stunned to the group. "After we reached the Winter Palace, the first thing I did was ask my cousin to get me her prisoner file. But Kalden was already 3 steps ahead of me. He had started investigating her after Kiva's air trial, his first encounter with her. That's why he could tell me everything I needed to know about her directly." Kiva's horror gave way to an icy, paralyzing numbness. "Then you know that," Horith began, but again Jaren didn't let him finish. "I know that Farron Merridin's alleged connection to the rebels was nothing more and nothing less than that. Alleged." Jaren's tone was as unyielding as his expression. "He was sent to Zalindov because he was accused of treason that could never be proven. By the gods, the man spent his life saving others. And how was he thanked for it? With an early death and the knowledge that his daughter would have to atone for a crime he might not even have committed. Which is why she wanted to thwart his arrest." "Exactly," Horith cried, agitated. "She wanted to thwart his arrest. That is a criminal offense." "She was 7 years old," Jaren now practically screamed, his hands clenched into fists on the tabletop. "She had just witnessed her younger brother being killed, which would have been absolutely avoidable. And then her father was violently dragged away. Of course she resisted. Anyone would have." Horith's reply was lost in the roaring that had risen in Kiva's ears. She tried to calm her racing heart by reminding herself that she had told Jaren part of this story months ago. That's how he knew Karen had died, but not how, and not that she had been there. While she had revealed to him that her father had been sent to Zalindov, she had also withheld the reason for his arrest. All this information could have prompted Jaren to question Kiva's motives, especially after it became clear that she hadn't confided the whole truth in him. But if Jaren had known since her first day in the Winter Palace, and Kalden even earlier, the tightness in Kiva's chest eased a little as she realized that was all the two of them knew. Apparently, Kalden had not conducted any further investigations after reading her prisoner file. After all, there had been no reason to. The accusations against her father had been baseless, so the trail ended in a dead end. Warden Rook's records contained nothing to suggest a connection between Kiva or Farron and Tilda. Neither Kiva nor her father had ever used a name other than Merridin, and on Tilda's side of the family, the name Quarantine had been dropped many generations ago. Before Kiva and Farron were brought to Zalindov, the Merridins had always kept themselves away from any rebel activity, which is why nothing incriminating was found in their past. So, her secret was safe. Nevertheless, Kiva had underestimated them both, Jaren and Kalden, and that must not happen again. Fortunately, Jaren continued, running an agitated hand through his hair, Kiva was apparently too young then to remember that it was the Royal Guard who destroyed her life, and under the personal command of Captain Varys, no less. He was mistaken, but Kiva certainly wouldn't jump out of her hiding place to correct him. At least, nothing in her behavior suggests she recognized him. Varys himself, however, remembers it as if it were yesterday. "I will never forget those eyes," he once told me. Jaren stared at the table and then grimaced in pain. "Gods, if she knew the truth, she would never speak another word to me," he whispered. He was mistaken there, too, as much as Kiva wished things were different. "Which would, of course, be a tragedy," Horith retorted dryly before turning to the Queen. "Your Highness, you cannot possibly approve of this Merridin girl roaming your palace. And then the boy, Tripper, or whatever his name is. They are both a security risk and should at least be escorted by guards at all times." Jaren seemed about to protest, but Ariana placed a calming hand on his clenched fist.
I must confess that I was indeed worried when I learned of my son's traveling companions, she replied. But I also know that Jaren would never do anything that could harm our family or our kingdom. He trusts them both, and I trust his judgment. She looked each of the council members in the eye until her gaze finally rested on Horeth. And so should you. He who trusts too much is easily betrayed, the Grandmaster retorted, shaking his head. Whether from disappointment or disgust, Kiva could not tell. Nevertheless, his prophetic words sent a shiver down her spine. Horeth is not entirely wrong, the bald Feldor spoke up. On what does your trust rest, Prince Deverick? If you could explain that to us, it might be easier for us to understand your point of view. Kiva saved my life, Jaren said simply, whereupon all present raised their heads. Without her, I would be lying dead today in a tunnel beneath Zalindov. I could barely stand without her help. How could I ever have made it back to the surface on my own? She could have left me to my fate, but she didn't. With each of Jaren's words, Queen Ariana's beautiful face grew paler, even though she must have already known everything about his escape from Zalindov. Horeth, however, let out a dismissive snort. Well, Nari would have found you sooner or later, and even if not, what about your magic? You wouldn't have had to leave that tunnel on foot, Your Highness. You know that as well as I do. Kiva blinked into the darkness as it dawned on her that Horeth was right. If Jaren was able to float above an underground river, then he could have easily risen into the air back then and let his magic carry him to the exit. What's more, he could have simply split the earth with a snap of his fingers. You forget that I was tortured for 2 weeks, and before that I had to toil in the mines for months with hardly more than water and bread, Jaren explained, making his mother even paler. My magic was exhausted, and I had no strength to replenish its reserves. I wouldn't have managed more than a few sparks back then. He had managed no more than a few sparks, because he had previously helped Kiva through the elemental judgment. And with the little magic he had left, he had lit their way on their journey to the tunnel exit, and subsequently enabled their escape from Zalindov. So you seriously expect us to believe that you are still alive today only thanks to Kiva Meriden? Horeth sneered. I don't care what you believe, Jaren retorted. I merely expect you to treat Kiva and Tip with respect. Horeth's reply was lost in the roaring that had risen in Kiva's ears. She tried to calm her racing heart by reminding herself that she had told Jaren part of this story months ago. That's how he knew Karen had died, but not how, and not that she had been there. While she had revealed to him that her father had been sent to Zalindov, she had also withheld the reason for his arrest. All this information could have prompted Jaren to question Kiva's motives, especially after it became clear that she hadn't confided the whole truth in him. But if Jaren had known since her first day in the Winter Palace, and Kalden even earlier, the tightness in Kiva's chest eased a little as she realized that was all the two of them knew. Apparently, Kalden had not conducted any further investigations after reading her prisoner file. After all, there had been no reason to. The accusations against her father had been baseless, so the trail ended in a dead end. Warden Rook's records contained nothing to suggest a connection between Kiva or Farron and Tilda. Neither Kiva nor her father had ever used a name other than Meriden, and on Tilda's side of the family, the name Quarantine had been dropped many generations ago. Before Kiva and Farron were brought to Zalindov, the Meridens had always kept themselves away from any rebel activity, which is why nothing incriminating was found in their past. So, her secret was safe. Nevertheless, Kiva had underestimated them both, Jaren and Kalden, and that must not happen again. Fortunately, Jaren continued, running an agitated hand through his hair, Kiva was apparently too young then to remember that it was the royal guard who destroyed her life, and under the personal command of Captain Varys, no less. He was mistaken, but Kiva certainly wouldn't jump out of her hiding place to correct him. At least, nothing in her behavior suggests she recognized him. Varys himself, however, remembers it as if it were yesterday. I will never forget those eyes, he once told me. Jaren stared at the table and then grimaced in pain.
Gods, if she knew the truth, she would never speak another word to me, he whispered. He was mistaken there, too, as
They are my guests, and I don't want to hear another word against them. He stared into the eyes of one council member after another, as if daring them to defy him. One of the women accepted the challenge, though in a different way than expected. Is that the only reason the two are here? A smile played around the mouth of the councilwoman with reddish-brown hair. I've only seen the girl from afar so far, but it seems to me that she is, well, not exactly unattractive. Jaren straightened his back. Watch yourself, Zara. The woman's smile widened as she simultaneously raised her hands in a placating gesture. Forgive a quirky old woman her curiosity, but perhaps you'd like to tell us what your intentions are regarding the girl. Do I hear wedding bells ringing? This question triggered a full-body reaction in Kiva. A violent jolt ran through her, her eyes widened, her cheeks began to glow. And before she could prevent it, a soft yet dangerous gasp escaped her lips. Wedding bells? Horeth snorted. That must be a joke, Zara. This girl is a commoner who just wandered in. No, not even that. She's a— You'd better not finish that sentence, Jaren said. But he wasn't the only one at the table seething with rage. My husband, your king, was also born a commoner who just wandered in. Queen Ariana interjected in a tone that sent a shiver down Kiva's spine. You are treading on very thin ice, Grandmaster. I warn you. Forgive me, Your Majesty, Horeth quickly backpedaled. I merely wish to express my concern for your son and the future of our kingdom. If he actually intends to— What I intend is none of the royal council's business, Jaren said, now clearly tolerating no further contradiction. Should a situation arise that changes that, then and only then will I inform the council of my plans. Understood? He waited until all 4 council members nodded before continuing. Kiva was trapped in a nightmare for more than half her life. The last thing I want is to make her feel like she's gone from one cage to the next, even if it's a golden one. I don't know what the future holds for us, but for now, I simply want to give her the opportunity to enjoy her life and fulfill her dreams. I can only hope that she will grant me a place by her side in doing so. And if that should be the case, you will have to get used to it. I think I have made myself clear enough. Hearing Jaren's heartfelt words, Kiva's chest tightened again. But even as she tried not to let what was said affect her, she felt the words penetrate straight into her heart, filling it with warmth. The people will never accept her once her past becomes public. Horeth's malicious tone made the warmth vanish instantly. But Jaren met the Grandmaster's gaze and demonstratively traced the Z-shaped scar on the back of his hand as he replied, If the people accept me, then they will be able to accept her too. You do the people of this country an injustice by assuming they are as prejudiced as you are. The Grandmaster scowled, but before he could reply, Ariana preempted him. I think we've discussed my son's private life enough for today, she said, leaving no doubt that the matter was closed. What else is on the agenda? Jaren used the council member's hesitation to introduce a new topic himself. I would like to know how the investigation into Warden Rook is progressing. I haven't heard anything about it since our departure from the Winter Palace. Has he been charged with abuse of office yet? Kiva flinched again. Her cramped limbs screamed in pain, but she could do nothing about it. Rook was to be charged? Would he actually be held accountable for what he had done? Feldor scratched his bald head. We have requested that the matter be reviewed, Your Highness, but strictly speaking, Rook is not subject to our jurisdiction. He is not a citizen of Avalon, but rather subordinate to all 8 kingdoms simultaneously. And so far, unfortunately, only Narian and Valorn agree with your demand for a trial. Our hands are tied. Kiva's hope withered as quickly as it had bloomed, but she comforted herself with the thought that she would avenge herself on Rook. Someday. What, and that's it? Jaren asked, noticeably frustrated. He has official permission to terrorize his prisoners, to poison them if he finds there are too many?
"That has not been proven," Yasari warned. "I was there," Jaren countered. "Nari, Kiva, Tip, we saw the prisoners die one after another. We were afraid of being next." "It still cannot be proven," Yasari repeated, raising his hands regretfully. "Rook has controlled Zalindov for over 10 years, longer than any warden before him. His word stands against yours. Without solid evidence, we will hardly be able to persuade the other kingdoms to turn against him. After he has done such good work, no one would like to see him replaced." "He is a murderer," Jaren growled. "His victims, however, were not exactly innocent lambs either," Horeth remarked, before qualifying, "at least most of them." Jaren shot the Grand Master an angry look and then turned to his mother. "We urgently need to review our criminal legislation. Of course, I cannot speak for the other kingdoms, but I personally will no longer tolerate the inhabitants of this country being thrown into prison without a fair trial. Never again must an innocent person end up in Zalindov. Never. And even proven criminals who deservedly serve their existence behind bars must continue to be granted their basic rights." Only then did Jaren include the round again. "If we cannot stop Rook, then we should at least try to protect our countrymen behind these prison walls, and ensure that no one ends up there who doesn't belong there." For a moment, the council members seemed completely taken aback, which Kiva felt too, but finally Ariana nodded, a small, proud smile on her lips. "I completely agree with you," she said. Then she turned to Horeth. "Call the jurists together and arrange for the law books to be examined for passages that require revision, and with top priority." The Grand Master blinked indecisively. However, he was not so reckless as to defy a direct order from his queen, and he ultimately nodded stiffly. When Kiva realized how many lives such a legal adjustment would save, she allowed herself a tiny sigh of relief. But she had no time to dwell longer on Jaren's reform plans, or on the feelings they aroused in her, for the council meeting was far from over. What about the rebels? Queen Ariana moved on to the next point. Since Tilda's death, they had actually seemed much calmer, yet they kidnapped Kiva last night, presumably to put pressure on Jaren. Do you think they are preparing another attack? Unfortunately, we haven't learned much new recently, Zara replied seriously. Since Rune and Whitlock were killed, we haven't been able to infiltrate any more spies into the inner circle, let alone gain them access to headquarters. It's as if the Viper and the Jackal have a sixth sense when it comes to loyalty. The Viper and the Jackal. Who Zara meant was easy to guess, yet Kiva wondered how her siblings had come by these code names. Furthermore, the thought of the 2 dead agents disturbed her. The idea that Torel or Zulika could be responsible made her feel sick. "Which is probably a sign that they have placed spies among us," Jaren sighed. He tiredly ran a hand over his face. "I wish Idrin were here. He would know exactly what we should do and whom we can trust." "Idrin trained Rune and Whitlock, didn't he?" Feldor asked. Jaren nodded. Her death hit him hard. That was also the reason why Nari and I took him to the Winter Palace back then, so that he wouldn't sit in the city and get foolish ideas. But he still brooded over it incessantly and always looked for new ways to infiltrate the rebels. Jaren paused, as if suddenly remembering something.
Shortly before we left, he mentioned having stumbled upon a secret meeting place here in Valenia. He wanted to scout it out immediately upon our return. A sparkle entered Yasari's dark eyes. "Did he tell you exactly where it is?" she wanted to know. Jaren let out an amused snort. "Half an hour ago you called me foolish and reckless. Do you think Idrin wouldn't have known what I would do with such information?" No one answered. Finally, Queen Ariana turned to Zura. "Send someone trustworthy to Albry. I want to know exactly what Idrin has found out, and then assign one of our newer spies to it." "Idrin won't say anything," Jaren prophesied. "Since the matter with Rune and Whitlock, he knows that we have a leak somewhere. In his eyes, everyone is suspicious right now." "He will have no other choice," Horeth countered. "Not if he wants to return to his old post in the Royal Guard after his recovery." Jaren had nothing to say to that. The 4 council members began to debate whom to send to Albry and who would be best suited to infiltrate a secret rebel meeting. Gradually, the discussion turned to how to track down the rebel spies. Ariana also contributed an idea now and then. None of the 5 paid attention to Jaren anymore, and so they missed the thoughtful expression on his face. Just like the fact that he had skillfully evaded Yasari's question earlier by countering with a question of his own. Do you think Idrin wouldn't have known what I would do with such information? Kiva bet that Jaren knew more than he let on, and if Idrin had indeed told him more about the rebels' secret meeting place, it was almost guaranteed that Jaren would follow the lead. Which meant Kiva would have to keep a close eye on him in the near future to miss nothing. So, we continue to do our best to keep the situation with the rebels from getting out of control, Zura said, as Kiva turned her attention back to the conversation. They are annoying, but in the end, it should be clear to all of us that they pose no serious threat to Evelon. Kiva opened her mouth indignantly, only to close it again hastily. Tell that to those who have lost a loved one because of the rebels, Jaren retorted in disgust. Or their home, their entire village. I dare to doubt that these people would merely call the rebels annoying. We do not want to downplay the civil unrest they cause, certainly not the damage resulting from it, Grandmaster Horeth declared, surprisingly conciliatory. But Zaron is right. The rebels will never succeed in raising an army that could contend with our forces, and as long as they don't have the royal triad, war would be their only way to secure the crown. Kiva listened intently. The royal triad? What could that be? And what did it have to do with the crown? Kiva resolved to ask her siblings about it the next time she met them, just as she would ask about the damage they had caused through their uprisings, hoping there was a good explanation for it. There's nothing more we can do against the rebels at the moment, Horeth continued. Or rather, we don't need to do more. As has already been established, the rebels have been quieter for some time. Without their queen, they will probably give up soon anyway. We should just wait. The viper and the jackal certainly won't give up so quickly, Jaren disagreed, perfectly summarizing Kiva's thoughts. Idrin is convinced that one of them, perhaps even both, is directly related to Tilda. Her siblings, cousins, her children? No outsider has ever seen their faces. We don't even know their exact age. But if Idrin is right, and the two have now taken over the leadership of the rebels, then that means they could indeed be descended from the Quarantines, Ariana murmured, and her sapphire blue eyes narrowed. Suddenly, Kiva was very glad that Idrin was so far away, for without his information about the rebels, the Royal Council seemed unable to make much progress. That is admittedly a disturbing thought, Horeth conceded, but it changes nothing about the facts. Quarantines or not, they will not achieve their goal. We will continue to send soldiers into areas with high rebel activity. Beyond that, however, we have no choice but to wait for them to declare their mission a failure themselves. Jaren visibly disliked being condemned to inactivity. He stared grimly at the table in front of him. And furthermore, Horeth continued, there is a more important matter to discuss. Jaren looked up as Horeth pushed back his chair and stood up. His red cloak flowed down his wiry body like blood. Then he moved, straight towards Kiva. She held her breath so as not to make the slightest sound that could betray her. Directly in front of the secretary, the Grandmaster stopped and blocked her view. If he were to bend down now and open the doors, then— "We have received a letter from Mirraven," Horeth explained. Parchment rustled, and Kiva managed to suppress a relieved whimper at the last moment. Shortly thereafter, she had a clear view again as Horeth returned to his seat with the letter. Jaren groaned. "Let me guess. What is King Arrakis threatening us with this time? If we voluntarily surrender Evelon to him, he'll kindly grant us our lives? Or has he actually come up with something new?" Silence spread until Queen Ariana finally turned to her son. "Arrakis is dead," she said softly. Jaren flinched. "What?" "I wrote that to you," Ariana frowned, "right after you left for the Winter Palace." Jaren shook his head. "The only news I received there was about Tilda's arrest in Mirraven and your negotiations about her being sent to Zalindov. Arrakis was already dead then. We conducted the negotiations at that time with—" "Don't say it," Jaren whispered, suddenly pale as a ghost. "Navak is the new king of Mirraven," Ariana explained even more softly, and regret was in her words. "As you know, according to Mirraven law, Anyone of royal blood who defeats the reigning monarch in combat can claim the throne. Navok challenged Arrakis and won. He killed his own father, Jaren stated tonelessly. Arrakis himself was no saint, the Grand Master countered. Compared to his son, he was. Jaren's harsh comment echoed in the room for a few seconds before Horeth finally cleared his throat and pointed to the parchment. The letter reached us last night. Before that, Miravan had not responded to any of our letters. Incidentally, neither had Karamor. Jaren grabbed the letter and quickly scanned it. As you can see, Horeth continued, Navok is not threatening us with an invasion. No, he's far too cunning for that, Jaren murmured, his brow furrowed in concentration as he silently translated the Mirathanic. At one point he paused and looked up. Seraphine is to marry Vashel? One of Navok's first acts as king was to arrange the engagement of his sister to the Crown Prince of Karamor, Horeth confirmed, before adding somewhat sourly, as if the ties between these two territories weren't already close enough. Indeed, Jaren agreed seriously, they stick together like pitch and sulfur, but I doubt this wedding will further strengthen the connection, especially since we all know that Seraphine would rather die than marry Vashel. What is Navok planning? It makes no sense at all. Perhaps he wants to get rid of her so she doesn't get the idea to challenge him, Ysari surmised, tucking a loose black strand of hair behind her ear. Seraphine Kildarian wouldn't harm a fly, Jaren countered. If she didn't look so much like her brother and father, one might almost believe she was adopted. She is not at all like them. Then she probably takes after her mother in character, Zara said. Let's hope she doesn't meet the same end, Feldor grumbled. Kiva raised her eyebrows, wondering if the former queen had perhaps not fled after all, or if she had been stopped in the attempt by her cruel husband. Poor Seraphine, Jaren sighed with genuine regret.
Navok ist clearly misusing her for his power games. She doesn't deserve that. She war die einzige von ihrer entire Familie, who mich tolerieren near mir, deren unserer diplomatischen Trip zum Nordbeck denn. Mirren auch likte Herr, die zwei even bekamen Freunde. Kaldon, tja, der hat selbstverständlich auch Gefallen an ihr gefunden. Seraphine war allerdings klug genug, nicht auf seine Avancen einzugehen. Jaren verdrehte die Augen und erntete damit verhaltenes Gelächter. Dann ließ er das Pergament sinken und die Runde wurde wieder ernst. Im Grunde sagt uns dieser Brief eigentlich gar nichts, oder? Das sind alles nur höfliche Floskeln. Vermutlich will Navok uns bloß verunsichern, damit wir uns fragen, was er im Schilde führt. Jaren trommelte mit den Fingern auf die Tischplatte. Trotzdem sollten Sie Ashlyn davon in Kenntnis setzen. Die Armee muss einsatzbereit sein, falls Miravan und Karamor einen Militärschlag planen. Unsere Armee ist immer einsatzbereit, beteuerte Ysari mit hörbarem Stolz. Wenn diese Barbaren aus dem Norden glauben, unser Land wäre so leicht einzunehmen, rufen wir ihnen gern in Erinnerung, warum Avalon das mächtigste Königreich von ganz Vendaral ist. Jaren nickte abwesend und konzentrierte sich abermals auf den Brief. Irgendetwas hieran kommt mir merkwürdig vor. Navok prahlt regelrecht mit Seraphines anstehender Heirat. Aber warum? Er wandte sich an Ysari. Haben wir Informanten in Miravan? Bis jetzt nicht, zumindest keine, die in der Lage wären, uns brauchbare Einblicke zu verschaffen, antwortete sie. Setzen Sie Ashlyn darauf an, ordnete Jaren an. Sie soll ihre besten Agenten mobilisieren. Navok ist nicht nur durchtrieben, sondern auch äußerst wachsam. Der erkennt einen Spion, bevor er auch nur einen Fuß nach Zadria gesetzt hat. Darum brauchen wir jemanden, der genauso erfinderisch wie anpassungsfähig ist. Ich werde noch heute Abend einen Boten entsenden, versprach Ysari. So wie ich Ash kenne, hat sie da oben schon längst irgendwen postiert, von dem wir gar nichts wissen. Jaren reichte den Brief an seine Mutter weiter. Aber falls nicht, wird sie sich schnellstmöglich darum kümmern. Und bis dahin? Fragte Horeth. Bis dahin warten wir ab, sagte Jaren, und halten Augen und Ohren offen. Falls sie doch angreifen sollten, werden wir sie aufhalten, verfügte Königin Ariana mit stählerner Stimme. Niemand bedroht meine Familie und mein Königreich, ohne dafür zur Rechenschaft gezogen zu werden. Niemand. Der Zong in Arianas Stimme ließ Kiva erschaudern, und die Worte hallten ihr noch durch den Kopf, als der königliche Rat sich längst anderen Themen zugewandt hatte. Handelsbeziehungen mit dem Ausland, Städteplanung, Anliegen der Zünfte, alles Dinge, die für Kiva nicht von Interesse waren. Schon bald begann sie sich zu langweilen, wodurch ihr die unbequeme Position, die schmerzenden Muskeln und ihre tauben Gliedmaßen umso bewusster wurden.
Gerade als sie überzeugt war, es keine Minute länger in dem engen Schrank auszuhalten, erklärten Jaren und Ariana die Versammlung für beendet und erhoben sich. Kiva wäre vor Erleichterung beinahe in Tränen ausgebrochen, als sie beobachtete, wie die Ratsmitglieder den beiden in den dunklen Tunnel folgten und die Tür hinter sich schlossen. Um kein Risiko einzugehen, ließ Kiva noch ein wenig Zeit verstreichen. Erst als sie sicher war, dass die Gruppe es zurück an die Oberfläche geschafft haben musste, stieß sie die Schranktüren auf und purzelte hilflos auf den harten Steinboden. Eine Weile blieb sie einfach liegen und wartete mit zusammengebissenen Zähnen darauf, dass das Kribbeln und Stechen in ihren Gliedern nachließ. Doch der Schmerz blieb. Sie verfluchte Kaldon und sein grausames morgendliches Training, obwohl ihr klar war, dass der Prinz sie nicht dazu gezwungen hatte, sich für einen Großteil des Nachmittags in einen winzigen Schrank zu zwängen. Trotzdem, es hatte sich gelohnt, befand sie, während sie sich mit schmerzverzerrtem Gesicht auf die Füße stemmte. Nicht einmal Nari hatte bei der Versammlung dabei sein dürfen, und selbst Mirren schien nicht in die Geheimnisse des königlichen Rats eingeweiht zu sein. Nur die Königin und ihr Thronerbe. Und nun auch Kiva. Jetzt musste sie nur einen Weg finden, ihr Wissen an Torel und Zuleka weiterzugeben. Ein flaues Gefühl breitete sich in ihr aus, als sie sich humpelnd auf den Rückweg machte. Sie versuchte sich einzureden, dass sie bloß hungrig war und ihr Unbehagen nichts damit zu tun hatte, dass sie kurz davor war, die Königsfamilie zu verraten, Jaren zu verraten. Das Letzte, was ich will, ist, ihr das Gefühl zu geben, von einem Käfig in den nächsten geraten zu sein. Bei der Erinnerung an seine Worte verkrampfte sich ihr Magen noch mehr. Für den Moment möchte ich ihr einfach die Möglichkeit geben, ihr Leben zu genießen und ihre Träume zu verwirklichen. Wenn es nur so einfach wäre, dachte Kiva, wenn nur die letzten 10 Jahre nie gewesen wären, wenn nur ihre Pflicht gegenüber ihrer Familie nicht wäre. Ich selbst kann nur hoffen, dass sie mir dabei einen Platz an ihrer Seite zugesteht. Jaren würde an ihrer Seite sein, bis zu dem Moment, in dem sie ihm die Krone raubte. Kiva blieb in der Dunkelheit stehen. Allein der Gedanke zerriss ihr das Herz. Und dann ging sie weiter, weil sie es musste. Sie versuchte den Schmerz zu verdrängen, doch so sehr sie sich auch bemühte, er begleitete sie auf dem ganzen Weg zurück in den Palast für den Rest des Nachmittags und bis tief in die Nacht hinein. Eine stetige Folter, die einfach nicht nachlassen wollte. Kiva brannte, fiel, ertrank, Wasser, so viel Wasser. Sie bekam keine Luft. Ihre Haut stand in Flammen, brannte, Kiva brannte. Sie fiel immer schneller, Windböen zerrten an ihren Gliedern, eisige Kälte schälte ihr die Haut von den Knochen. Das Knallen einer Peitsche, das leise Stöhnen eines Mannes, Blut, das in einen Abfluss rann, Dunkelheit, so viel Dunkelheit. Sie bekam keine Luft. Keuchend schreckte sie hoch. Eine Silhouette beugte sich über ihr Bett, jemand umklammerte bestimmt ihre Schultern. Kiva schrie und trommelte mit den Fäusten auf den nackten Oberkörper des Mannes ein, versuchte sich aus seinem Griff zu befreien. Doch er stieß bloß ein Uff aus und hielt sie noch fester, presste ihr die Arme an die Seiten. Sie öffnete den Mund zu einem weiteren Schrei, aber dann: »Kiva, Kiva, ich bin's!« Endlich drang Jarens Stimme zu ihr durch und sie erstarrte. »Es war nur ein Albtraum«, sagte er und zog sie an seine warme, starke Brust. »Ich bin ja bei dir, du bist in Sicherheit.« Er strich ihr das schweißnasse Haar aus der Stirn. »Jaren?« stotterte Kiva, während sie weiterhin um Atem rang. Es war dunkel im Zimmer, nur das Mondlicht, das zum Fenster hereinfiel, erhellte gerade so sein besorgtes Gesicht. »Ich bin bei dir«, wiederholte er und streichelte ihr beruhigend den Rücken. Unwillkürlich schmiegte Kiva sich an Jaren, vergrub ihr Gesicht an seinem Hals. Sie vergaß, dass sie ihn von sich hätte stoßen müssen und klammerte sich zitternd an ihn wie ein kleines Kind. »Geht es ihr gut?« ertönte Tipps schüchterne Stimme von der Tür her. »Alles in Ordnung«, antwortete Jaren leise. »Aber es war richtig, dass du mich geholt hast. Warum wächst du nicht Ori und ihr zwei holt euch in der Küche eine schöne heiße Schokolade, bevor ihr weiterschlaft? Du kannst morgen mit Kiva reden.« Tipp schien zu zögern, doch kurz darauf hörte Kiva, wie er ihre Zimmertür hinter sich schloss. Sie bebte noch immer am ganzen Körper und brachte es nicht über sich, Jaren loszulassen. Es war ihr vollkommen gleich, dass sie miteinander allein waren, dass sie eng umschlungen auf ihrem Bett hockten und er nur halb angezogen war. Bei ihm fühlte sie sich sicher. Seine Arme waren alles, was sie zusammenhielt. Er war alles, was sie zusammenhielt. »Weißt du, ich habe auch oft welche«, flüsterte Jaren und fuhr ihr mit den Fingern durchs Haar. »Solche Träume. Seit Zalindov.«
Bei der Erinnerung an die gedämpften Schreie, die sie im Winterpalast durch die Wände gehört hatte, drängte sie sich noch dichter an ihn. Ohne das Gesicht von seinem Hals zu lösen, hauchte sie: »Wovon träumst du?« Sie musste weg von ihm, doch sie rührte sich nicht.
Nur dieses eine Mal, sagte sie sich. Nur dieses eine Mal würde sie sich gestatten zu vergessen, wer er war und wer sie war, und sich seiner tröstlichen Umarmung hingeben. »Ich träume von Dunkelheit, von Tod«, antwortete Jaren ebenso leise. »Ich träume, dass du von diesem Turm stürzt und ich dich nicht rechtzeitig auffangen kann. Ich träume, dass du diesen Brennofen betrittst und nie wieder rauskommst. Ich träume, dass...« Er schluckte. »Ich träume, dass ich dich reglos am Grund des Steinbruchsees finde.« Er erschauderte. »Ich träume, dass du stirbst, immer und immer wieder, und ich nichts dagegen tun kann.« Bruchstücke ihres eigenen Albtraums zuckten Kiva durch den Kopf. Wie sie fiel, wie sie brannte, wie sie ertrank, wie sie in der seelenzermüdenden Finsternis des Purgatoriums hockte. Und »Ich sehe, wie du ausgepeitscht wirst.« Der Satz rutschte ihr ungewollt über die Lippen. Jaren erstarrte. Nach dem Tag, der hinter ihr lag, nach allem, was sie erfahren und empfunden hatte, was sie noch immer empfand, war ihre Selbstbeherrschung erschöpft. Darum fuhr sie nun fort. »Es war meine Schuld. Du hast mich gerettet, und er hat dich dafür bestraft.« Ihre Stimme versagte. Nur noch ein abgehacktes, ersticktes Krächzen drang aus ihrer Kehle. »Ach, Liebes«, murmelte Jaren und gab ihr einen Kuss auf die Schläfe. Kivas Widerstand schmolz dahin. Sie konnte nichts dagegen tun. »Es tut mir so leid«, flüsterte sie aus tiefstem Herzen. »Ich weiß, das habe ich dir noch nie gesagt, aber ich hätte es tun sollen. Es gibt nichts, was dir leid tun müsste.« »Nicht mal bedankt habe ich mich bei dir«, warf Kiva sich selbst unbeirrt vor. So schläfrig wie sie war, hatte sie keinerlei Kontrolle über das, was ihr über die Lippen kam. »Du hast mir das Leben gerettet, und ich habe mich nicht mal bedankt. Ich war einfach so wütend, weil du mich angelogen hattest. Aber du hast mich gerettet. Nur deinetwegen bin ich noch am Leben.« Ihre Stimme wurde rau. »And Calden, well, he certainly took a liking to her too. Seraphine, however, was clever enough not to respond to his advances.« Jaren rolled his eyes, earning a subdued chuckle. Then he lowered the parchment, and the group grew serious again. »Basically, this letter tells us nothing, does it? These are all just polite platitudes. Presumably, Navok just wants to unsettle us, to make us wonder what he's up to.« Jaren drummed his fingers on the tabletop. »Nevertheless, you should inform Ashlyn about this. The army must be ready for action in case Miraven and Karamor are planning a military strike.« »Our army is always ready for action«, Yesari asserted with audible pride. »If these barbarians from the north believe our land would be so easy to conquer, we will gladly remind them why Avalon is the most powerful kingdom in all of Wenderil.« Jaren nodded absently and concentrated once more on the letter. »Something about this seems strange to me. Navok practically boasts about Seraphine's impending marriage. But why?« He turned to Yesari. »Do we have informants in Miraven?« »Not yet, at least none capable of providing us with useful insights«, she replied. »Put Ashlyn on it«, Jaren ordered. »She should mobilize her best agents. Navok is not only cunning, but also extremely vigilant. He recognizes a spy before they've even set foot in Zadria. That's why we need someone who is as inventive as they are adaptable.« »I will send a messenger tonight«, Yesari promised. »Knowing Ash, she's probably already stationed someone up there that we don't even know about.« Jaren handed the letter to his mother. »But if not, she'll take care of it as quickly as possible.« »And until then?« Horeth asked. »Until then we wait«, Jaren sagte, »and keep our eyes and ears open.« »If they do attack, we will stop them«, Queen Ariana declared with a steely voice. »No one threatens my family and my kingdom without being held accountable. No one.« Die Angst in Arianas Voice machte Kiva shivern, und die Worte stillten in ihrem Kopf lang auch nach dem Royalen Rat zu anderen Themen sprachen. Träte Relationen mit fremden Krentern, urbane Planung, Geldgeschäfte. Alles Dinge, die für Kiva uninteressant waren. Soon begann sie zu langweilen, was sie also mehr auf ihre unangenehme Position, ihre ackernde Muskeln und ihre nummen Lider achtete. Gerade als sie zu dem kleinen Klo anhalten denkte, deklarierten Jaren und Ariana die Sitzung beendet und standen auf. Kiva Almarz barste in Tränen von Erleichterung, als sie den Council-Membern den beiden in den dunklen Tunnel folgten und die Tür hinter ihnen zumachten. Um keine Risiken einzugehen, ließ Kiva noch eine wenig Zeit vergehen. Erst als sie sicher war, dass die Gruppe bereits an der Oberfläche war, kroch sie aus dem kleinen Kleid und tummelte hilflos auf den harten Steinbodenflur. Für eine Weile lag sie nur da, wartete mit gegritzten Zähnen, bis die Tingeln und Stechen in ihren Lidern nachließen. Aber der Schmerz blieb. Sie verfluchte Calden und seinen kruen Morgentraining, obwohl sie wusste, dass der Prinz nicht gezwungen hatte, sich so in einen kleinen Kleid zu quetschen. Nevertheless, es hatte sich gelohnt, sie beschloss, als sie sich mit einem Schmerzen aufstand. Nicht mal Nahari war erlaubt, zu der Meeting zu besuchen, und eben Mirin schien nicht zu den Geheimnissen des Royalen Rates priviert zu sein. Nur die Königin und ihr Erbe. Und nun Kiva zu. Nur musste sie einen Weg finden, ihre Kenntnisse an Torel und Zuleka weiterzugeben. Ein mulmendes Gefühl strebte sich in ihr, als sie limmte dahin. Sie versuchte sich einzureden, dass sie einfach Hunger hatte, und ihre Unbequemlichkeit hatte nichts mit der Tatsache zu tun, dass sie geradezu die royale Familie betrügen wollte. Betrügen Jaren. Das Letzte, was ich möchte, ist, dass sie das Gefühl hat, als wäre sie von einem Kämker ein anderes übertragen. An das Erinnern an seine Worte stank ihr Magen eben mehr. Für nun, ich möchte ihr die Möglichkeit geben, ihr Leben zu genießen und ihre Träume zu verwirklichen. Wenn es nur so einfach wäre, dachte Kiva. Wenn alle letzten 10 Jahre nicht gewesen wären, wenn nicht ihre Pflicht zu ihrer Familie da wäre. Ich selbst kann nur hoffen, dass sie mir einen Platz bei ihrer Seite geben wird. Jaren wäre bei ihrer Seite, bis zu dem Moment sie seine Krone stahl. Kiva stoppte in der Dunkelheit. Der meere Gedanke zehrte an ihrem Herzen. Und dann, sie movte weiter, weil sie musste. Sie versuchte den Schmerz zu unterdrücken, aber noch so schlimm sie es versuchte, er begleitete sie den ganzen Weg zurück zum Palast, für den Rest des Nachmittags und tief in die Nacht. Eine konstante Tortur, die einfach nicht nachließ. Kiva brannte, fiel, ertrank. Wasser, so viel Wasser. Sie konnte nicht atmen. Ihre Haut war auf Feuer, brennen. Kiva brannte. Sie fiel schneller und schneller. Guss von Wind zuckten an ihren Lidern, eisig kalt pielte die Schäle von ihren Bohnen. Das Krachen eines Schlägers, das sanfte Gronen eines Mannes, Blut fließend einen Abfluss, Dunkelheit, so viel Dunkelheit. Sie konnte nicht atmen. »Wake up!« Sie gaspte erschrocken. Eine Silhouette lag über ihrem Bett, jemand griff ihr sicher an die Schultern. Kiva schrie und poundete ihre Fäuste auf den mannsbaren Torso, versuchte sich von seinem Griff zu lösen. Aber er ließ nur einen »Uff« aus und hielt sie eben fester. Sie öffnete den Mund, um einen eiteren Schrei auszustoßen. Aber dann »Kiva, Kiva, es bin ich!« Findlich schrie Jarens Voice in ihr, und sie fror. »Es war nur ein Albtraum«, sagte er, pulvernd sie zu seinem warmen, starken Brust. »Ich bin hier mit dir. Du bist sicher.« Der bürste ihr schweißverschwitzte Haar von der Schläfe. »Ich bin da.« Jaren«, Kiva stammelte, noch gaspelnd nach Luft. Der Raum war dunkel. Nur der Mond, der durch das Fenster eindrang, brachte unerheuert sein Wortumleis auf. »Ich bin mit dir«, erwiderte er und strichte seinen Rücken sudend.
Involuntarily, Kiva snuggled against Jaren, burying her face in his neck. She forgot that she should have pushed him away and clung to him, trembling like a small child. Is she okay? Tip's shy voice came from the door. Everything's fine, Jaren replied softly. But it was right that you got me. Why don't you wake Ori and you two get some nice hot chocolate in the kitchen before you go back to sleep? You can talk to Kiva tomorrow. Tip seemed to hesitate, but shortly after, Kiva heard him close her bedroom door behind him. She was still trembling all over and couldn't bring herself to let go of Jaren. She didn't care at all that they were alone together, that they were huddled tightly on her bed, and that he was only half-dressed. With him, she felt safe. His arms were all that held her together. He was all that held her together. You know, I often have them too, Jaren whispered, running his fingers through her hair. Such dreams, since Zalindov.
At the memory of the muffled screams she had heard through the walls in the Winter Palace, she pressed herself even closer to him. Without lifting her face from his neck, she whispered, "What do you dream about?" She had to get away from him, but she didn't move. Just this once, she told herself. Just this once, she would allow herself to forget who he was, who she was, and surrender to his comforting embrace. "I dream of darkness, of death," Jaren replied just as softly. "I dream that you fall from this tower and I can't catch you in time. I dream that you enter this furnace and never down in the last 6 weeks, in the last 10 years, was now making its way to the surface." "I'm sorry," she whispered. "You're repeating yourself, my beauty," Jaren whispered, pulling her even closer. But this time, Kiva wasn't apologizing for what had already happened, but for what lay ahead. And as Jaren continued to hold her in his arms, promising to stay with her until she fell asleep again, it dawned on her that she was in greater danger than ever before, because she didn't want to let him go, and she didn't know if she ever could. When Kiva awoke the next morning, a prince was waiting in her bedroom. Only it wasn't the prince who had rocked her back to sleep after her nightmare. "Time for training, sunshine," Calden greeted her. "Come on, out of bed." Sleepily, Kiva crawled out from under her duvet. She wondered when Jaren might have left, and was glad Calden hadn't found them together in bed. A pained whimper escaped her as she stood up, and her muscles threatened mutiny after all the exertions. Calden, however, showed no mercy. The second training session was quite similar to the first, apart from a few extra minutes of box climbing and one more lap of running. As on the day before, Calden relentlessly pushed her to her physical limits and beyond, until she once again vomited into the bushes. Kiva barely remembered how she had made it back to her room afterwards, drenched in sweat and racked with pain. But after she had taken a long hot bath and put on fresh clothes, she gradually began to feel like a human again. At the thought of the past night, a quiet shame rose within her, but Kiva resolutely pushed it aside. Jaren had been there for her when she needed him. Jaren was always there for her when he needed him. But she pushed that aside too, because otherwise... This morning, too, Jaren had again competed with Captain Varys in the barracks yard. Upon her arrival, he had paused for a second and given her an encouraging smile before dodging the next blow. But that smile alone had given Kiva the certainty that what had happened between them last night, and before that in the cave, needed no explanation, no definition. They simply were what they were. Jaren and Kiva, two people forged together by shared experiences, for better or worse. Kiva didn't have to think about that for long. No, she wasn't allowed to think about it for long, at least not if she wanted to maintain a minimum of sanity, because her plans hadn't changed, as much as her heart rebelled against it. A knock on her bedroom door pulled her from her thoughts. Kiva assumed it was Tip, who wanted to make sure she was okay after the incident during the night. To her surprise, however, an older servant was waiting outside and made a small curtsy. "Excuse me, miss. The healer who treated you the night before last sends word that she expects you at the Silverthorn Academy." "Rescinda?" Kiva asked. The woman nodded. "Yes, miss. But if you prefer, I can arrange for her to come here to the palace." "No, it's fine," Kiva replied. "It's such a beautiful day. I'd like to take a little walk." Presumably the movement would also do her aching muscles good. Not to mention that it would allow her to avoid Jaren for a while. She needed distance from him. She reminded herself of her resolution, which she had so far kept, more or less, poorly. "As you wish, miss," the servant replied with another curtsy and disappeared. Kiva had actually intended to explore the palace a bit, but after everything she had learned the day before, she decided to take a break. After all, she hadn't even been able to pass on her information yet, but had to wait for her siblings to contact her again. After slipping into her boots, Kiva went downstairs and stepped out into the spring sun. Upon her arrival in Valenia, she had been assured that the soldiers at the palace gate had orders to let her pass. She could come and go as she pleased. So she smiled politely at the guards and received a respectful nod. Kiva strolled relaxed down the riverside road towards Silverthorn, breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the warm sun on her skin.
Today was the last day of the river festival, but the streets were nowhere near as crowded as on the first evening. There was no jostling anywhere, only here and there a few children danced to the lively songs of the musicians by the roadside. Too quickly, Kiva reached the foot of the hill on which the academy stood, and the steep ascent again caused a burning sensation in her muscles. With stiff legs, she turned towards the largest of the 3 infirmaries.
Although she had no idea if she would find rest there, someone there would surely be able to help her. On her way through the arcades, Kiva admired the lush gardens of the sanatorium and enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere. She was so lost in thought that she almost collided with an approaching woman. At the last moment, she jumped aside. "Oh, excuse me." She fell silent when she recognized the Silverthorn Dean. "Miss Meriden, what a surprise!" Mattis greeted her warmly. "I had hoped we would meet again soon." Hello?" Kiva stammered, embarrassed that she had almost bumped into the older woman. "And? Have you decided yet whether you want to study with us?" Mattis asked, pushing her wire-rimmed glasses higher on her nose. Well, Kiva was about to answer that she wasn't interested, but then the fear overcame her that the healer would immediately see through her lie. "I'm still thinking about it." Mattis smiled understandingly. "Take all the time you need. As I said, the offer stands." Kiva tried to swallow the lump in her throat. "Thank you." The woman took off her glasses and put them in the pocket of her white robe. "What brings you here if you haven't come to speak with me?" "Healer Racinda sent for me," Kiva replied, pointing to her temple. "She probably wants to know how I'm doing." "Oh dear." Mattis raised her hand and gently turned Kiva's face to the side. "That looks bad." "Fortunately, the swelling quickly subsided," Kiva replied, "but the spot is still very sensitive." "Who, you said, treated you? Healer Lucinda?" "Racinda," Kiva corrected. Mattis thought for a moment, then shrugged apologetically. "I used to know all our healers by name, but now there are simply too many. And my memory isn't what it once was. Lucinda, Racinda, Jacinda, Melinda, who's supposed to keep track? Well, that's probably a classic sign of aging, and by no means the worst." A self-deprecating smile flitted across her dark features, and she gestured down at herself. "Once the body has surrendered to gravity, there's no stopping it. Prepare yourself for that." Kiva couldn't help but giggle. "Someone at the reception desk will surely help you there," Mattis continued, nodding towards the ward Kiva was already heading for. Then the healer's gaze fell on a group of white-clad novices lying listlessly in the grass, looking slightly greenish around the nose. With a deep sigh, she explained, "Please excuse me. I probably need to have a serious word with our newcomers about their behavior last night at the river festival." She patted Kiva's shoulder and set off. After a few steps, however, Mattis turned back to her. "I would be pleased to hear from you once you have made your decision." Kiva did not answer, for she did not want to give the healer false hope, nor herself. But this was not the right time to worry about it. She had more important things to do. What she wanted was irrelevant. "For now, I just want to give her the opportunity to enjoy her life and fulfill her dreams." Again, Jaren's words from the council meeting echoed in her head, but Kiva resisted. Even if she had been selfish enough to give in to her own desires, the scar on her hand marked her as a criminal for all eternity. No patient would trust her, no healing academy in the world would accept her. As soon as Mattis discovered the Z, she would withdraw her offer. On the other hand, Kiva sighed as Jaren's words stuck with her, no matter how hard she tried to ignore them. Whether she wanted to or not, she simply wasn't ready to give up her dreams yet, because her dreams were all she had. Dreams in which her family was safe and lived a carefree life. Dreams in which she herself could study at Silverthorn and be there for all the people who needed help. In which she alleviated pain, offered comfort, gave hope, and dispelled darkness with her light. Dreams in which she and Jaren— no, Jaren had no place in her dreams. "Kiva, over here!" Kiva looked up and realized she was almost at the infirmary, without noticing Racinda waving to her from one of the benches in the sanatorium. She stepped through one of the stone arches and walked towards the young healer, feeling the soft grass under her feet and smelling the scent of lilac and lavender. "I got your message," Kiva said, sitting down as Ress invitingly patted the bench next to her. The young healer's uniform was immaculate, but her ash-blonde hair was tied in a careless knot, as it had been at their last meeting, with a few strands loosely framing her face. "How's your head?" she inquired, directing her chestnut eyes to Kiva's temple, just as Mattis had before. "Much better," Kiva replied. "The aloe paste quickly reduced the swelling." "And the poppy juice probably didn't hurt either," Ress added with a wink. Kiva grinned. "Anyway, I slept like a log last night, although I don't know if that's necessarily a good sign after a head injury. If I recall correctly, I actually advised you to be woken up at regular intervals," Ress chided. "Aside from the swelling, were there no other symptoms? No speech impediments, numbness, coordination problems, dizziness, headaches, vomiting? Nothing of the sort?" Strictly speaking, Kiva had suffered every single one of these symptoms in the past few days, but that was solely due to Calden's training, so she shook her head. "But you were limping when you just walked towards me." Ress scrutinized her. "I recently started a new training program," Kiva confessed, as soberly as she could, so as not to show her displeasure about said training program, which, judging by Ress's amused expression, she failed miserably at. "Ah," the healer said, "so just conventional muscle soreness." "If by conventional you mean agony, then yes." Ress laughed. "I can give you something for it if you like." "Gladly, if it's no trouble." Kiva had expected the healer to send her some muscle relaxant to the palace, but to her surprise, Ress reached into her robe pocket and produced a small jar containing a pale orange powder. When Ress caught Kiva's astonished gaze, she explained, "I always carry half a pharmacy with me. I just like to be prepared for all eventualities." She handed Kiva the jar. "Mix a pinch of it into a cup of tea shortly before you go to bed tonight, and then again tomorrow morning, right after waking up. It helps immediately, I promise." Kiva unscrewed the container and lifted it to her nose. "Watercress, ginger herb, glory pods, and—" she sniffed again. "Lurkema-wurzel? Well recognized," Ress praised. "I've heard that you yourself have some healing experience." "Nothing compared to what you learn here." Kiva nervously pulled down her left sleeve so that it covered the scar on the back of her hand. "Silverthorn is in a class of its own, you're right," Resenda replied, and the reverent look she cast over the grounds spoke to Kiva's soul. The young healer was living the dream that Kiva could only wish would one day come true for her too. "Thanks for coming all this way," Resenda continued. "After that incident the day before yesterday, I really wanted to check on you again. It must have been terrible to be kidnapped." "Most of the time I wasn't even conscious," Kiva resorted to her tried-and-true lie. "Did you check Calden's wound again? That was much more serious than my injury." Ress briefly let two young healers pass them before she replied. "From what I hear, the prince has survived much worse. If there were cause for concern, he would surely have reported it." "Few would pass up the opportunity to spend a little time with him," Kiva couldn't help but remark. Then she added, "He looks pretty good, don't you think?" Ress wrinkled her nose. "At least he seems convinced of that himself." Kiva laughed, surprised and delighted at the healer's audacity. "Most women throw themselves at his feet." "Luckily, I'm not like most women." Kiva noticed this more and more clearly too, and she could only admire Ress for it.
"Does that mean you avoid him on principle, or because he tried to flirt with you the other night?" "I don't avoid him at all," Ress replied. "I just don't want anything to do with him." As the corners of Kiva's mouth twitched, Ress's eyes narrowed. "You do realize you're the one of us two who stabbed him with a dagger?" Kiva made an embarrassed face. "In my defense, I thought he was someone else." For a moment, they were silent. Then Ress suddenly started laughing, and Kiva joined in. "I can't believe you rammed a dagger into a Prince of Evelon's shoulder," the healer snorted, holding her stomach. "That's not funny," Kiva chided, though her voice also trembled with suppressed giggles. "And shouldn't you, as a healer, show a little more compassion?" "You're not the first to ask me that," Ress replied, still chuckling. "I must have been absent the day we covered that topic in class." Kiva shook her head, grinning. She liked the healer more and more. They both seemed to understand each other immediately, which Kiva in Zalindov would have immediately taken as a reason to withdraw. But she was no longer in Zalindov. She no longer had to keep everyone at a distance to spare herself the grief when they died. That was in the past, and so she accepted Ress's suggestion to have lunch together by the river almost without hesitation. It was okay to build a new life and make friends, she reassured herself silently, especially outside the royal palace, because her relationships with the people there would probably soon be in ruins. "Tell me a little about yourself," Ress prompted her, as they left the academy grounds together and made their way down the hill. "There's not much to tell," Kiva replied a little too quickly. "Oh, sure," Ress winked at her again. "No, really," Kiva insisted. "I'm just a normal, boring girl." "But the scar on your left hand tells a different story." Kiva almost stumbled over her own feet, but Ress just kept talking. "Quite apart from the fact that you were just kidnapped by rebels, live in the royal palace, and the crown prince gives you looks as if he would, without batting an eyelid, lay the world to waste for you. But sure, a normal, boring girl." Kiva was silent, unsure which of Ress's observations was the worst. "Well, personally, I think being normal is completely overrated anyway," the healer continued. She untied her hair and let her ash-blonde curls blow in the wind. "Being normal is uninspired and dull. The most interesting people are always those with a past, those who have experienced things others can only dream of or have nightmares about." She cast a meaningful glance at Kiva's hand. Kiva suppressed the urge to hide her scar. It was pointless now. But to her surprise, there was no judgment in Rescinda's words, just curiosity. They had reached the riverside road, and Rescinda dodged a small child who had waddled away from its mother. "Well, I certainly have a past," the healer concluded, an unmistakable invitation. Kiva would have loved nothing more than to ask for more details, but she knew, if she demanded answers, she had to be prepared to give some herself. She swallowed dryly. "I suppose that has something to do with how you ended up at Silverthorn?" Ress stopped at a railing overlooking the river, and her expression darkened. "Could be." Kiva thought for a while and came to a decision. Since Ress had already seen her scar and also knew about her connections to the royal family, she might as well tell her the rest. So she did. She told the healer about her time in Zalindov and her encounter with Jaren. She told her about their joint escape, their weeks-long stay in the mountains, and the journey to the capital. She told of her new life in the palace, of training with Calden, and how she gradually got to know the royal family better. But then she paused. Under no circumstances could she tell a near stranger about her family or the rebels. But even so, she had already confided more in Ress than anyone else before. When she stopped talking, Ress let out a soft whistle. "I had heard rumors that the rebel queen was brought to Zalindov, and someone underwent the elemental trial on her behalf. You have courage, that much is certain." Kiva's insides clenched. "There were rumors about me?" Kiva glanced down the riverside street, half expecting the strolling passers-by to stop at any moment and point fingers at her. "People like to gossip," Ress waved off. "But no worry, by now they probably think you're dead anyway." Kiva flinched. "What?" Ress shrugged. "Well, after the 4th trial, no one heard anything from you, so everyone probably assumed you hadn't survived it." Shortly after, she added reassuringly, "It shouldn't be a problem to spread the news of your victory, if you care about it. You'd be a sensation." "No," Kiva replied, horrified. "No, thank you. I'd rather be dead." Ress suppressed a laugh, and Kiva also had to grin. In the public perception, anyway. "In any case, I certainly don't want to be grilled with questions by complete strangers," she then explained. "Phew, strangers," Ress shivered in feigned disgust. "Terrible." Kiva rolled her eyes. "Now it's your turn. How did you become a healer?" Ress tugged at her white robe and suddenly became serious again. "My parents were healers, so one could say I followed in their footsteps." "Do they live here in Valenia?" "No." Something in Rescinda's tone sent a shiver down Kiva's spine. The healer sighed, as if she had to force herself to speak, just as Kiva had before. But then she began to tell her story. "When I was 14, a band of Miravanian mercenaries managed to get past the border guards and raided our village. That's not uncommon in our north. Normally, they limit themselves to looting and then disappear again. But that time, it was different. It was in the middle of winter, and the attackers weren't after money. They wanted to exploit the villagers for their own gratification, no matter how much resistance they met. Our people fought back as best they could, but they had no chance against the mercenaries, and they, Ress stared out at the water, made us all suffer for it. Kiva swallowed. She dreaded what was coming next. My parents tried to protect me. Ress' voice trembled slightly before she took a deep breath and added tonelessly, "They were murdered before my eyes." Kiva let out a horrified gasp. And then the mercenaries subjected me to their brutality. Ress broke off, unable to finish the sentence, but it wasn't necessary. Her gaze told Kiva everything. The healer paused briefly to compose herself before continuing her report. Eventually, I managed to escape. Luck, fate, coincidence, call it what you will. Perhaps it was a mixture of all three. Afterwards, another family took me in until I felt better. Shadows veiled her face. But there were bad days. Days when I just wanted to give up. Days when I tried everything to feel nothing, really everything. Days when I couldn't feel anything. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Those were the worst. Because on those days, there was nothing left to keep me here. Kiva's heart clenched. Ress exhaled sharply, and the darkness in her eyes slowly began to lighten again. My new family was my salvation in many ways. It took time, but in the end, they showed me that life is too precious to throw away, no matter how hard it may be, no matter how much you suffer. Without them, her throat bobbed. Without them, I probably wouldn't be here now. Kiva had to blink away a few tears at the thought of the decision the young healer had almost made. But she hadn't done it. Ress was here, and she was alive. She had faced the darkness and defeated it. She had survived. Just like Kiva. "I told you," Ress whispered, looking straight into her eyes. "The most interesting people are those with a past, even if they wished it were different." Kiva exhaled shakily and could only manage a serious nod. She knew that Ress hadn't told her everything, just as Kiva herself hadn't, but for the moment, they had both said enough. The healer seemed to come to a similar conclusion, for she said softly, "Normally, I don't talk about my family, especially not with people I barely know, but it wouldn't have been fair to withhold my story from you after you confided yours in me. Still, I'd be grateful if you kept it to yourself. I don't want pity." Kiva nodded. "Of course," she promised. "Your secrets are safe with me, too." Ress explained. "That goes without saying." Which, in Kiva's experience, wasn't necessarily true. But she felt a deep connection to Ress. Both of them had endured terrible things as young girls, and it was as if their souls recognized their reflection in each other. All that suffering, all that pain, and the long road to healing. "Come on." Ress pushed herself off the railing and pointed to some small market stalls set up a bit down the river. "All this emotional talk always makes me hungry. I need to eat at least my own body weight in chocolate buns now." And with that, the somber mood vanished. "Chocolate buns?" Kiva repeated. Ress' eyes widened in horror. "Don't tell me you didn't get those in prison." Kiva gave her a look that made any answer unnecessary. The healer took her by the elbow and pulled her towards the stalls. "Then your life is about to change fundamentally, my dear." Ress was right and wrong at the same time. The chocolate buns, a dough that melted on the tongue, interspersed with velvety soft chocolate pieces, were indeed heavenly. But as good as they tasted, Kiva's life didn't change because of them. No, that only happened later, after Ress and she had indulged in so much of the sweet pastry that they dragged themselves back up the hill with stomach aches and swore to each other never to eat another bite. Just as they reached the academy gate and were about to say goodbye, a man limped past, obviously in need of a healer. With a face contorted in pain, he held his side. But when Ress offered him her help, he politely declined. The man shuffled on, and Kiva probably wouldn't have thought about him further if her hands hadn't suddenly started to tingle. When she looked down, golden light streamed from her fingertips. Ress gasped. "What?" Sheer, untamed panic seized Kiva, and she suppressed her magic more forcefully than ever before. the golden glow extinguished like the flame of a candle, leaving nothing but unharmed skin. But the effort required for it drained Kiva of so much strength that she felt nauseous and a painful throbbing hammered behind her temples. Racinda suspiciously inspected Kiva's fingers. "Did you just see how—" "I have to go to Oak Hollow," Kiva blurted out, not only to distract Ress, but also because the fact could no longer be denied. 3 times in 3 days, Kiva's magic had now forced its way to the surface against her will. Although she had no idea what triggered these breakthroughs, it absolutely could not continue like this. Not as long as she lived in the palace. If Jaren found out, or anyone else, Kiva had to talk to her siblings. She couldn't wait for them to contact her, because it could take days until they reached out to her, maybe even weeks. And if Kiva's magic continued to behave so strangely, it was quite possible that she didn't have that much time. Therefore, she would make her way to Terrell and Zulika herself, and hope that they could help her. As far as Kiva knew, neither of them had possessed magical abilities before, but that could have changed over the years. At least their mother had possessed healing powers, even if she hadn't used them to protect her family. Perhaps Tilda had mentioned something over the years that explained what was happening with Kiva's magic, something that would give her a clue as to how she could regain control of her powers. "Oak Hollow," Racinda repeated. "What do you want there?" Kiva swallowed and forced herself to confide something to the healer that not even Jaren knew. "My family lives there." Then she swallowed again before asking, "Do you perhaps know how I can get there?" Ress scrutinized her closely, her gaze repeatedly darting from Kiva's face to her hands and back. Finally, she shook her head, as if she had decided that what she had just seen could have been mere imagination. Kiva almost fainted with relief. "It's quite simple," the healer said, tucking a wind-whipped strand of hair behind her ear. "You just have to follow the shore road, and then leave the city through the south gate. From there, you go straight through the fields until the very first intersection. There, you turn left, then right, and then—" Ress continued her directions, and Kiva tried to memorize all the details, but after a glance at Kiva's face, the healer stopped abruptly. "Oh, you know what? I have to make a few house calls to Oak Hollow anyway this week," she said. "What do you think if I move them up to tomorrow and take you with me? I'd have a few hours of work there, but that would definitely leave you enough time to visit your family, and you wouldn't get hopelessly lost." Kiva was so grateful to Ress that she would have loved to hug her. "As I said, I have to go there anyway. Besides, I could imagine less pleasant traveling companions than you." Ress's grin gave Kiva reason to suspect that she wasn't the only one who felt a friendly connection between them. And for that reason, as well as an estimated billion other, far more urgent ones, Kiva asked, "When should we leave?" They agreed to leave the next morning, right after Kiva's next training session with Calden. In case anyone asked questions, Kiva would simply claim she was meeting with a Silverthorn healer. That wouldn't even be a lie, even if it sounded like she would be spending the day at the academy. The perfect disguise, Kiva decided, briefly suppressing her flickering guilt and focusing instead on the positive. Tomorrow she would see her brother and sister again. And besides having a lot to tell them and urgently needing help with her magic problem, she was determined to make the most of the opportunity. Because she had questions, and it was very much time someone answered them. The next day, Kiva began as planned with her early morning training program. Another murderously strenuous session, during which she only vomited once, at least. A tiny complication arose as she was about to leave the courtyard, and Jaren called out to her. Kiva feared he might have canceled his appointments to spend time with her. To her relief, however, he merely wanted to apologize for having been so busy the day before. He had had to leave the city to help with the reconstruction efforts of a nearby village, he explained. Before she could ask him about it, he inquired about her visit to Silverthorn, and Kiva told him about Ress. Jaren seemed delighted, not only about the new friendship, but also because Kiva had company, while he himself faced another endless series of meetings today. Therefore, he bought Kiva's fabricated plans all too readily. At first, Kiva was annoyed about the missed opportunity to eavesdrop. But when Jaren mentioned the Merchants Guild, the Dockworkers Union, and the Society of Minstrels, and much more, the suspicion arose that today's meetings would be about as exciting as the second half of yesterday's council meeting, and thus completely irrelevant to her mission.
Finally, a servant hurried over with a message from the finance minister, who wanted to speak with Jaren immediately. Jaren cast Kiva a pleading look, as if hoping for rescue. "Poor little prince," she teased him, grinning, and tried to comfort him by saying that the sooner he left, the sooner he would be done with his appointments. Back in her room, Kiva took a bath, had breakfast, and got dressed. After a brief consideration, she decided on a hooded cloak that would protect her on her outing, not only from the harsh coastal wind, but also from curious eyes.
At the last moment, Ress's muscle relaxation powder came back to her mind. Today's training session with Kaldon would certainly cause pain, so she sprinkled a pinch of it into her tea, hastily gulped it down, and then set off. Before she reached the palace gate, however, she was stopped twice more. First by Tip and Ordeal, who were chasing Phlox through the corridors, closely followed by their visibly struggling teacher Edna, and finally by Naari, who called Kiva's name in the entrance hall. "I heard you're going to Silverthorn again today," she said. At first, Kiva wondered why the soldier wasn't by Jaren's side as usual. Then she realized that many of the conversations he had to have today were probably confidential, just like the council meeting. "I'm meeting with one of the healers," Kiva confirmed, trying to maintain a sincere expression. Naari observed her carefully. "It's important to Jaren that you don't feel trapped here," she explained. "He thinks you've earned a little freedom after 10 years of captivity. The last thing I want is to make her feel like she's gone from one cage to the next." The memory of Jaren's words gave Kiva a wistful pang. "Nevertheless, he's naturally worried about you," Naari continued, "especially after your recent abduction. He doesn't want to restrict your freedom of movement. He would never do that to you. That's why I ask you to be careful." Her amber gaze was serious. "I've posted a few extra guards on the shore road to watch over you, but there's always a lot of hustle and bustle on the way to Silverthorn, and even the most vigilant soldier can't have eyes everywhere. Jaren says nothing because he doesn't want you to feel confined, and I think you know it would break his heart if anything happened to you. So take care, okay?" Kiva was breathless for a moment and couldn't answer, so she just nodded silently to signal her understanding and agreement. "Kaldon thinks you can't handle something like this," Naari continued, pulling a dagger from under her cloak, "but I'd still feel better if you carried this with you, just in case." Kiva tried to keep her hands from trembling as she took the dagger. Naari showed her how to strap it around her calf so that it was hidden under the shaft of her boot, but still always within reach. "Try not to stab yourself," Naari warned. "How many times do I have to hear that?" Kiva grumbled. Naari's lips twitched before she warned Kiva one last time to be careful and disappeared into the palace. With a deep sigh, Kiva started moving again, pondering Naari's words. The thought that Jaren was worried about her made guilt rise in her again. But then she chastised herself because she shouldn't really care about his feelings at all. "The last thing I want is to make her feel like she's gone from one cage to the next." By the gods, why did he have to be so Jaren-like? She knew he could have simply assigned some soldiers to her or outright forbidden her from leaving the safe palace grounds, but he hadn't done that. Instead, as so often, he had put her needs above his own. Unwillingly, Kiva shook her head and marched briskly along the shore road. She imagined feeling the gazes of Naari's soldiers watching her from the cover of the crowd. But the thought didn't give Kiva security. Instead, it sent a shiver down her skin, as if the guards could read her thoughts and sense her bad conscience. The feeling only subsided when she reached the foot of the hill and finally arrived at the academy grounds. Rescinda was already waiting for her at the gate. "Right on time," the healer greeted her with a wide smile. She carried a large bag over her shoulder, presumably containing the equipment for her house calls. "Well, ready for our little adventure?" Ready was an understatement. Nevertheless, Kiva felt a queasy stomach from nervousness as she followed Ress to the small stable building just on the other side of the gate. "I'm guessing you haven't ridden a horse very often in the last 10 years. Ress headed straight for a stable boy who held the reins of 2 strong horses, one fox red, the other gray. "You're guessing right," Kiva replied, eyeing the animals skeptically. The last horse she had ridden was her family's good-natured old pony, a much smaller specimen than these 2. "We'll start very slowly," Ress promised, helping Kiva onto the gray mare, who went by the pretty name Bluebell. Kiva tried to suppress how far away the ground suddenly was. She waited until Ress had mounted the fox-colored horse before casually asking, "Do you think we can somehow get out of the city without having to go via the shore road?" "Is someone trying to sneak away?" the healer retorted after a brief silence.
Kiva thought of the soldiers guarding the main road. "I haven't told anyone where we're going," she confessed, "and I'd prefer to keep it that way, at least until... She didn't know how to finish the sentence, but Ress's expression relaxed again. "It's all right. We all have our secrets after all," she said understandingly. "And as long as you don't put yourself or me in danger with them, I'll gladly keep yours. What I said yesterday was serious. You can trust me." Kiva breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Resenda thought for a moment. "I know a few shortcuts that will get us to the south gate, but once we're on the other side of the wall, we'll have to get back on the main road." "That's fine," Kiva replied. They probably could have taken the riverside road from the start. Naari had already mentioned that it would be difficult for the guards to keep track in the crowd, especially since they would hardly expect Kiva on horseback. But if they stuck to the side roads, the risk was still lower. Once the route was decided, Ress gave Kiva a quick refresher on the basics of riding, and then they set off. On horseback, it took about half an hour to Oak Hollow from the outskirts of Valenia. However, they first had to reach it, and on Ress's shortcuts, they made even slower progress than if they had ridden directly along the river. Nevertheless, they soon reached the wide-open south gate. Many of the travelers leaving or arriving in the capital were driving ox carts full of trade goods, while others wore insignia on their clothing identifying them as messengers. Among the people, however, were also ordinary citizens going about their daily errands. Kiva pulled her hood deeper into her face and avoided the gazes of the guard soldiers as she and Resenda passed through the gate. Then they rode at a brisk pace along the wide, unpaved road outside the fortifications. Initially, there was still a lot of activity, but soon only isolated farmsteads lined the way, and when they finally turned towards the coast, they were practically alone. "So, how steady do you feel now?" Ress inquired, gesturing towards Bluebell. "Do you think we can go a little faster?" "Well, I guess if I fall off and break all my bones, at least I'll be in good hands with you," Kiva retorted, only half joking. The healer grinned and spurred her horse on. Kiva had no choice but to follow suit. Her mare's long legs carried them over a gentle rise onto the narrow cliff path. The wind tore Kiva's hood from her head and let her open hair flutter. And as they galloped high above the sky-blue ocean, she felt more alive than she had in a long time. She would have loved to scream and laugh out loud. She wished this exhilaration would last forever and ever. To her regret, however, they turned their backs on the sea too soon and eventually reached a dense forest. "We'll be there soon," Ress announced, tossing Kiva a water pouch. Then she pointed to the surrounding trees. "This is the Amelda forest. It stretches all the way down to Avila. Oak Hollow is pretty much on the edge, but you can still easily get lost here, so it's better not to stray too far from the village center."
"You wouldn't be the first to never find your way out again." Kiva shivered, and suddenly the shadows in the undergrowth seemed deeper than before. After a while, however, the trees began to thin, and a small, picturesque village came into view. "Do you think you can find your way to your family alone if I drop you off at the tavern?" Ress asked as they rode out into the sunshine. Although Kiva had no idea where exactly her siblings were, she nodded. At the tavern, she could at least inquire about them. They rode past pretty wooden houses with flower pots in front of the windows, a smithy, an apothecary, a tailor's workshop, a bakery, and a few market stalls. In the village square, a larger building stood, above whose door hung a sign with the inscription, "The Drunken Wild Boar." Below it was a picture of a dancing pig that indeed looked quite intoxicated. "The stable is behind the house," Ress explained as they stopped in front of the entrance, and before she could say more, a young girl hurried towards them. The straw on her dirt-encrusted clothes and the pervasive smell of manure that surrounded her like a cloud left no doubt about her task. Ress tossed her a silver coin and motioned for Kiva to dismount. As she landed on the ground, a groan escaped Kiva. Her legs were stiff and her backside ached despite the powder she had taken that morning. "Just wait, it'll get even worse by tonight," Ress said, laughing. The stable girl led Bluebell behind the house, and Kiva asked, "So we'll meet back here in a few hours?" "Let's say towards afternoon," Ress replied, taking up her reins again. "It would probably be better if you were back in the city before dark." Kiva nodded. Not that anyone in the palace would get the idea to look for her at Silverthorn. "If you need help with one of your patients," Kiva began, but broke off when she realized she had no idea how to finish the sentence.
After all, she could hardly say, "Then you know where to find me." Fortunately, Ress didn't seem to notice her hesitation. "Thank you," she said, "but you'd better enjoy your time with your family." Kiva could only hope there would be something to enjoy. After her last encounter with her siblings, she certainly wouldn't bet on it. Lucinda waved goodbye and spurred her horse on again. Kiva watched her until she disappeared behind the next house corner. Then she turned her attention back to the intoxicated pig on the tavern sign. Carefully making sure not to show her unease, she stepped through the open entrance door. From the inside, the drunken wild boar looked like any other inn Kiva had seen in her life, whether as a child with her parents or in the past weeks on her journey from the Winter Palace to Valenia. Luminium lanterns cast their dim glow, yet the dingy common room had something dark, almost shady about it. Not even the sunlight streaming through the dirty windows onto the numerous stuffed wild boar heads on the walls could change that. The overwhelming smell of beer hit Kiva as she walked between the wooden tables, where a few guests were already seated. Although it was only early morning, some already seemed barely able to stay on their stools. With downcast eyes, Kiva headed for the massive oak counter at the other end of the room, behind which a middle-aged man stood, polishing the wood with a stained rag. "Good morning," Kiva greeted. The innkeeper raised his head and scrutinized her with dark eyes, but said nothing. "I am looking for someone, and I thought you might be able to help me," she continued. "Do you want to order something?" he growled gruffly. Well, Kiva stammered before putting on a friendly smile. "It's a bit too early for that for me. Maybe later, when I've found who I'm looking for." The innkeeper remained silent. Kiva interpreted that and asked, "Do you happen to know Zulika and Torel Meriden?" She dared not use the name Quarantine and could only hope her siblings hadn't been so careless as to boast about it. "They're a bit older than me and look quite similar to me." "And who wants to know?" the innkeeper retorted. "Their sister," Kiva replied, "Kiva Meriden." A clunk sounded as a mug was slammed onto the counter with such force that the beer sloshed over. An older man dropped onto the stool next to her and leaned uncomfortably close to her. "Kiva," he slurred. "That's a pretty name. I'm Grummed, Grummedon." Highly satisfied that he had finally managed to pronounce his name despite many hiccups, he gave Kiva a wide, snaggle-toothed smile. "How about a piece of bread, Grum?" the innkeeper offered, the sight of the man seeming to soften him a bit. "Or a bowl of stew? It's on the house." Grummedon took a sip. "Too early for food for me, but I'll have another one of these." He lifted his mug, whereupon the beer sloshed over again and splashed onto Kiva's boots. "Grum," the innkeeper began, but the drunk simply talked over him. "What's a good-looking tavern like you doing in such an old girl?" He turned to Kiva. "I'm looking for my siblings," she answered his twisted question. "Zulika and Torel Meriden." "Ha ha ha!" the man exclaimed, slamming his mug down even louder than before. Foam spilled over the wooden counter. "Knew it!" He said nothing more. What did you know?" Kiva pressed. Grummedon pointed a finger at her. "You got the same eyes as your mama." And then, before Kiva could recover from her shock at this revelation, he collapsed. This time, it was his head that landed with a crash on the counter, and the next moment loud snoring emanated from his wide-open mouth. The innkeeper sighed, moved the mug aside, and wiped up the spilled beer. Same old, same old. He'll be gone for a few hours now." Apparently something in Kiva's gaze prompted him to explain, for he said, "Grum hasn't had an easy life, but he's doing well. He's found people who care for him. They'll probably show up soon and take him somewhere safe and warm. Don't worry, he'll be fine." Kiva could no longer hold back and blurted out, "Was my mother one of those people?" The innkeeper answered her questions as he had most of the previous ones, with silence. But then, to Kiva's surprise, he pulled out a quill and a piece of parchment. "Leave a message, then I'll see what I can do," he offered, as surly as before. Kiva felt a glimmer of hope. "But I have to see her today," she said. "As soon as possible. It's urgent." The innkeeper showed no expression. "I'll see what I can do," he repeated. Kiva sensed that she wouldn't get anything more out of him and hastily set about writing a message. I'm at the Tipsy Wild Boar. Need to speak to you, urgent. Although there was nothing incriminatory in the content, Kiva used the secret script that no one but her siblings understood, purely out of habit. What's that? The innkeeper asked, frowning as he held the note up to the light. For Zuleika and Torel Meriden, Kiva reminded him. They can read it. With a grunt, the man tucked the paper into his pocket, but didn't move from the spot. When I said it was urgent, I meant human lives are at stake, Kiva clarified. At least her own, if she didn't get her magic under control soon. Please, I only have a few hours. He looked at her. Do you want to order something? Kiva gritted her teeth and shook her head. The innkeeper pointed with his thumb to a door at the back of the common room. Then, wait outside, if you please. Please, Kiva whispered again, but the man merely repeated his gesture, turned, and disappeared into the small chamber behind the counter. Shortly after, a girl took his place, picking up the dirty rag with a disgusted expression and replacing it with a fresh one. Kiva realized she would have to trust the innkeeper, for better or worse, and sighed as she stood up. Behind the door he had pointed to was a small, uncovered courtyard.
Since no one else was there, she took off her cloak and sat on one of the wooden benches. Seconds later, the barmaid appeared and placed a steaming mug in front of her on the table. When Kiva looked up questioningly, the young woman smiled and winked at her. "Give Tor my regards," she said, already turning away. Kiva, who had no idea what to make of it, sipped the drink. It was spiced milk with honey. Then she turned her face to the sun, loosened her aching leg muscles, and waited. After she had finished her milk, Kiva restlessly paced the courtyard. Time crawled agonizingly slowly, and there was still no sign of her siblings. She couldn't possibly sit here all day. If the innkeeper wouldn't help her, she would have to find someone else. Determined, Kiva slipped into her cloak. But just as she was about to go back into the common room, heavy footsteps approached, and a tall figure appeared in the doorway. Kiva's shoulders relaxed in relief as she recognized her brother, who strode straight towards her. "Have you gone mad?" he snapped at her, while simultaneously pulling her into his arms. "What were you thinking, just coming here like this?" "It's nice to see you too, Tor," Kiva replied, trying not to let her disappointment show. Torel released her, studied her for a moment with emerald green eyes, and then hugged her again. Close to her ear, he let out a soft sigh. "I'm sorry," he murmured into Kiva's hair. "Of course I'm happy, but this is so dangerous. How did you even manage to sneak out of the palace? Are you sure no one followed you? Did you—" Kiva pulled away from him. "You weren't such a scaredy cat before," she teased him with a grin. "I'm not now either," Torel retorted, before adding emphatically, "unless it's about my little sister, whom I love more than anything. Which is why I'd like to prevent anything from happening to her." Kiva's throat tightened. "I'm not that little anymore, am I?" "You'll always be that to me," Tor contradicted. "Whether you're 7 or 70, I'll never stop worrying about you." Then he took a step back. "But now, tell me why you're here, little mouse. Has something happened?" Little mouse. Her father had always called her that. Kiva blinked away a few tears. She had completely forgotten that Tor sometimes used the nickname too, and it took a moment for her to find her voice again. "Something's wrong with me," she answered. "I need to talk to you and Zuli, alone." Torel looked into her eyes. Then he nodded, took her hand, and led her back into the tavern. His fingers were strong and calloused, which drew Kiva's attention to the formidable collection of weapons he carried, just as he had at their last meeting. Her brother, the warrior. He was so different from the boy with whom she had once picked wildflowers and chased butterflies in the meadow next to their house. So different from the child who had nursed an injured fawn back to health and declared he wanted to spend his life helping sick animals. None of that warmth was recognizable in the young man who now guided Kiva through the dimly lit common room. Everything about him seemed hard, threatening, at least at first glance. But Kiva was sure that he must still carry something of the brother to whom she had felt most connected of all her siblings. Even when Kiva's magic first appeared, she had sought help from Tor. Her parents had told her nothing of their ancestor's gift, hoping that none of their children had inherited their healing powers.
Kiva remembered how she had begged her mother for stories about Sarana Valentis and Torvin Corentin, the legendary royal couple. How eagerly she had wished to possess such abilities herself. Then, one day, when golden light actually streamed from her fingertips, it had been Tor who had held her and calmed her, while her mother finally initiated her into the secret, warning her that no one must ever know, or she might as well paint a target on her back. It had been Tor who had wiped away her tears and promised that he would protect her, that nothing would ever happen to her. A promise he hadn't been able to keep, at least not as a child. But something told Kiva that the man he had grown into would fight for her, to his last breath. "Put your hood up," Terrell whispered as soon as they reached the exit of the inn. He gave a curt nod to the girl behind the counter. The innkeeper was nowhere to be seen. Kiva resolved to thank him later. "The mare I rode here is in the stable out back," she said, as her brother led her to a dark brown horse tied to a post. "Should I—" But before she could finish, Terrell had already swung into the saddle and pulled Kiva up behind him. Hastily, she tried to make room for herself between the stuffed saddlebags. "Make sure no one sees your face," he instructed her, "and hold on tight." Suddenly, Terrell galloped off, causing Kiva's hood to fly off her head, but she dared not let go of her brother for fear of being thrown from the saddle. At the edge of the village, Terrell steered the horse off the main road into the forest, where they raced at almost undiminished speed under low-hanging branches and crossed streams, splashing water in all directions. Only when they finally slowed down did Kiva breathlessly loosen her grip. "Are you trying to kill us?" she croaked, giving him a slap on the shoulder. Terrell had the audacity to chuckle. "Alex knows every inch of this forest. Nothing can happen to us on his back. One wrong step and we would have broken our necks." "You know I would never allow that," Tor retorted. "Is your hood still up?" "No, it's not," Kiva growled, gritting her teeth. "Not since you tried to break the record for mounted short-distance madness." Terrell laughed, but then immediately grew serious again. "We're approaching the camp, and I don't want anyone to see your face, so please put it back on." Then he opened one of the saddlebags and pulled out something silver. "And this, too, preferably." Kiva vaguely registered Tor pulling out a second silver object, apparently for himself, but her gaze was fixed on the one in her own hand. It was a mask, made of an intertwining mesh of snakes, vipers if Kiva wasn't mistaken. As she leaned forward, she saw that Torrell's mask was fashioned after a kind of dog's snout. "The viper and the jackal," she murmured. "So no one really knows who you are, right?" "We are very careful about who we trust," Terrell replied, pulling on his mask, "even among our own people." Kiva also put on Zulika's mask, for it had to belong to her sister, and adjusted her hood once more. "So far, this strategy has served us well," Terrell continued, as the forest around them slowly thinned. "Only our closest allies know our true identity. The rest of the time, we wear our masks, even when we're doing daily chores in the camp with the others. That was Mother's idea. Those of royal blood wear masks, she always said, although her primary concern was probably that Zuli and I could move as freely as possible without constantly having to be on guard." His voice had suddenly taken on a sad, somewhat wistful undertone, and Kiva, who still had her arms wrapped around her brother, gently squeezed him. She would have liked to say a few comforting words, but at that moment they reached the edge of the forest. The trees abruptly revealed a large meadow, and what was on it made Kiva gasp softly. Before her stood rows upon rows of tents, far too many to count. There were simple dwellings as well, and a few larger ones in the center, which Tor now headed for. Men and women of all ages greeted them respectfully as they rode past. He was their general, Kiva remembered. He had fought side by side with them, fought for them. He did everything for these people, his rebels, her rebels, for Kiva also belonged to them. The rebels had dedicated themselves to her family, to reclaim what had once been stolen from them, back when her ancestor had almost been killed and sent into exile. The rebel movement, fighting to one day reclaim the crown in Torvin's name, had steadily grown over the centuries, but never before had they had one of his heirs in their ranks, and thus a legitimate chance to unseat the Valentis family from the throne. Kiva needed to know how it had come to this, how Zulika had risen to become the rebels' commander and Torel their general. Why had their mother disregarded her own warning after insisting for so long on keeping the quarantine line's continuation a secret? For decades, Tilda had hidden her own magic to protect her family. And now Kiva stood here, surrounded by followers of a movement her parents had never wanted to join. "Zulika is in the command tent, right up front," Tor said, pulling her from her thoughts. "The fabric walls are thick, meaning we can talk undisturbed inside without anyone hearing us." Kiva's palms grew damp as they came to a halt before the large tent. Tor helped her dismount, then slid from the saddle himself and patted Olix's neck firmly. At a soft whistle, a boy came running, taking the reins from her brother with an adoring smile. "After you," Tor said, gesturing towards the entrance. Kiva straightened her shoulders and entered the tent. It was spacious and empty, except for a few chairs and a long wooden table stacked with parchment scrolls. A map of Wenderall was affixed to one of the walls, almost identical to the one she had seen in the royal council chamber. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a movement. She turned her head and discovered Zulika, who was sipping from a steaming mug and scrutinizing Kiva intently. Her expressionless face showed no trace of surprise, and no trace of warmth either, especially when she said, "You shouldn't be here at all." Disheartened, Kiva removed her mask. "If you had hit a little harder the other day, I probably wouldn't be." Torel also took off his mask now, revealing his confused expression. "What does that mean?" Zulika didn't answer, and as much as Kiva resented her head injury, she would never rat out her sister. After all, Kiva had resolved to build a good relationship with her and was determined not to be deterred, even if this beginning was anything but promising. "Oh, nothing," she waved off. "I don't have much time. A friend and I rode here from Valenia, and we're meeting again at the tavern in a few hours." "A friend?" Zulika raised a dark eyebrow. "From the palace?" "No," Kiva countered. "I'm not that stupid either." She didn't like her sister's scornful smile, so she decisively turned her back on her, placed her mask on the table, and sat down in one of the chairs. Tor took a seat beside her and, with a stern look, motioned for Zulika to join them. She did as instructed, though not without rolling her honeygold eyes, as if Kiva's visit was highly inconvenient. "So, tell me, little sister, what brings you to us?" Zulika finally asked her, saccharinely sweet. "Were you longing for us? Shall we cuddle a bit?" So much undisguised hostility shattered Kiva's good intentions. "What do you have against me? I'm on your side. Have you forgotten? So kindly spare me such comments." "I have no idea what you mean," Zulika countered, stirring her tea. "I'm absolutely delighted to see you. This is the highlight of my week." Torel sighed resignedly and mumbled something to himself that Kiva didn't understand. She took a deep breath and reminded herself that she couldn't know what Zulika had experienced during her absence. While she could hardly imagine it equated to a decade in Zalindov, she also knew that hell wore a different guise for every person. Kiva considered where and how she should begin her report. She had so much to tell them. But then she gave in to her curiosity. "I would so like to know more about Mother," she said. "How did she end up in Zalindov? And how did it happen that you joined the rebels? What happened after, that night?" Zulika snorted. "Did you risk your life just so we could tell you a bedtime story? That figures." "I didn't risk my life." "No, that's right. All our lives." Zulika's amusement vanished so quickly that Kiva realized how deadly serious she was. "Did you even consider that for a moment before you ran away from Valenia? Did you ever think of anyone else but yourself? You certainly weren't so selfish before, but I suppose 10 years of looking out for number one leaves its mark on anyone." "Zulika," Tush snapped at her, "that's enough." Kiva tried not to show how much her sister's words had hurt her, how unfair they were. Bravely, she swallowed the lump that had formed in her throat and replied, "I came here because my magic is acting up, and I need your help so I won't be exposed." She swallowed again. "But I also won't go back until you've told me about Mother. I finally want to know the truth." She didn't mention the Royal Council Assembly, as she didn't want to play all her cards at once. "What's wrong with your magic?" Torel inquired with a worried expression. Kiva shook her head. "You first." Seeing her brother's unyielding gaze, he conceded.
"The night the soldiers came, we fled to a hut in the mountains," he began. "People were waiting for us there. Rebels. But the rebels didn't know anything about our family. Mom and Dad were always so careful. They didn't know anything specific, but rumors had been circulating for years, and one of them eventually led them to us in Riverfell. Galdrick, the then rebel leader, had approached Mother and Father in the marketplace shortly before that night, but the two of them had brushed him off." Tor tensed his muscular forearms. "The night when all that happened, Mother brought us to Galdrick and offered to join the group, under one condition." "What was it?" Kiva asked breathlessly. This time it was Zulika who answered, with a single word: revenge. Unbidden memories flooded Kiva's thoughts. Karen's death and Farron's arrest by the Royal Guard. She energetically pushed the images aside, though she knew she would never completely get rid of them. "For the next 5 years, we stayed with Galdrick and his closest confidants, moving from one hideout to another while Mother made plans with them," Tor continued. "We learned to fight and defend ourselves, and Mother—" His voice faltered briefly. "Mother began to use her magic without regard for the danger of being discovered." "Get to the point, Tor," Zulika urged, still stirring her tea. "Kiva doesn't need a history lesson." "You're welcome to take over any time," Torel snapped. Zulika gave him a sickly sweet smile. "Oh no, you're doing so well." Kiva observed her siblings carefully. The tensions between the two were palpable, yet they had gotten along well as children. Perhaps they hadn't been quite as inseparable as Kiva and Tor, but there had never been any doubt that they loved each other. Now, however, that aggressive tone, that underlying anger when they spoke to each other, Kiva wondered what might have triggered it. "Eventually, it was decided that Mother should take Galdrick's position," Tor continued. "After all, she was a quarantine, and thus the rightful leader of the rebels. Our rightful leader," he corrected himself. Galdrick remained her closest advisor, but from then on, she made the decisions. In the years prior, our number of followers had steadily increased after rumors of a returned heir of Torvin had surfaced. But Mother was restless. It wasn't happening fast enough for her. Once she held the reins, she launched a veritable recruitment campaign, sending rebels from village to village to convince more and more people to join their side, our side. Aside from the repeated correction, something else made Kiva pause. How exactly did she convince people? She pressed. Torel looked pointedly past her. She did what was necessary, just like all of us. The rebels became increasingly brazen and no longer shied away from violence.
They destroyed entire villages, and anyone who resisted faced death. Kiva's stomach clenched as Jaren's words from 2 days ago flashed through her mind. "You attacked people," she whispered. "You killed them." "Only those who attacked us first," Zulika corrected, inspecting her fingernails. "They got what they deserved." When she noticed Kiva's horrified expression, her gaze turned icy. "You don't win a war without casualties, little sister. Whoever is not our friend is our enemy, and enemies deserve no mercy. Why should we show these people more respect than they show us?" But Zulika was wrong. Kiva knew at least one person who respected everyone in this kingdom, even the rebels. "Did Mother ever consider that there might be another way?" Kiva asked hoarsely. "One where no innocence would be harmed?" "Innocence!" Zulika let out a harsh laugh. "You've clearly spent too much time with your handsome prince. That went pretty fast, didn't it? A pair of sky-blue eyes and a golden head of curls, and you're already betraying everything we fought for." "Exactly. You fought," Kiva retorted, strained. "Not me. Because just in case you've forgotten, I was locked up the whole time and had no idea what was going on out here." "How could I forget that?" Zulika snapped. "You could lean back for 10 years and twiddle your thumbs while we gave everything out here. Our blood, our sweat, our tears, and all for you." 10 years of leaning back? Kiva began furiously, then abruptly fell silent. "Wait a minute. What does that mean, for me?" "Oh, come on. Haven't you figured it out yet?" Zulika snorted. "Figured what out?" "That Mother is dead because of you." Her words were like a punch to the stomach. "What?" Kiva breathed. Zuli! No, Tor, Zulika cut him off with a piercing look. She wanted to hear the truth, so she'll get it. A muscle in Terrell's cheek twitched, but he didn't try to stop his sister again. Kiva sat there as if petrified. Mother was sick, Zulika finally continued, addressing her, without a chance of recovery. She could heal anyone in the world within seconds, but her magic had no effect on herself. Over the years, the illness progressed further and further, which only became clear to all of us when it was too late. At the memory of the state Tilda had arrived in Zalindov, more dead than alive, Kiva closed her eyes. Shortly before she passed away, she suddenly became obsessed with saving you. She thought you should succeed her as the rebel queen, Zulika continued with a grim expression. But Galdric and the others knew the risk was simply too great. Zalindov is far too well secured. Initially, after we had just joined them, they probably would have been eager to lead the rescue mission, especially since Mother endlessly raved about how powerful your magic was, even as a child. Back then, the plan was to put Mother on the throne and install you as her heir, because thanks to your magic, your lineage would have been undeniable. But after Tor had risen to general, and I too had earned the respect of Galdric and his people, they decided that we could just as well take Mother's place one day, even without your oh-so immeasurable powers. They knew we were descendants of Torvin, and that was reason enough to appoint us as Mother's successors. But Mother, Zulika averted her gaze. The sicker she became, the more she became fixated on the idea of seeing you one last time. Kiva found it hard to breathe. I was told she was captured in Mirraven. She was, Tor replied with a choked voice, but only because she marched straight to Zadria and knocked on the city gate there, Zulika said. King Navak was, of course, more than willing to make a deal with the rebel queen to annoy the Valentis, who would have loved to get their hands on Mother. In return, he merely had to ensure that the kingdoms agreed to bring her to Zalindov, to you. With a rough voice, Kiva retorted, I couldn't even speak to her, not properly anyway. She was already so weak when she arrived, and she was blind. You say she wanted to see me, but... Kiva gasped for air convulsively and stared down at the table. But she couldn't anymore. No, she couldn't, Zulika confirmed. And you didn't see fit to heal her? Kiva's head snapped up. Instead, you wasted your powers on some random boy, Zulika continued. Bravo, little sister. That immediately shows how important your family is to you. No, Kiva shook her head. No, that tip wasn't. It was too late. I wasn't there when she died. That's why I couldn't do anything for her. I can't bring the dead back to life. And what about Father? Zulika snapped. Were you, when he died, coincidentally also in an elemental trial? Kiva turned to Terrell, who looked as if he wanted nothing more than to come to her aid, but he also hesitated. Unresolved grief shimmered in his eyes as he waited for her answer. Father made me a promise, Kiva whispered. I had to swear to him never to use my magic, not even for his own benefit. And now we have no parents, but this strange boy, excuse me, Tip, is well? Zulika growled. Well, if that's not a fair trade. That's enough, Zuli, Tor finally intervened, though barely audible. Zulika, however, paid him no attention, keeping her devastating gaze fixed on Kiva. Just once you should have pushed yourself. What good is magic if you're afraid of it? Tears burned in Kiva's eyes, but she refused to let them fall. It was true. She had been afraid. She still was. And yet, in the end, she had given Tip's life more importance than her own, had not been able to watch him. Wait a minute. How do you even know about Tip? She asked, her voice choked with tears. I'm quite sure no one was with us in the infirmary. No one but Tilda, who was already dead. Zulika ran her index finger over the rim of her cup. One of my contacts within Zalindov had orders to protect Mother. When the uprising broke out, she ran to the infirmary, but someone had gotten there before her. She saw the boy lying in a pool of blood on the floor and knew the wound was fatal. And shortly after, she observed you fleeing with him in your arms through the main gate. She thought you had dragged his corpse along out of sentimentality. How could she have known what it was really like? Zulika paused. My spies in the palace then reported that the boy appeared there and was in excellent health. Then I just had to put two and two together. That was a lot to digest, but Kiva only asked, Your contact in Zalindov? Was that Kresta Voss? Zulika nodded. She supports us wherever she can, even from within the prison walls. Well, she'll probably never see the outside again, Kiva muttered to herself. She and Kresta had been sworn enemies, even though Kiva had saved the quarrelsome quarry worker's life shortly after her arrival. You do realize she hates me, don't you? She then added louder. She threatened to kill Tip if I didn't keep Mother alive. Zulika shrugged. She had no idea who you are. She was just following orders. Anyway, I wouldn't have needed an extra invitation, Kiva hissed through clenched teeth. I would never have Mother. She fell silent when she saw the triumphant glint in her sister's eyes. Let her die? The sister completed her sentence. You would never have let Mother die. That's really enough now, Tor finally intervened, though barely audible. Zulika, however, paid him no attention, keeping her devastating gaze fixed on Kiva. Just once you should have pushed yourself. What good is magic if you're afraid of it? Tears burned in Kiva's eyes, but she refused to let them fall. It was true. She had been afraid. She still was. And yet, in the end, she had given Tip's life more importance than her own, had not been able to watch him. Wait a minute, how do you even know about Tip? She asked, her voice choked with tears. I'm quite sure no one was with us in the infirmary. No one but Tilda, who was already dead. Zulika ran her index finger over the rim of her cup. One of my contacts within Zalindov had orders to protect Mother. When the uprising broke out, she ran to the infirmary, but someone had gotten there before her. She saw the boy lying in a pool of blood on the floor and knew the wound was fatal. And shortly after, she observed you fleeing with him in your arms through the main gate. She thought you had dragged his corpse along out of sentimentality. How could she have known what it was really like? Zulika paused. My spies in the palace then reported that the boy appeared there and was in excellent health. Then I just had to put two and two together. That was a lot to digest, but Kiva only asked, Your contact in Zalindov? Was that Kresta Voss? Zulika nodded. She supports us wherever she can, even from within the prison walls. Well, she'll probably never see the outside again, Kiva muttered to herself. She and Kresta had been sworn enemies, even though Kiva had saved the quarrelsome quarry worker's life shortly after her arrival. You do realize she hates me, don't you? She then added louder. She threatened to kill Tip if I didn't keep Mother alive. Zulika shrugged. She had no idea who you are. She was just following orders. Anyway, I wouldn't have needed an extra invitation, Kiva hissed through clenched teeth. I would never have Mother. She fell silent when she saw the triumphant glint in her sister's eyes. Let her die? The sister completed her sentence. You would never have let Mother die? That's really enough now, Tor finally intervened, before Kiva.
She simply left in the middle of the night, leaving nothing but a short message stating where she was going and why. As far as we could piece it together, Galdric was the first to notice Mother's disappearance and immediately followed her, probably to stop her. But he never returned. Eventually, we found his cloak. It was covered in blood. Tor's Adam's apple bobbed. Too much blood. Kiva leaned back wearily. You think she killed him? Tor stared at his hands. She was barely sane then, shortly before the end. He said no more. But Kiva heard the pain in every one of his words and sensed how much Galdric had meant to her brother, and that he was devastated by Tilda's act, regardless of whether their mother had been of sound mind or not. Kiva reached for his hand and intertwined her fingers with his, to offer him comfort in that way at least. And then she thought of what he had said, that she had gotten her answers, even if she didn't like them. Thank you, she said, addressing both him and Zulika, for telling me the truth.
Zulika avoided her gaze, but at least Kiva now understood a little more clearly why her sister harbored such resentment towards her. She blamed Kiva for their mother's death. Unjustly so, but Kiva knew that a grieving person was capable of doing, thinking, and saying things that would never have come to light under other circumstances. There was no point in pointing out to Zulika that Kiva was not responsible for her mother's actions, and that she certainly would not have encouraged Tilda if Tilda asked for her opinion. "Now, it's your turn," Tor said, pulling Kiva from her melancholic thoughts. "What's wrong with your magic?" Kiva reported in detail about the uncontrollable magic outbursts and her fear that something like that could happen in the presence of the royal family. When she finished, silence spread through the tent as her siblings pondered the problem. "Did Mother ever mention anything like that?" Kiva asked. "After all, she's suppressed her own magic for years, and if this is some kind of side effect—" "She didn't suppress it," Tor corrected. As Kiva was about to contradict him, he explained, "She just didn't use it openly, not even in front of Father." "Little spells," she called them, Zulika added. Her previous hostility noticeably subsided, as if she had simply needed to vent her anger thoroughly once. Her malicious baring of teeth had given way to a thoughtful expression. "When she slowly rebuilt her powers to use them for our purposes, she confessed to us that she had used them all along, but only in very small doses. A bruise here, a scratch there, whenever we were asleep or distracted. She said it would have been impossible to stop completely, because the magic could never have been silenced like that." Kiva rubbed her forehead. "But if that's true, how is it that I was able to master mine for 10 years? "Perhaps your magic is weaker than hers was?" Tor suggested. A calculating glint entered Zulika's eyes. "Or stronger. There must be some reason she absolutely wanted you as her heir." There was an undertone in Zulika's words that Kiva deliberately ignored. "Do you want to know what I believe?" her sister asked, but continued without waiting for Kiva's answer. "I believe your magic resents you for ignoring it for so long, and these spontaneous outbursts are its way of demanding your attention. Perhaps you should listen to it and use it." Kiva leaned forward. "I sleep 3 rooms away from Jaren Valentis," she hissed. "I can't use it. This has to stop." But just as quickly as her anger flared, it dissipated again. She slumped back against her chair. "Please, if you have any idea—" She lowered her voice to a whisper and repeated, "This has to stop." Torel regarded her with sympathy, while Zulika still seemed to be considering how she could use the situation to her advantage. "There might be a way," she then said slowly. "Someone who might be able to help you." "Who?" Kiva blurted out, who wouldn't have been too proud to beg. Tor seemed to grasp at once what his sister was getting at, for he shook his head decisively. "Never. Have you gone crazy?" To Kiva's astonishment, Zulika began to grin. "Not me." "But she is, and not by a little." Tor shook his head again. "If you have a better suggestion—" Zulika raised an eyebrow. Kiva had enough. "Would one of you kindly explain what you're talking about?" Tor massaged the bridge of his nose and with his other hand gave an inviting gesture toward Zulika. She then uttered 2 words that were completely meaningless to Kiva. "Nana Delora." Kiva blinked. "Nana what?" "Our grandmother," Zulika explained. "Mom's mother. Delora Quarantine." Kiva froze. She hadn't realized she had any living relatives, especially not Quarantines. "She also possesses magic, or at least she used to," Zulika corrected herself. "If anyone knows how to suppress their powers, it's her." "And she's also hopelessly crazy," Torel remarked. "Mother once took us to her, shortly after we joined the rebels. She wanted to ask her for some family heirloom, but after the first glance at us, Nana Delora started ranting that we shouldn't disturb her reading circle. She slammed the door in our faces and screamed that she would personally ride to Valenia and rat us all out if we ever showed our faces to her again." Kiva stared at him for a moment before asking, "What kind of family heirloom?" "A dagger," Zulika replied, without looking up from her now cold tea. "Torvin Quarantine's dagger, passed down from generation to generation, the symbol of his rule. After Mother took leadership of the rebels, she thought that with the dagger she could strengthen her position of power, as proof of her ancestry, but Delora wouldn't hand it over.
She makes medicines, Tyrell explained. I bet she uses our ancestors' dagger for chopping herbs. You know how apothecaries are. Their knives are sacred to them. Some even get buried with them. He shook his head and then turned back to Zulika. There must be someone else who can help Kiva. Delora may have her flaws, but I'm afraid she's our best option. How can I find her? Her sibling's head snapped towards her. If you really want to go to her, you'll have to go without us, Tyrell said, seeing the determination in Kiva's face. She made it quite clear last time that we're not welcome with her. Yes, it sounds like it, Kiva agreed. I don't need a babysitter anyway. I just need to know where to find her. It's quite possible she'll refuse to help you, Tor warned. She said she wants nothing more to do with— Tor, please, Kiva interrupted him gently. I just have to try. She lives in a small hut on the edge of the Grim Swamp, just beyond the Wild Meadows, Zulika answered her question, ignoring Tor's reproachful look. There's a small village nearby called Blackwater. You can find it on the map. It's best to ask someone there for directions. Thank you, Kiva said seriously. Kiva, don't worry, Tor. I'm not getting my hopes up, she interrupted him. But if there's a chance she can help me, then I have to at least try. Her brother's disapproval of her plan was clear, but he forced himself to give a stiff nod. Just, at least, be careful. Delora is unpredictable, and she has a rather unusual guard dog, one you'd better watch out for. Zulika snorted, whereupon Kiva decided not to ask for more details. I need to get back to Oak Hollow soon, she said. Ress knows I plan to meet you, but I should probably be back at the tavern before her. Ress? Zulika looked at Tyrell questioningly, but her brother had only arrived at the Drunken Wild Boar after she had already left. Rescinda Lauren, Kiva replied, a healer from Silverthorn. I told her I wanted to come here, and since she had a few house calls to make in the village, she offered to take me with her. You've been getting around quite a bit lately, Zulika grumbled.
Hardly, Kiva retortete scharf. Bisher war ich nämlich ziemlich beschäftigt damit, von meinen eigenen Geschwistern entführt zu werden, mich von einem Prinzen schikanieren zu lassen und Tee mit einer Königin zu tränken, die keine Ahnung hat, dass sie mein Leben zerstört hat. Da bleibt nicht viel Raum für Freizeitvergnügungen. Ein gefährliches Blitzen trat in Thors Augen. Was soll das heißen, dich von einem Prinzen schikanieren zu lassen? Kiva winkte beschwichtigend ab. Keldon bringt mir das Kämpfen bei. Oder zumindest ist das langfristig das Ziel. Im Moment führt er mir bloß jeden Morgen ziemlich schmerzhaft meine 10 Jahre Unterernährung und Bewegungsmangel vor Augen. Thors Anspannung wich. Du lässt dich von Prinz Keldon trainieren? Foltern würde es eher treffen, entgegnete Kiva. Was für eine Zeitverschwendung. Zuleka lachte. Die einzige Waffe, die du jemals brauchen wirst, trägst du in deinen Fingerspitzen. Kiva schaute auf ihre Hände. Magie ist keine Waffe, sagte sie, bevor ihr einfiel, was Jaren und seine Familie mit ihren Kräften zu tun vermochten. Zumindest meine nicht. Magie ist das, was man daraus macht, entgegnete Zuleka. Sie beugt sich deinem Willen. Waffen fügen Menschen Verletzungen zu. Meine Magie heilt. Du hast selbst gesagt, dass du sie seit 10 Jahren unterdrückst. Woher willst du da wissen, wozu sie in der Lage ist? Wozu du in der Lage bist? Ehe Kiva etwas darauf erwidern konnte, meldete sich Tor zu Wort. Dieses Gespräch führt doch zu nichts, meinte er mit einem strafenden Blick in Zulekas Richtung. Kiva, wenn du vor Rescinda in der Taverne sein willst, sollten wir uns auf den Weg machen. Er wollte aufstehen, doch Kiva zog ihn zurück. Warte, ich habe euch noch mehr zu erzählen. Zuleka und Torell horchten sichtlich auf. Begann Kiva, ehe sie plötzlich der Mut verließ. Lass dir ruhig Zeit, wir haben ja schließlich nichts anderes zu tun, spottete Zuleka. Wieder warf Tor ihr einen Blick zu. Dann wandte er sich an Kiva. Keine Eile, ordne erst mal deine Gedanken. Auf seinen Zuspruch hin gab Kiva sich einen Ruck. Den Thron mit Gewalt einzunehmen, ist keine gute Idee. Ach, und warum nicht? Zulekas Augen wurden schmal. Ich weiß ja nicht, wie viele Rebellen es mittlerweile gibt, aber es wird ohnehin keinen Unterschied machen. Der Palast ist zu gut gesichert, erklärte Kiva.
Spontan entschied sie, den beiden nichts von dem geheimen Tunneleingang zu erzählen. Schließlich würde sich kaum die komplette Rebellenarmee unentdeckt dort hineinstehlen können. Oder zumindest redete sie sich das ein, um ihr schlechtes Gewissen zu besänftigen. Selbst wenn ihr es irgendwie an der königlichen Garde vorbeischafft, bleibt immer noch die Armee. Und die würde den Thron gleich wieder zurückerobern. Wir, wolltest du wohl sagen, bemerkte Zuleka trocken. Kiva ging nicht darauf ein. Der einzig sichere Weg auf den Thron führt über das Gesetz. Das evalonische Volk wird euch, uns, nicht als Herrscher akzeptieren, solange wir ihm keinen triftigen Grund geben. Die Menschen wollen, dass alles rechtmäßig und fair zugeht. Oder die Familie Valentis müsste freiwillig abdanken. Aber das wird wohl kaum passieren. Rechtmäßig und fair, wiederholte Zuleka nachdenklich, bevor ein unheilvolles Lächeln über ihr Gesicht huschte. Wie wär's denn, wenn du einen Prinzen heiraten würdest, Schwesterchen? Rechtmäßiger geht es doch gar nicht. Kiva fuhr förmlich zurück, ihre Reaktion genauso heftig wie in der Ratskammer, als Zerra sich nach jahresetwaigen Heiratsplänen erkundigt hatte. Was sie anwiderte, war jedoch nicht die Vorstellung, Jaren zu heiraten, sondern die, ihn dermaßen zu hintergehen. »Das ist doch lächerlich«, schimpfte Torel zu Kivas Erleichterung. »Wir zwingen unsere Schwester ganz bestimmt nicht zur Heirat, kommt nicht in Frage.« Als Zuleka ergeben die Hände hob, fuhr er an Kiva gewandt fort. »Unsere Anhängerschaft ist zwar stark, aber du hast recht, durch rohe Gewalt werden wir das Volk niemals für uns einnehmen. Und selbst wenn, hätten wir es nicht verdient.« Zuleka schnippte mit dem Fingernagel gegen ihren Teebecher. »Scheint, als hätten wir eine neue Aufgabe für dich, Schwesterchen. Finde einen rechtmäßigen Weg, wie wir den Thron einnehmen können, einen Weg, wie das Volk Evalons uns widerstandslos als neue Herrscher anerkennt.« »Ach, mehr nicht«, entgegnete Kiva sarkastisch. »Entweder das, oder du findest heraus, wie wir diesen Valentis-Abschaum in die Knie zwingen können«, antwortete Zuleka. »Ich muss sagen, die Vorstellung, dass sie freiwillig abdanken, hat durchaus ihren Reiz.« »So schlimm sind sie nun auch wieder nicht«, rutschte es Kiva heraus, bevor sie sich bremsen konnte. Thor reagierte nicht, doch Zulekas Miene versteinerte sich. »Du musst dich entscheiden, Kiva«, flüsterte sie. »Du kannst nicht behaupten, auf unserer Seite zu sein und gleichzeitig deinen Prinzen anhimmeln. Ab jetzt heißt es er oder wir, die Valentis oder wir. Beides geht nicht.« Kivas Magen zog sich zusammen, denn sie wusste, dass Zuleka recht hatte. Sie konnte nicht weiter hier sitzen und mit den Rebellen Eroberungspläne schmieden, während sie gleichzeitig mit der Königsfamilie sympathisierte. Und dennoch, Zuleka hatte auch Unrecht, denn die Entscheidung war bereits vor 10 Jahren gefallen. Kiva hatte keine Wahl, hatte niemals eine gehabt. Sie würde ihrer Familie den Vorzug geben, so wie immer. »Es gibt noch etwas, was ich euch erzählen muss.« Kiva rutschte unruhig auf ihrem Stuhl hin und her. »Ich habe eine königliche Ratsversammlung belauscht.« Neben ihr setzte sich Thor kerzengerade auf und mit einem Mal wich sämtlicher Ärger aus Zulekas Gesicht. Sie haben sich stundenlang beraten, hauptsächlich über das alltägliche Regierungsgeschäft, aber ein paar Mal wurde es wirklich interessant. Sie hielt kurz inne. »In Miraven scheint irgendetwas im Gange zu sein, und das macht ihnen Sorgen. Miraven hat Evalon schon mit einer Invasion gedroht, als wir noch nicht mal auf der Welt waren«, schnaubte Torel abfällig. »Sie haben es bis heute nicht geschafft, also werden sie es auch diesmal nicht. Jedenfalls nicht ohne Hilfe«, setzte Zuleka hinzu. »Sie haben Caramore«, wandte Kiva ein. »Und bald werden sie das Bündnis durch eine Heirat festigen. Davon habe ich auch schon gehört, Prinzessin Seraphine und Prinz Forshell.« Zuleka kicherte hämisch. Was für ein Gespann! Bevor Kiva nachhaken konnte, was daran so amüsant war, fuhr ihre Schwester fort. »Und wieso sollte das für uns von Interesse sein?« Kiva bleckte die Zähne. »Weil der Rat sich Sorgen wegen Miraven macht, aber nicht wegen der Rebellen.« Zuleka starrte sie an. »Das musst du schon genauer erklären. Die Königsfamilie hat Spione in euren Reihen, aber das wisst ihr vermutlich längst, sonst würdet ihr wohl kaum zu derartigen Maßnahmen greifen.« Kiva tippte kurz die silberne Maske an, die neben ihr auf dem Tisch lag. »Bisher haben sie es wohl noch nicht geschafft, sonderlich tief vorzudringen, aber ein Mitglied der königlichen Garde ist an ein paar ziemlich wichtige Informationen gelangt. Unter anderem an die, dass ihr, die Viper und der Schakal von den Corentines abstammt.« Torel fluchte. Zuleka hingegen wirkte wenig beeindruckt.
»Wer?« Kiva öffnete den Mund, doch ehe sie Aidrans Namen preisgeben konnte, fiel ihr ein, dass erst kürzlich 2 seiner Spione zu Tode gekommen waren. Für so etwas wollte sie nicht verantwortlich sein, schließlich hatte sie bereits mit genug anderen Dämonen zu kämpfen. »Das haben Sie nicht erwähnt«, log sie daher. Es klang, als hätte derjenige die Garde verlassen und würde jetzt irgendwo im Norden leben, zumindest bis er sich von seiner Verletzung erholt hatte, also spielt es wohl ohnehin keine Rolle. Zuleka schien trotzdem auf weitere Details über den Spion drängen zu wollen, weshalb Kiva rasch fortfuhr. Und da war noch etwas. Vor seinem Fortgang hat der Gardist offenbar etwas über einen geheimen Versammlungsort der Rebellen aufgeschnappt. Vielleicht solltet ihr eure Leute in Valenya warnen.
Es könnte nämlich sein, dass er Jahren davon erzählt hat. »Das übernehme ich persönlich«, erklärte Zuleka. Kiva atmete erleichtert auf. Wenn Aidran Jahren tatsächlich eingeweiht hatte, würde der Prinz dort nun vermutlich keine Rebellen mehr vorfinden und auch nicht in Gefahr geraten. Kaum hatte sie diesen Gedanken formuliert, versetzte sie sich im Geiste einen Klaps. Denn eigentlich hätte es ihr weitaus mehr Sorgen machen sollen, dass Jaren überhaupt an solch sensible Informationen über die Rebellen gelangen konnte. Sie musste dringend ihre Prioritäten überdenken, um nicht erneut von Zuleka angegangen zu werden. Wurde bei der Versammlung sonst noch etwas erwähnt? Wollte Torel wissen. Kiva antwortete mit einer Gegenfrage. Was ist die königliche Triade? Sie erntete ausdruckslose Mienen. Die königliche Triade, wiederholte Zuleka. Triade, also irgendwas mit 3? Sie runzelte die Stirn. Aber was? Kiva zuckte mit den Schultern. Wie gesagt, der Rat ist nicht sonderlich beunruhigt wegen der Rebellen. Sie glauben, dass wir irgendwann aufgeben werden, jetzt, da wir Mutter als unsere Galionsfigur verloren haben. Dann werden sie bald ihr blaues Wunder erleben, entgegnete Zuleka kühl. Jedenfalls, fuhr Kiva fort, hat der Großmeister in diesem Zusammenhang die königliche Triade erwähnt. Was genau hat er denn gesagt? Torel legte den Kopf schief. Kiva versuchte sich an Horets Worte zu erinnern. Es klang, als wäre die königliche Triade neben einem Putschversuch die einzige Möglichkeit, sich die Krone zu sichern. Torel und Zuleka erstarrten. Kiva stutzte. »Seid ihr sicher, dass ihr noch nie davon gehört habt?« Zuleka, die sich als erste erholte, schüttelte den Kopf. »Ich werde unsere Palastspione darauf ansetzen.« Auch Tor öffnete den Mund, doch Zuleka kam ihm zuvor. »Hast du sonst noch Informationen für uns?« Kiva erwiderte den Blick ihrer Schwester. She thought of all she had discovered, and finally, the greatest secret of all, Yaren's magic. I trust them. With these words he had declared his unwavering faith in Kiva's and Tip's loyalty to his family. The thought was little more than a whisper, yet it had its effect. No, Kiva replied, her voice cracking slightly. I've told you everything I know. The lie left a bitter taste on her tongue, while at the same time a heavy burden lifted from her shoulders. Telling her siblings about Yaren's powers wouldn't change anything. They already knew he possessed power over 2 elements, so what difference did it make that he actually controlled all 4? Kiva ignored the pull in her stomach and met her sister's gaze, honey gold against emerald green. Zuleka was the first to look away, though only to ask Torel, "Could you leave us alone for a moment?" Her brother hesitated, as if trying to gauge if Kiva agreed. Then he picked up his jackal mask and rose. "We really should leave soon," he said to Kiva. "I'll have Oleg saddled and wait for you outside." Kiva nodded, and her pulse quickened as Torel left the tent. "I know I haven't been particularly kind to you," Kiva turned to her sister. "After what happened with Mother," Zuleka broke off. She looked away and bit her lip. "This isn't easy for me. I know, of course, that I can't blame you entirely, but it's hard. Every time I look at you, I have to remember how she left us to save you. She left, and then she died, for your sake." Kiva felt as if a knife blade was stuck in her throat. "And that's not all," Zuleka continued, seemingly unable to stop now. "When I found out the prince was with you in Zalindov and that you two got along well, I was so angry. I just didn't understand how you could associate with him while Mother was dying before your eyes." "I didn't know who er was," Kiva croaked. "But eventually you must have found out, and yet you didn't withdraw from him," Zuleka countered. "Apparently you even saved his life, a Valentes. You could have just left him to rot in these tunnels, but you didn't."
He saved my life first, Kiva weakly argued, several times. And without him und Naari, ich wäre nie entkommen. Zuleka grimaste. Ach, right, ihr befreundete Herd-Ertu, ich höre. His golden shield. Kiva wollte zu verteidigen ergänzen, aber ihre Schwester regte eine Hand. Wait. Zuleka ließ einen langen Atem aus. Das ist alles gottverdammt falsch. Was ist gottverdammt falsch? Meine Entschuldigung. Das Wort schwieg Kiva. Ich habe nicht particularly kind zu dir, Zuleka wiederholte. Wegen Mutter und wegen ich dachte, du hattest umgeschwenkt. Aber nachdem du uns heute erzählt hast, es ist klar zu mir, dass ich Unrecht hatte. Eavesdropping auf einem royalen Council-Meeting, nicht mal ich hätte dir so ein Risiko zumuten können. Ich war präjudiziert und ich bin entschuldigt dafür. Kiva hatte keine Ahnung, wie sie reagieren sollte. Doch durch alle Emotionen überwältigende wäre sie auch unfähig gewesen. Ich kann nicht versprechen, dass ich nicht oft einmal zurück zu meinem alten Verhalten gegenüber dir werde, wurde Zuleka gewarnt. Ich brauche einfach Zeit, das alles zu verarbeiten, insbesondere den Matter mit Mutter. Und nicht immer dich zu sehen, wenn du vor mir stehst. Kivas Gesicht verzog sich in Angst. But if you're willing to grant me that time, I'll try my best, Zuleka concluded. I promise you that. Deren Blicke mähten wieder einmal. Diesmal war es Kiva, die looked away first. Of course, I'll give you time, she whispered. Thank you, little sister, Zuleka replied just as softly. Dann klärte sie den Kopf, und als sie weitersprach, ihre Worte wirkten frei von emotionaler Bürde. You should probably go now, so Tor doesn't have to worry we might be at each other's throats in here. Kiva verstaunte sich mit einem Giggle. He's much more tense than he used to be. He's much more of everything. Zuleka rollte die Augen theatralisch. Aber auch wenn ich manchmal leidbärend daran fühle, er ist ein sehr guter General. Unsere Armee würde hell für ihn gehen für ihn. So viel Devotion, she shook her head. Kiva rat Erstaunen in ihrer Gase und eine Hint von Envy, der nächsten Sekunde aber. Als ob er nicht mehr aushalten konnte, Tor pokte sein Kopf in das Tent an das Moment. Are you coming? Erklärte zu Kiva. Seichtsinnt stieß sie auf, Schmerzensempfinden unterdrückend, als sie das Bewegen bis in ihre letzte Muskelfieber spürte. Und bis nächstes Mal, Zuleka sagte. In ihren Worten lag eine Wärme, die Kivas Herz mit Hoffnung erfüllte. Und ebenlang auch noch, als sie die silberne Maske angehabt hatte, sich von ihrer Schwester verabschiedet und den Tent verließ, das Gefühl lingerte in Kiva. Als Kiva und Torel wieder zu Okolorin, diesmal manchmal deutlich langsamer als auf dem Hinweg, träumte sie all das, was Zuleka ihr privat anvertraut hatte. Tor sah auch tief in Gedanken, da er nur den Schweigen aufbrach, als der Wald bevor ihnen zu Ende schien zu werden. Sie war nicht immer so leicht. Involontär Chatterlon treitige sie den Griff um seinen Wattätzt. Sie hatte nicht Zulekas Entschuldigung erzählt und Dates nun auch nichts zu dem Thema erwähnt, kurios, was Torel Nächtes sagen würde. Sie und Mutter waren sehr eng, erklärte er. Diese spenden alle Minute miteinander, oft verschwanden sie in den Wäldern für Stunden und kamen zurück lachend, als wäre nichts in der Welt ungeheimbarter. Wenn sie zusammen waren, rinsten ihr unglaubliches Zufriedenheit, so viel Hoffnung und Liebe. Melancholie ergriff Kivas Herz. Und dann Mutter verschwand, kontinuierte Tor, steuernd Orlix um einen fallenden Trunk. Danach wurde Zulean transformiert. Es ist, als ob eine kein Dunkelheit sich hineingefüllt hätte, eine unerträgliche Wut simmernd nur unter der Oberfläche. Anfangs dachte ich, es war einfach nur Grief, kombiniert mit dem Druck einer Rebellenleaderin, insbesondere als wir auch Galdrick verloren haben. Aber nun sind es Monate, und es scheint eher schlimmer zu werden als besser. Er ließ den Ton herab. Sie hat Geheimnisse von mir, schniezt raus Tag und Nacht. Sie teilt ihre Pläne mit mir nicht und sagt mir nicht einmal, woher sie ihre Informationen hat. Die Palastspione, sie erwähnte. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wer diese Menschen sind, aber es scheint, dass sie zu hochkonfidenzieller Informationen verfügt haben. Du bist Warden about ihr, Kiva notete sanft. Ich fühle, als ob ich sie niemand mehr kennen würde, erwiderte er.
Our leader is completely foreign to me. That doesn't just worry me, it terrifies me. Kiva leaned against him comfortingly. I thought you led the rebels together, Tor snorted. That's what Mother wanted, yes, and Galdrick too. But in reality, it usually goes like my attempt to free Mother and you from Zalindov. If I propose an idea, I can be sure Zuleka will object to something.
And in our position, we can't afford to disagree. The people who follow us are simply too important to me to risk a split. Meanwhile, I have—" he broke off hastily. "Meanwhile, you have what, Tor?" It took a moment for him to continue, this time whispering. "Meanwhile, I'm so tired of it, Kiva. I'm tired of watching so many people sacrifice themselves for something I'm not even sure I still believe in, if I ever believed in it." Kiva stiffened. As if the confession had completely loosened his tongue, Tor now continued more loudly. "Zulika demanded earlier that you make a choice, but no one ever gave me that choice. I was 9 years old when I joined the rebels, who gradually shaped me into their weapon, into their general." The disgust he felt for his title was clearly audible. Then he took a deep breath and added resignedly, "The rebels made me who I am today. I am strong and confident. I am their leader, a warrior, and for that I will be eternally grateful to them. Still, I would never have chosen this life." "Tor," Kiva whispered, hugging him tightly. He sighed again and pushed aside a low-hanging branch. "Well, it is what it is, and compared to many others, I suppose I can count myself lucky." A pause followed. "Compared to you, for example?" Kiva frowned. "With me? I would have done anything to spare you those years in Zalindov, you said. I would have given my life if they had released you in exchange. I hate—" His voice broke. "It eats at me that you were there for so long, all alone. I can barely imagine what you had to go through to survive in there. I can barely comprehend that you survived." "Sometimes I can't either," Kiva confessed, as dark memories flooded her. "But I made it, and we're back together. That's all that matters." Tor took a hand from the reins and placed it on Kiva's. "If anything ever happens to you—" "It won't," Kiva countered firmly. She consciously ignored the fact that her magic was spiraling more and more out of control, while she was simultaneously about to overthrow the royal family, committing treason with every breath. "But what about you? It all sounds like you have serious doubts by now." "That doesn't matter. I've committed myself to this cause." "A cause you no longer believe in, as you just admitted yourself," Kiva remarked. "And yet I will do what is necessary to see it through." His voice sounded so unyielding and yet utterly devoid of emotion, as if he had truly resigned himself to his fate. Kiva's heart constricted as she thought of the little boy he once was, who had to give up his dreams on the same night she had given up hers. "Why are the rebels fighting for us anyway?" she asked softly. "I understand why we've taken this path, but why should our goals be so important to someone else that they would risk their life for them? To the rebels, we are the true rulers of Evilon." Tor kept his tone carefully neutral. "These people have wished for centuries for a quarantine to ascend the throne again. Or, at least, that applies to Torvin's most fervent followers, those in whose families loyalty to him has been passed down from generation to generation." "But what about the newer recruits who aren't interested in the correct line of succession?" Kiva pressed. "Do they just have something against the Valenties?" "There will always be people who disagree with how the country is governed, no matter who sits on the throne. So that certainly applies to some," Tor confirmed. "Others are probably just out to cause anarchy. And as for the rest, never underestimate the power of hope, little mouse." Kiva stared thoughtfully ahead between the trees. "What do you mean?" "The rebels weren't always so violent," he said. "Back when we started actively recruiting members, people came to us because Mother offered them exactly what they needed. She healed them of their illnesses and injuries, just as Torvin once did before he was banished into exile. But then—" Tor stopped abruptly, and Kiva gave him an encouraging nudge. "But then what?" Her brother let Olix wade through a shallow stream before he answered. "At first, Mother didn't demand anything in return. Whenever we reached a new village, she healed everyone who asked her for help. But one day, she began to claim that people had to earn their treatment by swearing allegiance to the rebels. Well, and since people so desperately wished for their loved ones, or themselves, to be healthy again, they joined us, in the hope that Tilda Quarantine would one day reward them for it.
But over time, Mother completely stopped healing and instead reveled in the chaos that arose when her people provoked the city guards somewhere again. She seems to count on all the bloodshed driving even more people to us. Presumably, this strategy sometimes even worked. But at what price? Tor shook his head. I can't understand it, but new people are still joining us to this day because they hope to be healed. But Mother is dead, Kiva interjected hesitantly, and neither you nor Zulika possess magic. Then her eyes widened. Or do they expect me to? No, Tor nipped her rising panic in the bud. Most of them don't even know about Mother's death yet. And as I said, Mother hadn't healed anyone for a long time, even before that. So long that eventually Zulika and I were given leadership, even though we have no magic. It's enough that people believe we do, simply because we are quarantines. His bitter tone left no doubt as to what he thought of this deception. Kiva closed her eyes. While she understood the rebel movement better now, she simultaneously wished for her former ignorance back. What if we succeed? She asked almost silently. She had simply suppressed this question until now, partly out of fear of what the answer would trigger within her. On the one hand, she had yearned for revenge, for justice, for so long. On the other hand, she could barely imagine a future in which her family actually took over the rule of Evilon. To be honest, I have no idea, Tor said, letting out another long sigh. Theoretically, you, Zulika, and I would probably ascend the throne together. He sounded as if he had to swallow a mouthful of nails, which Kiva could absolutely empathize with. The mere thought of ruling the kingdom, whether the right to do so had been bestowed upon her at birth or not, was, all at once, she saw the Silverthorn before her, a symbol of all she would have to give up in that case. Her hopes, her dreams, her goals, her future. But more followed the image. Karen, mortally wounded by a sword blade. Farron, arrested by the royal guard. Tilda, blood-soaked, with blind eyes staring into nothing forever. 3 human lives simply extinguished. Kiva could no longer deny that she harbored doubts about the righteousness of her mission, just like Tor. But neither could she forget the cruelties her family had suffered, the pain she would never truly overcome. And the Valentines had done all of this to her. She had no choice but to pay them back in kind, no matter how much her heart resisted, no matter how great her fear of the price she would have to pay for it. Torel dropped Kiva off at the Drunken Boar, but not without first making her promise under no circumstances to go to Oak Hollow again. The risk of being caught was simply too great. Kiva returned Zulika's mask to her brother and hugged him goodbye. Shortly after, Resenda also arrived back at the tavern. On the ride back to Valenia, the healer mostly carried the conversation alone.
When they finally dismounted their horses in front of the Silverthorn Academy stables, the sun was already sinking below the horizon. Res, who seemed to sense Kiva's restlessness, sent her off. "I'm here every day for the morning shift. Just stop by if you need a break from palace life," she offered. "Then we'll go get some chocolate buns." "That sounds wonderful," Kiva said, before making her way along the riverside road to the palace and reaching her destination in record time. No sooner had she taken off her cloak than an impatient knock came at her room door. A million terrifying scenarios swirled through her head at once. What if she had been watched leaving the city? What if she had been followed all the way to Oak Hollow? What if someone had seen her in the rebel camp? What if she had been recognized despite the mask? What if... "Kiva, I know you're in there. I heard you." Kiva breathed a sigh of relief. When she opened the door, Tip stood before her, his freckled face twisted into a pout. "Where were you all day?" The reproachful undertone in his voice was unmistakable, even if Kiva didn't quite understand the reason for it. "I wanted to show you what Ori and I made in art class today, but you weren't there," he whined. "And I usually always know where you are." Only now did Kiva understand why the boy was so upset. In the past 3 years, Tip had always been able to come to her when he needed her. In Zalindov, she had been found almost around the clock in the infirmary. Even afterwards, while she and Tip had grown accustomed to their new freedom in the Winter Palace, they had barely left each other's side.
And even after their arrival in Valenia, Kiva had never simply disappeared for a few hours before. Tip had simply missed her. Tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily, but she quickly blinked them away so as not to embarrass him. "I'm sorry, I just lost track of time. Why don't you show it to me now?" In an instant, Tip's anger vanished, and he pulled her with him into their shared living room. An easel by the window held a canvas, covered by a cloth, which Tip now tore away with a tug. That's us," he announced proudly, pointing to the portrait that appeared beneath. The tears Kiva had just fought back suddenly returned with full force. The brushwork might have been imprecise, the color selection eccentric, yet Kiva recognized herself at first glance in one of the figures Tip had painted. Her dark hair blew in the wind, and her wide-open eyes unintentionally created a somewhat comical effect. Beside her stood, grinning broadly, a red-haired, freckled boy, around whose shoulders she had placed her arm, while her other hand— "That's you and me and Jaren," Tip announced, immediately launching into a detailed explanation. Apparently, the teacher had given him and Ori the task of capturing how they saw their future with paint and brush. Kiva's heart constricted so painfully that she had to block out Tip's voice for a moment, and instead focused intently on the details of his artwork. In it, Kiva's second hand was intertwined with Jaren's, and they smiled at each other. Behind them, the river palace was visible, and they wore crowns on their heads, both of them. In the background, the blurred outlines of Ordeal, Mirren, Kalden, Nari, Queen Ariana, and a man Kiva assumed to be King Stellan could be discerned. Even Phlox was part of the scene, curled up at Jaren's feet. It was a family portrait, painted by an 11-year-old, who was supposed to depict his future. "She said, grass can't be purple, but then I reminded her that she said I should let my imagination run wild, and in my imagination, grass is purple." Tip paused to catch his breath. Then he looked at Kiva, eager for her judgment. Kiva felt as if countless needles were suddenly stuck in her tongue. Nevertheless, she somehow managed to stammer out, "It's beautiful." Tip's gap-toothed grin lit up the entire room. Kiva couldn't help but embrace the boy, not only to hide her horror from him, but also to feel him close, healthy, and alive. He would never get the future he had envisioned, but she would very well make sure he got one at all. And no matter what happened in the coming weeks, she wouldn't abandon him. Tip would always have a home in the palace, no matter who ruled the land. She swore it. "I'm sorry, am I disturbing you? I can come back later." When Kiva looked up, Jaren stood in the doorway. His hair was disheveled, a sign that he had been running his hands through it all day, and his clothes looked wrinkled. He looked as if he hadn't slept for several nights in a row. What, however, made him no less attractive, but only more real, more— Kiva gave herself a mental slap and pulled away from Tip. While the boy joyfully rushed towards Jaren, she took the opportunity to quickly cover the painting with the cloth again. "Jaren!" Tip squeaked, and crashed into him without breaking. Do you want to see what I—" "How were the meetings?" Kiva interrupted him hastily. "Long," Jaren replied, and sighed as Phlox scurried into the room and promptly made himself comfortable at his feet. "How was your trip to Silverthorn?" "She was gone all day," Tip complained again, though a little less agitated than before. He picked Phlox's claws off Jaren's leather boots to pick up the furry creature. Jaren raised his golden eyebrows. "All day? Then you must be exhausted." "Says you," Kiva retorted, gesturing to his disheveled appearance. "Yes, today was quite strenuous," Jaren admitted hesitantly. At first he seemed to want to say more, but then he merely said, "If you two have nothing else planned, I guess we all have the rest of the day free for the first time since we arrived here. How about a family dinner?" Kiva's stomach clenched, but Tip crowed enthusiastically. "Oh, yes!" "Then you'd better go wash your hands, little one." Jaren nodded towards Tip's room. "We'll wait for you here." Tip handed Jaren the grumbling Phlox, whose mood, however, instantly improved when he found himself in the prince's arms, and ran off. "Should I—" Kiva gestured down at herself, concerned that she wasn't dressed appropriately for dinner with the royal family. Jaren's eyes were fixed on her face as he quietly replied, "No, you are perfect just as you are." The deeper meaning of his words was unmistakable and took Kiva's breath away for a brief moment. Fortunately, Tip just then hopped back into the room. "Ready!" If Kiva had been asked later how her walk to the West Palace had gone, she probably wouldn't have been able to give any details, as her thoughts had incessantly revolved around Jaren's words soft as feathers on her skin. "You are perfect just as you are." When they finally entered the small, cozy dining room where the rest of his family was already waiting, a part of her was angry with Jaren. Why did he always have to be so nice, so considerate, so Jaren-like? Why couldn't he be at least a little arrogant and conceited, as befitted a prince, like his sister, or his dashing cousin, who Kiva was growing increasingly fond of, but whose personality alone nipped any romance in the bud? "You are perfect just as you are." Kiva felt like crying. Instead, she straightened her shoulders and tried not to think how good Jaren's hand felt on her back as he guided her through the room. They headed for a large ashwood table in the middle of the room, adorned with carvings and piled high with food. Meat, roasted vegetables, sauce tureens, cheese platters, thick, crusty slices of bread, and countless other delicacies that made Kiva's mouth water at the sight.
A trail of delicate luminium drops snaked between the golden plates, bathing the whole in an almost magical light, especially in combination with the crystal vases full of snow blossoms. Through a long row of floor-to-ceiling windows behind the table, one could see the well-kept palace garden, which was impressive even in the dark and nothing short of spectacular by day. Kiva, however, could hardly appreciate all the splendor adequately, as at that moment all members of the royal family turned to Jaren, Tip, and her. Apprehension spread within her. Tip, on the other hand, who didn't seem to care about all the attention, happily ran to the free seat next to Ordeal. Immediately, the two boys put their heads together and began to whisper to each other. Normally, Kiva would have sternly reprimanded Tip, but now she was too busy trying to keep calm herself, while Jaren gently pushed her forward. "I believe you haven't met my father yet," he said, as an elegantly dressed middle-aged man stood up at the head of the table. "The King of Valania." And he rose for Kiva. "I have heard so much about you." King Stellan stepped towards her and took her hands in his. Kiva's fingers felt numb, but the touch was gentle, and the king looked at her kindly. He had the same smile as Jaren, and that wasn't the only similarity. Although the king had darker hair than the rest of his family, the rich caramel tone explained the brown streaks in Jaren's golden hair. His copper-brown eyes also stood in stark contrast to the bright blue of his wife and children. Only Jaren had inherited his gold-rimmed irises. Tall, broad shoulders, honey-golden complexion. Apart from his hair and eye color, the king corresponded exactly to Kiva's idea of Jaren in 20 years. Not bad prospects, quite the opposite. And yet, Stellan had something about him that Kiva couldn't quite name. Perhaps it was his slightly pale complexion and the barely perceptible tension in his face, the minimally clouded gaze. She probably wouldn't have paid any more attention to all this if she hadn't felt it through the touch of his hands. The king was sick. Kiva felt this to the last fiber of her being. With her magic, and suddenly her fingers were no longer numb but began to tingle. "No," she screamed internally. If there was one place where she absolutely could not lose control of her powers, it was here, in front of the assembled royal family. Kiva fought against it with all her might, just as she had done in Racinda's presence, and prayed to the gods that the golden glow would not break through, because that would be her certain death. Her head ached from the effort, her stomach cramped, her bones seemed to be on fire. But when the king finally let go of her, her hands looked completely unsuspicious. The relief hit her with such force that her knees went weak, but she forced herself to return Stellan's smile. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." The king waved it off. "Please, let's dispense with the formalities." A sparkle entered his eyes, and he leaned towards her. "We are among ourselves." His gaze meaningfully shifted from her to Jaren, and Kiva blushed. Had Stellan perhaps spoken to a member of the royal council, perhaps even Zara, or simply to Queen Ariana, who was also present at the meeting? If the conversation at this dinner even approached any presumed intentions on Jaren's part towards her, Kiva would sink into the floor with shame. "Sit next to me," Stellan continued, pulling up a chair for her. "I want to know everything about this extraordinary young woman who spent 10 years in—" "I thought perhaps we'd rather tell Kiva and Tip a little about our family," Jaren smoothly interrupted him, "so they can get to know us better." Since Kiva suspected he had sensed her discomfort and intervened for that reason, she gave him a grateful look. "Oh ho, family stories?" Kalden, who was sitting next to Mirren, spoke up. With a mischievous grin, he raised his goblet and pointed it at Kiva. "Brace yourself, Sunshine. I've got a few tidbits about everyone at this table. It's going to be great." "My dear Kalden, I don't think that," Ariana began, but stopped when Nari and Captain Varys entered. Kiva's heart gave a startled leap, and for a moment she feared one of them might have found out where she had really been today. But then she registered that both the soldier and the captain were dressed in civilian clothes and seemed unusually relaxed. "Apologies for the delay," Nari said, sinking into the empty seat next to Kaldum. "We still had to drill the new recruits a bit." "And how are they doing?" Stellan inquired. Since Kiva was still standing motionless, Jaren pushed her to the chair the king offered her. Then he sat down to her right, while his father resumed his place to her left at the head of the table, and Captain Varys sat down opposite her. A nervous shiver ran through Kiva as the captain greeted her with a polite, respectful nod. She forced herself to breathe deeply and thought of what Jaren had said at the council meeting. That Varys remembered her well, but Kalden had found nothing incriminating in his investigations. She was simply Kiva Meriden. No one knew her true identity. "It's quite a wild bunch this year," the captain answered the king's question. "They're good, and they know it, but we'll whip them into obedience." Kiva must have let out a horrified sound, for while the others began to serve themselves food, Jaren leaned over to her. "That wasn't meant literally," he whispered. "Our soldiers are not whipped." "No, our soldiers just have to run around the barracks yard until their eyes bleed from boredom," Kalden remarked dryly, spreading butter on a slice of bread. "Well, what 3 qualities define a good soldier of the Royal Guard?" Varys asked, glancing past Nari at Kalden. The captain's graying hair gleamed in the light of the luminium chandelier. "Oh dear," the prince groaned, reaching for his wine. "I'm afraid I need something stronger to drink." "Discipline," Varys counted on his fingers. "Discipline. And discipline." "That's exactly 1 quality," Kalden retorted, "which I've pointed out to you often enough. Every time you start talking about it, to be precise." "Perhaps one day you'll internalize what I mean by that," Varys countered. "At least I can count to 3, Kalden grumbled, refilling his goblet and immediately downing its contents. "Children, please no arguing at the family table," Queen Ariana scolded, looking amusedly back and forth between Kalden and Varys, who was older than herself. Her choice of words made Kiva freeze. Family table. With an uneasy feeling, she reached for her own goblet, whose contents, upon a cautious sniff, turned out to be warm apple cider. She had just taken a large sip when Ordeal suddenly began to fidget in his chair and turned to the captain. "Uncle Varys!" Kiva almost spat out her cider. "Mother says I can start training when I'm 12. Can Tip join too?" "I don't see why not," Varys replied, spearing beans with his fork. "As long as both of you take it seriously." "We will," Ordeal vowed, and Tip nodded eagerly beside him. Kiva couldn't help but breathe out an incredulous, "Uncle?" The captain, to whom Kiva's reaction had not gone unnoticed, smiled. "Not by blood," he clarified. "Varys and I grew up together," King Stellan added, handing her a bowl of baked potatoes. "I lost my parents to river fever at an early age, and Varys's family took me in. When Varys then became a recruit in the Royal Guard, he invited me to his swearing-in ceremony, and there I met my great love." The queen blushed. Yes, truly, she blushed, under the gaze Stellan cast her way, before she picked up the thread. "My parents were anything but thrilled when they found out that a man without rank or name was courting me, and an orphan to boot. But Varys came up with many ideas so we could meet secretly. If it hadn't been for him—"
Well, who knows how things would have turned out then? Fortunately, even Ari's parents eventually realized what a great catch I was. The king took over again, smiling contentedly at Kiva. "And now we are happy until the end of our days." His words settled heavily over the table. Only Tip and Ordeal seemed oblivious, continuing to eat cheerfully and gigglingly slipping small morsels to Phlox under the table. Everyone else, however, everyone here seemed aware that the king was ill and his life's end was likely approaching sooner than they would have liked. Kiva cleared her throat and pretended not to feel the sadness. "What a beautiful story," she said. "Yes, I'm about to get sick," Calden commented with feigned disgust. Then he plunged his fork into a piece of glazed pork roast and pointed it at Kiva. "But I did promise you some entertainment, so I suppose it's my turn now. And I think I know just the thing." It then became clear to Kiva that Calden wasn't just a nuisance. He was a very perceptive nuisance. He too had noticed the shift in mood and immediately countered it with something cheerful. Kiva wondered how often he used his flamboyant personality to distract his family in dark moments. Thoughtfully, she continued to eat, listening with half an ear as Calden recounted a diplomatic trip to the desert state of Hadris, far to the west of Wenderil, which he had once undertaken with Jaren. After just the first few words, Jaren groaned in agony and avoided Kiva's gaze, silently shoveling his food into his mouth. And when Calden finally reached the punchline of the turbulent story, Kiva understood why. Mirren, of course, had no idea that I had spiced up his drink a bit, but I thought to myself, if anyone deserves to really let loose after having to reject offers for arranged marriages for 14 hours straight, it's our Jaren. Who could have known that he wouldn't just drop dead into bed like any normal person, but would storm the midnight markets and dance until dawn? "I remember that a little differently," Jaren remarked dryly. "And besides, I was hardly the only one eager to dance." Calden didn't seem to hear him. "Among the people of Hadris, you're still known today as Prince Jaren No Pants," he announced with a wide grin. "Which, however, is nothing compared to the nickname they have for you, dear cousin," Mirren interjected with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Kiva looked at Calden questioningly. "What do they—" "It's irrelevant," he retorted hastily, stuffing a forkful of carrots into his mouth and repeating, "It's completely irrelevant," which, however, sounded more like Kukanic for Waka. The look with which he measured first Jaren and then Mirren left no doubt that anyone who pursued the topic further would bitterly regret it. Apparently, the princess was in a conciliatory mood for once, for she began a new anecdote from her childhood. It was about how Calden, Jaren, and she had sneaked out of the palace together one night. They had overheard an envoy from Noreen planning to visit a certain establishment before his return journey. In their childlike innocence, they had assumed he simply meant an unusually painted house. So they had followed the man down to the docks. "After that, we had a month of house arrest," Mirren recounted, "but not because we had snuck out in the middle of the night. Rather, for terribly embarrassing the poor royal envoy from Noreen. He had to bring us back to our parents after picking us up completely distraught on the street. I'll never forget how, with a bright red face, he mumbled something about simply wanting to understand our local customs better." Calden chuckled into his wine. "Calden," Ariana admonished him, "as if you weren't thinking the same thing, Aunt Ari." The queen did not answer, but silently broke off a piece of bread and dipped it in oil. Who else knows a story, perhaps for once one where no one has to sink into the ground with shame? "But those are probably the best of all," Calden grumbled and leaned back. Mirren gave him a conspiratorial look. "Do you remember how Jaren was fed by those courtiers in Lyra's palace back then?" Jaren let out a desperate sound. "Can someone please just kill me right now?" The princess gave him a mischievous grin and launched into a story about a group of fanatics who had not allowed Jaren to eat without assistance during his stay in their kingdom.
"It's considered extremely rude to refuse Valnorian hospitality," Mirren explained, barely able to contain herself. "And poor Jaren is simply a little too popular with our Western allies." Kiva giggled with the others, while Jaren sighed softly beside her. But when she glanced at him, she saw the self-deprecating smile around his mouth and sensed that he would never spoil his family's fun, no matter how much a joke was at his expense. His good nature was about to be put to the test as his relatives dug up one embarrassing memory after another. "Why have I never heard of this?" Calden gasped between two fits of laughter, after Ordeal had recounted an incident from a seaside vacation. At the time, a friendly old lady had been convinced she had found her long-lost grandson in Jaren. "Perhaps because it has spared me moments like this one until now," Jaren replied. "So, could someone please take pity and tell something that isn't about me?" "I know something," Captain Varys spoke up, pushing his empty plate aside, "about a stubborn teenage girl who escaped from a Giovannian arena, who crossed the Lost Land with nothing but the swords on her back, fought her way through the deadly underground streets of Ursa, and finally made it to Valenia as a stowaway on an Avalonian ship." He winked paternally at Nari. "Broadly speaking, you all know this, of course, but I've never told you what happened after I caught our dear Nari," he gestured with his thumb at the soldier, "on deck, where she was throwing up over the railing in a high arc." There followed the hair-raising story of how Varys met Nari and how she persuaded him to take her under his wing instead of throwing her to the sharks. His witty way of telling stories repeatedly made the royal family burst into roaring laughter, while Nari rolled her eyes. Kiva, however, could barely concentrate because something Varys had mentioned at the very beginning was haunting her mind. Nari had fought in one of Giovannia's notorious arenas. Kiva had heard enough rumors to know that while being sent there wasn't directly equivalent to a death sentence, unlike Zalindov, anyone who ended up in the arenas either left them as a warrior or as a corpse. And as if that wasn't spectacular enough, Nari had even escaped from there and crossed the Lost Land all by herself. Kiva had already had immense respect for the soldier, who had suffered quite a few blows of fate in her young life, not least when she had lost her hand to protect Jaren from an attack. Now, however, her reverence grew immeasurably. And her worry. Nari would rather die than allow Jaren to come to harm, and not just because it was her duty to protect him, but also because, as her presence at this family dinner confirmed, she was much more than the prince's golden shield. Kiva knew that Nari would eliminate her without hesitation if she sensed even a hint of betrayal, no matter how close they had become in the meantime. Kiva's food lay like a stone in her stomach as she turned her attention back to the conversation. By now, Nari herself had taken the floor and was indulging in a series of details that made Varys laugh awkwardly to himself and refrain from any comment. She was supported by the king himself, who, with visible pleasure, recounted his own version of events, thus causing renewed laughter. Thus the hours passed. Everyone recounted something from their life. Some stories were joyful, others embarrassing, and still others offered completely new insights into the narrator's past.
This perfectly fulfilled the purpose Jaren had pursued with his initial suggestion, that Kiva and Tip would have the opportunity to get to know the royal family better. Kiva's despair grew with each new anecdote. Outwardly, she appeared as amused as everyone else, but inwardly she could barely tolerate the picture that was becoming increasingly clear. The Valentis were a completely normal family, and they were devoted to each other with all their hearts. This was evident in every word, every glance, every playful insult, and every reassuring compliment. Moreover, this didn't just apply to the immediate family. The Valentis behaved the same way towards Varys and Nari, and even Kiva and Tip. There was such a loving atmosphere of openness and acceptance that a vice seemed to close around Kiva's chest. "I'm tired of watching so many people sacrifice themselves for something I'm not even sure I still believe in,"
Tyrell's exhausted voice echoed in her head. Then again she heard Jaren's words. You are perfect just the way you are. But he was wrong. She wasn't perfect, and he would soon experience that firsthand, and then he would hate her for it. Just the thought of it made it difficult for Kiva to breathe. Nevertheless, she bravely continued to smile, while Jaren and his family did everything to welcome her and Tip into their midst. Kiva had never hated herself so much as on this evening, and she knew that this feeling would not quickly fade, perhaps never. It was hardly surprising that Kiva didn't sleep a wink that night. She had gone to bed right after dinner and tossed and turned for a while, sleepless with shame and guilt. Finally, she had given up, put on a silk dressing gown, and left the room. Since it was the middle of the night, she didn't encounter a soul on her way through the white and gold corridors, which is why she fully expected to be alone at her destination. But when she entered the river salon, it turned out she was wrong. Jaren stood before the large window front, looking down at the Saren, without noticing Kiva. He wore nothing but loose-fitting trousers, and the sparse light highlighted the scars on his back. The sight was not new to Kiva. Just 2 nights before, when Jaren comforted her in her bed, she had felt the raised marks under her hands. Nevertheless, the mere thought of someone inflicting suffering on Jaren, be it the cruel butcher of Zalindov or his mother or anyone else, caused Kiva torment, both physical and emotional. You don't win a war without sacrifices, little sister, she heard Zalika's harsh words again. From now on, it's him or us, the Valentis or us. Both are not possible. Kiva closed her eyes, for one thing was certain, she herself would inflict suffering on Jaren. She would be the reason something terrible happened to him, and she couldn't allow it, but she couldn't prevent it either. Kiva stared at the prince, and it tore her apart inside. On one side stood her family and the cause they fought for, and on the other, Jaren, but also Kaldon and Naari, little Ordeal and Phlox, also Princess Mirin, Queen Ariana, and King Stellan, the entire Valentis family. Even Varys, to whom Kiva had to concede that it hadn't been his blade that killed her little brother, even if the captain had been present that night. Even today she remembered his grumbled words. That shouldn't have happened. It should never have happened. Without her permission, these people had managed to penetrate deep into her heart, so that Kiva no longer saw them as mere rulers and soldiers, but as people, as family. For 10 years she had wished for nothing more than to take revenge on the family that had destroyed her own. But now that she knew them better, I'm tired of watching so many people sacrifice themselves for something I'm not even sure I still believe in. Kiva knew that Tyrell's sentence wouldn't leave her mind anytime soon. Since she couldn't bear it any longer, she silently retreated to avoid drawing Jaren's attention and escaping his inexhaustible kindness, which would only cause her more torment. But something made Jaren turn around at that very moment. He froze for a moment before he saw Kiva and relaxed again. "Couldn't you sleep?" he asked, turning his back to the window front and approaching her. "Seems I'm not the only one," Kiva replied, her voice rough with suppressed emotions. "Shall we sit down?" Jaren nodded towards one of the divans. "I could use a little company." Kiva scrutinized him. The restlessness from before had returned to his face, a deep exhaustion mixed with a generous portion of worry. "You can get as close to him as none of the rest of us can. You can find out what he's planning, what weaknesses he has." Zalika's words from the night of her abduction only made Kiva's inner turmoil grow, for she knew what her siblings expected of her. Slowly, she crouched at the very end of the divan. "You look like you're carrying the misery of the whole world on your shoulders." Although she had left him plenty of space, Jaren sat down next to her with a sigh, so close that their arms brushed. "Do you want to tell me about it?" Kiva offered, wishing at the same time that he would say no. But he didn't, because he was Jaren, and he trusted her. So he began. "The Royal Council is concerned about Evelyn's safety." "Because of the rebels?" Kiva asked, feigning ignorance. "No," Jaren replied. "Or yes, in a way. But then again, not really." Kiva waited for him to continue, even though she had of course long known what it was about after overhearing the council meeting.
"The rebels have been relatively quiet since Tilda's death," he said, drawing his head back apologetically, knowing how much Kiva, in her role as healer, had fought for the rebel queen's life. Of course, they still caused trouble, but not as badly as before winter. Aside from your abduction, with which they presumably wanted to remind us of their presence. He paused briefly. "There's a rumor that Tilda may have left an heir old enough to take her place, perhaps even several. We'll probably only find out more when they resume their series of attacks." He let out a long, frustrated breath and massaged his neck. "And that means, until then, the rebels are not my biggest concern for the first time in years." "Still, something is bothering you," Kiva continued, feigning ignorance. "Since we arrived in Valenia, you've been rushing from one meeting to the next, and after each one you seemed grumpier than before." "Grumpier?" Jaren repeated, slightly amused. Kiva thought for a moment. "Like Phlox, when you stop him from following you everywhere. Just grumpy." Instead of laughing, Jaren quickly placed his hand over her mouth. "Shh, don't say his name too loudly, or you'll wake up the little devil." He gestured with his chin towards the window front where Jaren had stood upon their arrival, and Kiva spotted the furry creature curled up on the floor. And indeed, at that very second, the animal opened its eyes, lifted its head, and let out an unmistakably disapproving meow because it found himself without Jaren. Then Phlox looked around, and his small silver-gray face brightened when he found them both. Jaren groaned, for Phlox darted off and jumped straight onto his lap, where he curled up once more and, just seconds later, quietly resumed snoring. The prince looked at Kiva reproachfully. "Well, thank you very much." Kiva suppressed a laugh and stroked Phlox's silky fur. "What can I do if you're so irresistible?" Only after she had spoken the words did she realize what she had just said. "Irresistible? Jaren repeated, and a sparkle entered his gaze. "Well, at least in the eyes of such a fox thing," she hastily qualified, to avoid having to throw open the window and jump into the Saren, which only seemed to fuel Jaren's amusement. "A fox thing? Well, what else is he? A ferret? A marten?" Jaren chuckled. "A silver bear." Kiva looked at the slumbering animal.
"He doesn't look like a bear, though." "Well, I didn't come up with the name," Jaren replied, still grinning. "It's a pretty rare species, anyway, found only far out in the northern mountains of Odin. Phlox was a gift from the ruling king and queen there. To Ordeal? To me," he corrected, before adding, slightly embarrassed, "You could probably call it more of a bribe attempt." "Let me guess," Kiva retorted dryly. "They have a daughter of marriageable age?" Jaren avoided her gaze, which was answer enough. Ori was terribly lonely back then. There weren't many children here in the palace, and Miri, Cal, Ash, and I were constantly busy with our training or political matters. That's why I gave him Phlox, and the two of them were inseparable right away. "And yet he's absolutely obsessed with you," Kiva remarked. "I've been told it's because I'm so irresistible." At the look Jaren gave her, Kiva was once again overcome with the urge to throw herself out the window. She cleared her throat and returned to their previous topic of conversation. "Before we were interrupted," she stroked Phlox's back, "you mentioned a danger to Avalon." Jaren remained silent for so long that Kiva began to wonder if he had decided not to confide his worries in her after all. But then he said, "Do you remember how I told you in Zalindov that the other kingdoms fear the rebel movement could spill over to them, and that it has already happened in some cases?" Kiva bit her cheek and nodded. "And do you also remember what else I said? That Miraven and Karamor are just waiting for a moment of weakness on our part?" "Do you think they're planning an attack?" Kiva asked, not even having to feign her apprehension. "Something is going on up north," Jaren replied evasively. "There have always been warning signs, threats too, but something has changed, roughly since we entered negotiations with Miraven regarding Tilda's extradition. They have been uncooperative from the start, refusing to meet us even a tiny bit, no matter how generous our terms were." The latter was new to Kiva, and she sat up, interested. "Most of that I only learned after we returned from Zalindov," he continued, "and it simply makes no sense. We offered the Miraveners several things they had been after for ages. Among other things, we would have agreed to grant them extended access to our aluminum reserves and to loosen trade regulations between our countries. Both would have meant significant losses for our economy, while theirs would have benefited. But they didn't bite. A strange feeling overcame Kiva, and she pressed her hand to her stomach as her sister's words came back to her. King Navak was, of course, more than willing to strike a deal with the rebel queen to anger the Valentis, whom Mother would have loved to get her hands on. In return, he merely had to ensure that the kingdoms agreed to bring her to Zalindov. Kiva had been so overwhelmed by all the news that she hadn't even thought to inquire about the consideration Tilda had offered the rulers of Miravan for rejecting Evelyn's request for her. Until now. What might Tilda's offer have been? What had she done? The council is wondering what this unwillingness to cooperate could mean, especially since the Miraveners have recently been ignoring our letters, Jaren said. The same goes for Carolmore, by the way. The two kingdoms have always been envious of Evelyn because our land, unlike theirs, is rich and fertile. They've never made a secret of wanting to occupy Evelyn. However, they would first have to overcome the Tenestra Mountains, and since our army is prepared for any attack, they have so far been smart enough not to even try. But now I'm slowly starting to fear they might have decided that the moment is opportune, as long as we are distracted by our problems with the rebels. With a dry throat, Kiva asked, "But didn't you just say the rebels were behaving quietly at the moment?" Jaren nodded, but he didn't seem particularly convinced. "Then why are you still so worried?" "Because—" Jaren ran a hand through his hair, making his golden curls stick out in all directions. "Because I always worry about our people. I simply can't turn it off. I want to protect all the people I care about from harm. That's why this potential threat causes me such a headache, no matter how much faith I have in our armed forces." Kiva involuntarily raised an eyebrow. "You are the heir to the throne of the wealthiest kingdom in all of Wenderil? You will always have to deal with potential threats." Jaren let out a mix of laughter and a groan. "Believe me, I'm absolutely aware of that." Then he straightened his shoulders. "Even if Miravan and Carolmore decide to attack, they won't get far. We are too well protected for that. To try anyway would be an absolute suicide mission. That's the only reason I can still sleep peacefully at night." As Kiva cast a skeptical glance out the window into the darkness, Jaren qualified. "Well, most of the time, at least." "So you're worried more generally, not about anything specific." "I'm worried about many specific things." Jaren looked down at Phlox before adding dryly, "For example, whether I can ever leave this room again, let alone the palace." "Well, that's truly a hopeless situation," Kiva teased. Jaren smiled, but immediately grew serious again. "Speaking of leaving the palace, I actually wanted to tell you about it earlier, but then the most embarrassing dinner of my life got in the way." Kiva giggled. "I have to go to Filarion tomorrow morning," he continued. "The city administrators want to talk to me about various infrastructure and agricultural topics, and a few other things. So I'll be gone for at least 4 days, maybe even more." "Oh," Kiva replied, secretly glad. If Jaren wasn't there, she should be able to sneak away for a few hours without major problems. After the renewed magic-related near catastrophe at dinner, she was more determined than ever to visit her grandmother. "Thanks for letting me know. Originally, I had considered asking you if you wanted to come along, but I simply can't be responsible for you being bored to death." "Very considerate of you," Kiva replied, shuddering internally at the memory of the second half of the Royal Council meeting. "Also, I heard that you were offered a place at Silverthorn," Jaren continued, "and I didn't want to stop you from fulfilling your dream." He leaned over to her, and pride was in his gaze. "Congratulations, Kiva. For the moment, I just want to give her the opportunity to enjoy her life and realize her dreams." Kiva's chest tightened. "I haven't accepted yet." "I heard that too." Jaren tilted his head. "Although I don't quite understand it. Kiva swallowed. "I want to be sure first that I'm ready for this step." Mattis seemed pretty convinced of it, but Kiva meant a different kind of ready. "She only thinks that because she knew my father." "Oh, really?" he asked, surprised. "You told me he was a healer. Did he study at Silverthorn?"
In a way, yes, Kiva answered evasively. Mattis said he was one of her best students. She wouldn't reveal any more details about her family's past. Jaren already knew much more than she liked. On the other hand, he had defended her father to the royal council, and indirectly, Kiva too. Well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Jaren said, and put an arm around her shoulders. His words echoed in Kiva, and she couldn't answer immediately. Jaren was right. She was indeed very similar to her father. She had inherited his passion for healing, his empathy, and at one point she had looked at the world with the same unwavering optimism as he did. But then Zalindov happened, and Farron died. In all the years since, she had been so obsessed with the thought of avenging his death that she had never asked herself what her father would have actually wanted for himself, for Kiva.
And his family? Or perhaps she just hadn't thought about it because she already knew the answer. Farron would have wanted them to forgive the Valentis. He would have wanted his children to enjoy their lives and realize their dreams, that they would be happy. He wouldn't have wanted them to seek revenge. He would have wanted to know them safe. And deep in her heart, Kiva knew that he would have been horrified if he had known what she and her siblings were planning. Speaking of fathers, Kiva changed the subject in a hoarse voice to avoid thinking about herself further. King Stellan, is he what? Sick, she whispered. Jaren flinched slightly, but then he pulled her closer, either to comfort Kiva or himself. Yes. Is there a chance for healing? Jaren shook his head. It's something in his blood. With his free hand, he scratched Phlox behind the ears. Lately, he's had more bad days than good. That's why you only met him tonight. He's been in bed all week. How much time does he have left? Kiva asked barely audibly. We don't know, Jaren replied just as quietly. It could be years, but probably more like months, maybe even just weeks. And there's really nothing that can be done? Jaren lowered his head. We've tried everything, and now we're just making him as comfortable as possible. His unconcealed pain made Kiva snuggle against him, lean her cheek against his shoulder, and wrap her arm around his waist, carefully making sure not to wake Phlox. She knew it wasn't a good idea, that she should have kept her distance. She knew it, but she didn't care. Not when Jaren was feeling so bad. Not when he needed her. I'm sorry, she murmured. In response, he gave her a gentle kiss on the temple. They sat in silence. Kiva was vaguely aware that it was high time to go back to her room, but before she could bring herself to do so, her eyes closed and she fell asleep. When Kiva woke up the next morning, she was in her bed, and the blanket was carefully tucked around her. Jaren must have carried her back to her room during the night. She groaned in shame, but at that moment there was a knock on her door, and she sat up straight. Kalden called to her from the other side that it was time for her training. The last thing Kiva felt like doing this morning was to toil in the barracks yard. After all, she urgently needed to find Nana Delora. But she knew that the prince wouldn't be put off, so she quickly got up and got dressed. I hate getting up early, she grumbled as she entered the salon to him. Good morning to you too, sunshine, Kalden replied and nudged her nose. Kiva grimaced and followed him listlessly outside. As if to punish her for her negative attitude, Kalden made her climb the box twice as often and run 2 extra laps around the yard that morning. So long that Kiva thought she was going to die, and at the same time was proud to have only thrown up once. I think I'm slowly making progress, she panted after the last lap. We're not done for today, apple cheeks, Kalden said, without even being out of breath. Kiva wanted to protest, not only because she was at the end of her strength, but also because she wanted to get to Blackwater to her grandmother as quickly as possible, to be back before anyone noticed she had been gone at all. But then Kalden produced 2 wooden swords, and at the prospect of holding a weapon, albeit a child-safe one, she swallowed all objections. You're not ready for a real steel one yet, the prince explained, but we can start with some basic exercises so you can get used to the feeling and continue to work on strengthening your core. Kiva switched the sword from one hand to the other. Isn't that a bit light? Kalden chuckled amusedly. Wait and see if you still think so in a few minutes. Nevertheless, Kiva was filled with naive self-confidence as Kalden first showed her some basic movements. He admonished her to remember the correct posture he had been making her practice for days. He didn't even draw his own wooden sword from its sheath, but just let Kiva strike the air. Her core muscles tensed as she rotated her hips, first in one direction, then in the other, and, according to Kalden's instructions, thrust or went into a defensive stance, all at a snail's pace. The most important things are balance and body control, Kalden said, and practicing until you drop, of course. After only a few minutes, Kiva's muscles, all of them, began to ache, while Kalden relentlessly corrected her movements. Head up, back straight, don't forget your feet, slower, tighten your stomach. Only towards the end did the prince ask her to increase the speed a little and had her perform a few sequences of jumps and lunges that required not only absolutely precise footwork, but also a maximum of concentration. When he finally ended the training, Kiva was exhausted both physically and mentally. Not bad for a start, Kalden decided, bending over Kiva, who was lying on the ground spread-eagled. But we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Kiva let out a whimper. Is it a good or bad sign that the only part of me that doesn't hurt is my hair? More the latter, Kalden grinned, and added, because as long as there's any part of you that doesn't hurt, it means our training wasn't hard enough. Kiva had no energy to answer, or to cry, because that's what she felt like doing most at the moment. She was more grateful than ever to Rescinda for the muscle relaxation powder waiting for her upstairs in her room. If only she could somehow muster the strength to get there. All right, Apple Cheeks, I'll help you this one more time, Kalden said. Too kind of you, Kiva grumbled, but her words turned into a pained groan as she tried with all her might to keep her legs from giving way beneath her. I must confess that I'm not entirely selfless today, Kalden replied. Quite unlike usual, Kiva snorted. Don't get cheeky, Kalden warned, otherwise I won't play tour guide for you. It took a second for his words to sink in. Excuse me, what? Your beloved felt guilty for leaving you here alone, Kalden explained, flicking a speck of dust from his shirt. So he asked me to keep you company for a bit, with a city tour and a few excursions to the prettiest spots in Valentis, whatever comes to mind. Startled, Kiva almost forgot her pain. That's not necessary, she waved off, before hastily correcting, and Jaren is not my beloved. Kalden winked at her. Oh, that's just splitting hairs. No, seriously, Kiva insisted. I can keep myself perfectly busy alone. Maybe so, but I promised my cousin, Kalden countered, picking up Kiva's wooden sword and nudging her towards the palace. Until he comes back, we two will have a little fun. That's that. Then he added with a mischievous grin, Consider me your new best friend, Sunshine. Wherever you go, I'm there. Sounds great, doesn't it? In the next few days, Kiva couldn't even sneeze without Kalden immediately being ready with a tissue. Every morning, they completed their exercise program together, including sword practice, which Kiva only endured with the help of generously measured doses of Rescinda's muscle relaxation powder. When Kalden declared the training finished, she barely had enough time to freshen up and change before he was already knocking on her door again to fulfill his promise to Jaren and show her the city. Kiva didn't even have a chance to think about escaping, and although there were no further magical outbursts, she was more aware that the power simmering just beneath her skin, like a whispered reminder that it was there and wanted to be free. Kiva remembered her mother's little spells and wondered if something like that could also help her keep her magic in check. But the fear of being caught was too great, so she discarded the idea again. On Saturday morning, Kiva was finally desperate enough to hatch a daring plan.
Jaren had said he would be away for at least 4 days. Today was already the 5th day after his departure, which meant he could return at any time now. And once he, along with Naari and Captain Varys, was back, it would be much more difficult to leave the city unnoticed. At first, Kiva had wanted to feign another visit to Silverthorn, just like her secret trip to Oak Hollow. But then it became clear to her that Kalden would probably follow her there too, as persistently as he clung to her heels.
Therefore, she decided to use the academy in a different, albeit somewhat more drastic way to shake off the prince. She put the first part of her plan into action that very morning when Kaldon informed her after training which sites he had chosen for the day. They would start at the Temple of the Forgotten Gods, followed by a stroll through the Singing Gardens. Afterwards, they would take a bath in the Sarana thermal baths and, finally, climb the Warrior's Staircase to watch the sunset over the city from the summit. Just the enumeration made Kiva tired, and she used exactly that to give Kaldon a convincingly pleading look. "Would you mind if we made a quick stop at Silverthorn?" she asked. "I'd like to pick something up." "Sounds mysterious." Kaldon ran his fingers over the blade of his wooden sword. Kiva put her hands on her hips and lied shamelessly. "I would have spared you the details, but since you apparently have to stick your nose into everything, I have abdominal cramps and need moon mint." Kaldon frowned. "Why didn't you tell me right away that you were in pain? Then I would have gone a bit easier on you during training." "I'm in pain every morning during your training anyway," Kiva snapped, although she immediately felt guilty because of his unexpected sympathy. "And so far, you've never cared." "That's different," he countered, "as you surely know." If Kiva had actually been suffering from menstrual discomfort, she probably would have thrown her arms around his neck in a rush of emotion at that moment. Now, however, she swallowed her gratitude and explained that they could set off as soon as she had washed. The second part of her plan came into effect when they reached Silverthorn, and Kiva, to her relief, spotted Rescinda on the same bench as during her last visit. "Would you leave me alone with her for a moment?" she asked Kaldon with a gesture towards Res. "I'd like to discuss a few, symptoms with her." The prince seemed surprised by her feigned modesty, and Kiva cursed inwardly as she realized that as a healer she should hardly be embarrassed by such natural bodily functions. Fortunately, however, Kaldon didn't press, but willingly stood and leaned against one of the stone arches to wait. Rescinda stood up when she saw Kiva hurrying towards her. "Why did you bring your blue-blooded bodyguard?" she joked, tossing her ash-blonde braid over her shoulder. "He's not a bodyguard, more like a well-meaning but extremely clingy babysitter." Kiva shook her head. "Anyway, I need your help. Can we perhaps go to the herb garden for a moment?" Rescinda asked no questions. "No problem. Come on, I know a shortcut. You seem to be in quite a hurry." Kiva signaled to Kaldon that she would be back in a few minutes. At first, she was surprised that he didn't follow her as she set off with Res, but then she remembered that she was no longer a prisoner after all. Kaldon was spending the day with her because he thought she would enjoy it, because Jaren thought she would enjoy it. Under other circumstances, she would have greatly appreciated it from both of them. Kaldon had, after all, already spent so many hours showing her the beautiful city. "Do you want to tell me what's going on now?" Res asked as they crossed the narrow stream in the sanatorium and then entered a small citrus grove that smelled of oranges, limes, and lemons. "I need to ask you a favor, but I don't want to cause you any trouble," Kiva replied. Res snorted. "Please, do I look like someone who shies away from a few little problems?" No, which was precisely why Kiva turned to her with her request. "I need to leave the city unnoticed for another day." "Do you want to go back to Oak Hollow?" They headed towards a huge greenhouse that Kiva hadn't seen from the inside yet. During her tour on her first day, she had only visited the apothecary's workshop, where remedies were fabricated and prepared for pickup. "No, this time I have to go somewhere else." As much as Kiva valued her new friendship with Res, there were things she couldn't confide in her. But the healer didn't press her, merely asking, "And how can I help you?" Kiva quickly explained that Kaldon was following her every step, which was why she needed to shake him off for a few hours. "I was thinking of a sedative or something similar, perhaps a mixture of Moradin and Rosaron." Normally, she would only use Moradin, the substance Queen Ariana had given Tip on the night of Kiva's abduction. However, for an adult man like Kaldon, it was advisable to add some Rosaron, which would ensure a particularly deep sleep. "That should work," Res stated, without a trace of disapproval. Finally, they reached the herb garden, a fenced-in series of beds where various plants grew. If Kiva hadn't been in such a hurry, she probably would have wandered around there for hours and explored the greenhouse in the middle. Today, however, there was no time for that. "Where do we need to go now?" Kiva asked with a nod towards the garden. The healer hesitated, as if now considering whether it was a good idea to illegally supply Kiva with herbs from the academy. But then she climbed over the low fence and walked towards a large overview board. Kiva realized that she wouldn't even have needed Ress's help, as the plan listed the planting of each individual bed. Moradin and Rosaron, right? Ress confirmed. Exactly, Kiva affirmed. After a brief search, Ress found the 2 herbs in the same bed and started moving again. So, you want to drug Prince Kaldon to sneak out of the palace to an unspecified location? The healer asked as they strolled down the garden path. Doesn't that sound well thought out? I have to go to my family. I thought you just visited them. To another part of my family. Then I hope I'm not helping you get into trouble, Ress replied. Or get lost. Is it far to get there? They approached